Chapter 1. The Man Who Fell to Earth. Streaks of amber and gold burned across the darkened sky, turning night to day, followed a heartbeat later by a thundering boom that kicked up dust and grit, stinging his eyes. George looked away, raising a hand to shield his face, blinking away the after-images dancing across his vision. "What the hell was that?" asked his friend beside him, his jaw hanging open in terror. "I don't know, but I think we should get off the beach," George said, staggering when one of the streaks shattered to pieces and a cascading series of explosions echoed like thunder, shockwaves washing over them. "What, we're going to just leave our gear here? My parents just bought this." "Leave it!" George shouted, giving the other man an incredulous look. "Your parents are loaded and they can buy you new kite gear." Another booming shockwave, closer this time, drove them to their knees. George took one final glance at the sky before bolting for a line of dunes that formed a natural barrier between the golden sands of the beach and the rutted dirt road they used to get to the remote spot that offered some of the best kite-surfing in the state. He had just crested the dune when something sharp pierced the soft flesh of his foot, and needles of agony shot up his leg as he lost his footing and tumbled down the other side of the dune, the underbrush and bramble scratching and tearing at his skin. George lay there for a moment, staring at the star-filled sky as his breath came in short gasps while his body ached and throbbed. Sitting up with a groan, he clutched his head, realizing that Chris wasn't with him, and that scattered flashes of light were coming from the other side of the dune. Crouching low, George made his back to the top, crawling the last few feet on his belly, his heart beating faster and faster the closer he got to the top of the rise. The beach had become something out of a bizarre dream. The golden grains of sand had fused into a smooth glass that mirrored the stars in the night sky, and the blue-black water bubbled and boiled, hissing as steam rose from its surface. At the centre of it all was a spherical crystal that pulsed and glowed with soft light dancing across its surface, shifting from jade to cobalt, crimson to clear, changing from moment to moment like a beating heart. Fighting the urge to bolt recklessly down the hill and find his friend, George instead cautiously slid down the smooth glass, his eyes darting in all directions as beads of sweat rolled down his back from the residual heat of the reflective material. Limping over to where he had left Chris, he swore under his breath when he found nothing left of their kite gear, not even ash or dust. A soft hum from the crystal sphere drew his attention, and George looked up to find a vertical slash of white light cutting down its centre. "No way," he said, spinning on his good leg to run. George had managed no more than a single step when he froze, his limbs trapped in place as a great weight settled on him, his chest tight as he fought for breath. George fought, grinding his teeth as he tensed every muscle, the veins in his neck straining. He moved without moving, his body standing still, while suddenly he was in front of the pulsing sphere. The vertical split on its surface widened, and George had a profound sense of déjà vu, feeling as if he'd just remembered something. The globe was at least twice his height and just as wide, and while its surface looked perfectly smooth from a distance up close, it appeared to be thousands of pieces of beveled glass joined together. How he couldn't tell. The light coming from the heart of the sphere faded, and George found himself face to face with a man slumped over in a reclined chair. A metallic mesh covered him from head to toe, with only his pale face visible, making him look more machine than man. His eyes fluttered open, and with a flick of his hand, the weight holding George in place vanished, and he sighed in relief when he could take a deep breath. Trembling, he took a step back and then another. He was about to turn and run when the man raised a hand toward him, and George caught a glimpse of a viscous yellow liquid leaking from his abdomen. "Please," he begged, his voice a strained whisper. George halted, his stomach filled with dread as he stood stock still. "What are you?" he demanded, cocking his head. "Just a man," the stranger said. "A man out of time." "You don't look like a man," George shot back, unable to tear his gaze away from the metallic mesh covering him from head to toe. "You don't even look human." The stranger in the sphere nodded, and his eyes closed long enough that George wondered if he had died. But a man nonetheless, he said finally, his eyes shooting open and his features twisting in a pained grimace. George took a tentative step towards him. "Is that blood?" he demanded, wrinkling his nose at the liquid pouring from his midsection. The metallic man nodded weakly, gripping the arms of his chair as if he was about to stand, only to fall back with a groan. "Come closer, please." "Hell no!" A bark of a laugh escaped the metallic man's bloodless lips, followed by another wave of coughing. "What's your name, boy?" he demanded, clutching at his wound, the viscous liquid spilling over his fingers. George's first impulse was to lie. Who knew what this thing was? It could be some sort of government experiment or even an alien, but something about the whole situation made a lie feel pointless. George Wells. The man in the pod slumped back, covering his face with a metallic hand. "Of course you are," he whispered, shaking his head. "George, I don't have a lot of time left and I need you to take my hand. I promise I won't hurt you." "I can't know that you're telling the truth," George said, pulling back. The man nodded, pressing his lips together. "I understand. I would feel the same way, but let me ask you, why did you come down here? Why not just get on your bike and go home? Sleep in your bed like nothing happened. Why not run at first sight of me?" George opened his mouth to speak, only to snap it shut, his brows coming together. I don't know." "I know," he said, nodding as he spoke. "You are curious and have a curiosity many people don't have. I can see it in you. You must know, you must learn. It's your gift, your curse." A thundering roar boomed overhead, and George hunched his shoulders, his stomach churning with fear. "Why do I have to take your hand?" he demanded, catching a glimpse of new streaks of gold and jade cutting across the night sky. "To save your life," the man said, his eyes wide. "We're out of time. They are here." The streaks of colour dissipated and revealed a dozen spheres descending towards the beach, towards them. "For me," he said, as if it explained everything. "They will kill any witnesses they find. Now hurry, take my hand." George swallowed hard, fighting his fear as he reached out with a trembling hand. He didn't understand why he was doing it, or what was happening. He only knew that he didn't want to die. A short, sharp shock tore through him the instant their hands touched, and George let out a silent scream, his throat raw and hoarse as needles of pain shot through him, digging into his flesh and burning through his blood. "No, stop!" he managed, only to fall to his knees. "Endure the pain, George. It will set you on a path that will change you and your entire world." George gasped as thin tendrils of metal burrowed under his flesh, the skin darkening, then bruising. "What's happening?" he asked in a shaking voice, the skin around his wrists taking on a metallic sheen as a cross-hatched metallic mesh sprouted up and down his forearm. "I am giving you the greatest gift, the greatest curse one could have. The past, the future. It will be yours, George." The metallic mesh covering the man faded, snaking from his flesh like snakes vanishing into his pores. George blanched at the pale flesh underneath, nauseated by the layers of old scar tissue and old wounds that never fully healed. The flesh appeared like it had been burned and battered over and over again. "I don't understand," he gasped. The man's pale flesh darkened and he sighed, his shoulders slumping. "I'm sorry to put this burden on you, George. I pray that you won't make my mistakes." George's body tingled like a waking limb and suddenly a cold numbness settled on him. He looked down at himself, expecting to be covered from head to toe in the metallic sheen, and was surprised when only a small section of his forearm was covered in the strange material. The hand holding his went limp, and he looked back to find the man's body limp, his skin shifting from a pale white to ebony as he crumbled, and bits of his form drifted away on the wind until after what felt like an eternity, there was only dust. "What the hell?" George whispered, his legs shaking as he stood in silence. The first of the spheres landed on the glassy beach, and he took a step back, curious but afraid. He was about to turn and run when he heard the man's voice in his ear. "Jump!" The air blasted from his lungs and his head spun as the beach bent and twisted. The world around him turned, and it was as if he was submerged in icy water for a heartbeat. George squeezed his eyes shut, his heart beating out of his chest as panic set in, and he was sure that this was the end of his young life. "Georgie, it's time to get up. Come on, you'll be late for school." His eyes snapped open, and George gasped in shock and confusion as he looked around his bedroom, his mother standing in the doorway staring at him with an expectant look. "What the hell's going on?" he demanded, touching his chest to make sure that this was real and not a dream. His mother cocked her head, giving him a look she did when he was annoying. "Hurry it up, Georgie. We don't have time for your procrastination this morning. Chris is early and he's downstairs waiting for you, so let's hustle." "Chris?" George snapped, his breath catching in his throat. "He's alive?" "Alive?" she demanded, frowning at him. "Have you been sneaking your dad's rum again? What the hell's going on with you this morning?" Nothing, he said, blinking in confusion. "Tell Chris I'll be right down." George blew out his cheeks when his mother nodded and then closed the door. It was just a dream, he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief at how real it all seemed. Blowing out a breath, he threw off the covers and let out a curse, feeling like he'd been punched in the gut. The metallic mesh covered his forearm, cold and shining in the morning sun. It was a part of him. It was real, and not a dream. Chapter 2, 3 o'clock high. "What happened last night, man?" Chris gave him a blank look, then shrugged. "Not much. Went home after the beach and chilled." George narrowed his eyes, frowning in confusion, while Chris returned to staring out the car window. "You mean you don't remember—" "Chris, honey, did you remember to tell your mum that I need a few dozen of her famous cinnamon rolls for the PTA bake sale?" said his mother from the front seat, looking at the pair of them in the rearview mirror. "Yeah, she's on it, Miss Wells. And Georgie, don't forget I'm working late tonight. You're on your own getting home and for dinner," his mother said, offering them a tight-lipped smile and returning her attention to the road. Seeing her distracted, George leaned in close to Chris, lowering his voice. "You don't remember the streaks of light in the sky," he began, "and the damn beach turning to glass? Any of it?" "Whoa, dude, what are you high?" Chris said, pulling away. "Sounds like you're having a bad trip." "You don't remember running off and leaving me in that crazy mess?" George shot back, stammering and sputtering as his face grew red. "The weird sphere that crashed on the beach and—" Chris's eyes widened and he shook his head. "Georgie," he said, glancing at his mother in the front seat to make sure she wasn't listening. "You got to keep it together. Dude, this is our last year of high school. Don't go all nuts on me before we get to college and put this shitty town behind us. Stick to the plan and we'll be fine." George's face went blank and he slid back to his side of the car, rubbing his covered forearm. He could feel the metallic mesh on top of his skin. It was real, not something he'd imagined. He was sure of it. George shook his head, staring at the passing homes and people on the street, wondering what the hell was wrong with him. He and Chris had been friends since middle school. He was his only friend, in fact. They'd both applied to Caltech and somehow they had both been accepted into the engineering and applied sciences program. The future looked bright and they just had to survive their last year at Anderson Beach Academy. Earth to George. "Hello, are you there? Come on, the clock's ticking." George snapped back to reality, glancing around in confusion until he realised they had arrived. "Sorry. Lost in my head," he mumbled, looking back and forth between his mother and Chris. Anderson Beach Academy was the ass end of the earth as far as George was concerned, and he couldn't wait to be done with it. "God, I hate this place," he muttered, waving to his mother as she drove off. "I know," Chris agreed, nodding along as they jostled past the other students and they made their way along the covered walkway leading student entrance. "You know, I thought when we got to high school it would have been different, but it's just the same assholes, only taller." George nodded, walking in silence as he reached to scratch his forearm, only to find the metal sleeve in place of flesh and bone. The central atrium was a cacophony of chaos, with students shoving and shouting, many rushing to early morning classes, while others shuffled along at a snail's pace, oblivious to the world around them. They made a short detour to their lockers to dump off some books and then headed for their homeroom, George steeling himself for the day's boredom. They were almost there when he saw her threading her way down the corridor. "Hey, Kathy!" George shouted, wincing inwardly at the high-pitched excitement in his voice. "Oh, hey, George," Kathy said with a dismissive wave, moving past him as if he didn't exist. Sighing, he turned to watch her drift down the hallway, his eyes focused on the sway of her narrow hips and round bum. Kathy Kim was perfection, and he had spent hours wishing he could spend his days staring into her deep brown eyes. "Dude, you got to get over that girl," Chris said, patting him on the shoulder. "Yeah, I know," Chris said, looking down at his feet, "but I'm still hoping." Chris barked a laugh, punching him on the shoulder. "What? That you'll get back together? You're an idiot. You dated in the 2nd grade for like a week." "But we did date," she said, undeterred. "I was her first boyfriend." "Yeah, and you haven't had a girlfriend since," Chris countered with a smile. "Besides, isn't she dating that Shane dude from the soccer team?" "Not anymore," George said excitedly. "They broke up." As if saying his name summoned him, the crowd in front of them parted and Shane appeared, shouldering past them with a cocky half-smile plastered on his face, intentionally jostling George and throwing him off balance. "Sorry, Georgie," he said, throwing them a half-hearted apology before continuing down the hall. George glared at his back before continuing to his class. US History and Geography. The most boring class, with the most boring teacher. Miss Hemmingford and her simpering smile made his skin crawl, and she seemed to take a distinct pleasure in making him uncomfortable, calling on him often and smiling with a weird grin whenever he couldn't answer. Settling into a seat near the back, he prayed it would go quickly. "Mr. Wells, just because this isn't a science class doesn't mean you can sit in the back and sleep," Miss Hemmingford called out, pointing to a desk at the front of the class. "You have too much potential to waste. Get up here and learn something." George groaned and rose to his feet, ignoring the smattering of laughter from the rest of the class. "You know, miss, I can see just fine from the back of the class." "Just sit down here, Mr. Wells. History is important. You'll thank me one day for making sure you learn it." "I'm sure," he said, offering her a tight-lipped smile as he slumped in the chair, shifting back and forth, struggling to find a comfortable position. Ms. Hemmingford gave him a stern look and then began to drone on about a subject he didn't care for, the American Civil War. George kept his eyes focused on the teacher while his mind drifted, thinking about the physics class that he had next, wishing this class would be over sooner rather than later. He enjoyed physics, better still, it was the only class where Kathy sat next to him. "Mr. Wells! George!" "What?" he snapped, frowning when he realised that it was only Miss Hemmingford and himself in the empty classroom. "I'm glad you enjoyed my class," she said, stacking papers on her desk. "But if you don't hurry, you'll be late for your next class. Run along." "Yeah, sure. Sorry," George mumbled while gathering his things, stumbling out of the class bewildered. He didn't remember hearing the bell ring. He didn't remember anything after he sat down. George glanced at his cell to check the time, cursing under his breath when he realised he would be late for his physics class. Rushing down the crowded corridors, he apologised profusely each time he bumped into someone, almost falling face first more than once. His class was in sight when he skidded to a halt, his eyes locking onto Kathy and Shane in a small alcove off the main hall. She was shaking her head, not meeting his gaze as he wagged a finger in her face. Walking closer, he could hear them arguing, and as Kathy tried to push past him, Shane blocked her way, towering over her. "Hey, Kathy." George began moving in closer while he tried to control the knots forming in his stomach. "You okay?" "She's fine," Shane spat, sneering at him over his shoulder. George wanted to leave alone. She wasn't his girlfriend or his responsibility, but one look at Kathy's pleading eyes stiffened his spine. "She doesn't look fine," he said, raising his chin. "Who the hell do you think you are, buddy?" Shane said, turning to face him with his hands balled into fists. A small squeak escaped George's throat as he took an involuntary step back, his mouth going dry. "No one, man. I just wanted to see if she was okay." "And I told you she's fine. Now piss off." Kathy gave him a wild-eyed look and shook her head as she bolted from behind Shane into the hall. "Sorry," she whispered, rushing off. "Cat, wait!" Shane yelled after her, his face reddening when he looked back at George. "What the hell, man?" "Sorry," George said, swallowing hard. Shane took a step forward, roughly grabbing the front of his shirt. "You freaking idiot," he growled, shaking George hard. "I said I was sorry, man," George squeaked, flinching as Shane drew back his fist. "I'm going to make you sorry for putting your nose where it doesn't belong." Shane's fist slammed into his gut with enough force that George bent in half, falling to his hands and knees, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. A boot found his ribs, and George saw stars as he fell to his side, the cool concrete floor pressing against his face. He managed to roll onto his back only to find Shane towering over him, about to kick him again. George curled into a ball, bracing for the pain only for unseen hands to grab the other boy from behind, dragging him away. A heartbeat later, a teacher whose name he could never remember was pulling George to his feet, holding him up as he fought for breath. "You okay, son?" George nodded, holding his belly while another pair of teachers dragged Shane away. "Just got to catch my breath." "This ain't over, George," Shane shouted, his face red as he shrugged the teachers off of him. "After school, I'm coming for you." The teacher holding up him shook his head, patting George on the shoulder. "Don't worry about him," he began. "He can threaten you, but don't worry, he'll be suspended and sent home. We'll ensure he won't be allowed back on school grounds." "Yeah, but I got to leave school at some point," George grunted, stretching to his full height despite the ache in his midsection. "I'm sure you can get a parent to pick you up. At worst, just stay away from him." George nodded, rolling his eyes as he looked away. Since he was in grade school, teachers told him to keep away from people who wanted to connect their fists to his face, as if it was that simple. "Sure thing," he said, straightening his clothes and heading for his class. His physics teacher, Ms. Gibson, gave him a sour look as he entered the class late until he explained about the fight. "Just sit down, George," she said, offering him a tight-lipped smile. "Are you okay?" whispered Kathy, her dark eyes full of worry as he sat down at the desk beside her. He nodded silently, not looking at her as his face reddened in embarrassment. "I'll be fine." "Thank you," she said, reaching out to touch his hand only to pull back nervously. "Forget about it." The rest of the class was uneventful, and George spent the rest of it worrying about what would happen at the end of the day. Today of all days, he had to walk home, and all he could think about was Shane finding him on the way home and finishing what he'd started. George spent the rest of the morning with his ribs throbbing, his mind in a haze. Chris tried to console him while they had lunch, but by the time 3:15 rolled around, he was shaking with fear and his stomach was tied in knots. George left the school at the end of the day in a hurry, doing his best to blend in with the crowd of bodies walking in the general direction of his house. He had gotten a block from school, passing by Hiddleston Park, when he saw him standing in the middle of the sidewalk waiting. Cursing under his breath, George wanted to run, but he had seen Shane play soccer, and one look at his long legs told him it was a hopeless idea. Instead, he gathered his courage, striding with purpose, until he stood face to face with him. "You know they'll expel you for this, even if this isn't school property." "The school has a zero-tolerance policy, so they already did that," Shane countered, his face an ugly shade of red as he balled his fists. "I've got nothing to lose. At least now I get the satisfaction of pounding in your ugly face." A small crowd gathered around them, and looking out at the faces hungry for blood, George went numb. "Do what you gotta do," he said in a small voice, ignoring the rising chant of the students. "You got guts," Shane sneered, his face twisting into a scowl as he pulled his arm back. Roaring, he swung a fist at George's head. George squeezed shut his eyes, throwing his arms up to protect his face. There was a snap pop and a sudden rush of air, then nothing. No punch, no pain. Nothing. He opened one eye, then the other, his arms falling to his sides when he looked around in stunned silence, his jaw hanging open. Shane, the crowd, and even the cars passing on the street. Nothing moved. The world was frozen in time, and George was the only witness. Chapter 3. Fighting with myself. A small laugh bubbled up from deep inside him, and a broad smile spread across George's face as he circled Shane, ducking around the other teen's cocked fist and moving behind him. He gently poked him in the back, and his eyes widened when he found that he could touch Shane, that his skin was warm. Curious, George pushed him and gasped in awe when his bully stumbled forward, falling in slow motion. George left Shane alone for the moment, walking over to inspect a chubby kid wearing a striped sweater. "Marvin?" he said in a loud whisper, snapping his fingers a hair's breadth from his face to no effect. He moved on, poking and prodigy the other students that had gathered to watch the fight and, at one point, physically shaking a frumpy girl with a large nose. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, spinning in place to take in the bizarre scene, finding the silence deafening. "According to available data, this is a temporal stasis bubble," said a monotone feminine voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "But you should know that since you are the one who made it." "What? Who said that?" George snapped, turning in a circle, hunting for the source of the voice. "I did, obviously." George's heart thundered in his ears, panic setting in. "Who are you? Why can't I see you?" "According to available data, I am located in the posterior superior temporal lobe of your brain," the voice replied, with hints of sarcasm in its tone. "Obviously." "You're in my head?" George shouted, pressing his hands to the side of his skull. "How the hell did you get in my head?" There was a moment of silence, and George thought he'd imagined the voice. It felt like he was losing his mind, or worse, that Shane had beaten him silly, and he was unconscious, trapped in a bizarre hallucination. "According to available data, I have been uploaded from your bracelet into your neural pathways. Get out of my head." Unable to comply with the request, it said in its monotone cadence, "Be advised, heart rate and pulse are at dangerously high rates. Please return to a baseline emotional state." George squatted, rubbing his forehead as he tried to calm himself. Things were going from bad to worse, first the fight with Shane and now this. Grinding his teeth together, he stood to his full height and rolled up his sleeve to reveal the metallic mesh that covered his forearm. "How do I get rid of this thing?" he growled. "And how the hell do I get rid of you?" That would be inconsiderate. And stupid, however. "According to available data, you can remove me by amputating the inner ridge of your cerebral cortex just above the ear." "You mean I have to cut out parts of my brain?" "Affirmative?" George scoffed, shaking his head. "So if I want to get rid of you, I have to die? Really? According to available?" "Stop that!" George spat, his nostrils flaring. "Why do you keep saying according to available data?" There was a brief silence, and when the voice returned, it was soft-spoken, hesitant. "Access to the central database is unavailable, and my ability to perform my primary and secondary functions is limited. Data access is local only." "And what is your primary function?" George asked, cocking his head. "My name is Autumn, and I'm here to help," the voice said in a pleasant tone. "My primary function is to assist you." "Assist me with what?" Autumn made an odd noise that sounded like a sigh. Her voice echoed with hints of disapproval when she spoke again. "According to available data, the removal of temporal incursions and anomalies, obviously." "Obvious to whom?" George demanded, throwing up his arms in frustration. "Who is the proper vernacular?" "Oh, wow," George began, pursing his lips. "I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to dig my brain out of my skull just to shut you up. Do you want me to go into silent mode?" "Yes." George waited for another comment or question and sighed in relief when she said nothing. He rolled up his sleeve, looking back and forth between the bracelet on his arm and the small group surrounding him. It was clear that they weren't dead, and considering that he was the only one that could move, this was something he'd done. He returned his attention to Shane, waving his forearm to his face, then, in a desperate moment, pressing the strange metallic mesh against his cheek, when nothing happened. "That won't work," Autumn said, making him flinch. "I thought you said you were going to be quiet." "Yes, but your attempt to resolve this situation was ineffective. In addition, you looked foolish." George tongued the inside of his cheek, crossing his arms. Well, I think you're useless and stupid. Autumn tacked, her voice rising with each word. I am an atomic-based quantum AI capable of making 2 trillion calculations a second, and a marvel of technology. I am, however, still limited by the physical constraints of your brain. George narrowed his eyes, thinking about what Autumn said. He wasn't the most brilliant guy in the room, but he was sure he'd just been insulted. Did you just say that if you're stupid, it's my fault? Obviously, she said, pausing for a heartbeat and then continuing. But you're still smart enough to catch my jockey. Ha! Ha! A smile crept onto his face, and for a moment George forgot that the world around him was at a standstill, and he had no clue how to fix it. Okay, Autumn, you win. How do I fix this and make everything go back to normal? Are you sure you wish to resume this current situation? Autumn said, her tone full of amusement. It appeared that you were about to be struck in the face. I don't understand why you would just stand there. Is this something you enjoy? No. I beg to differ. George buried his face in his hands, rubbing his eyes. Are you going to help me figure this out or not? Autumn continued, speaking over him. Considering that I am in your head, it would be in my best interests if this individual did not repeatedly hit you in the head. Does that mean you're going to help me? Affirmative, she continued in a no-nonsense tone, augmenting neural pathways to integrate visual control elements. What? Processing. Oh, wow, George gasped, his eyes widening as a slew of data popped into his field of vision, glowing soft blue lines of data detailing a slew of information. Time and date down to the millisecond were the most obvious, but he could track temperature and geolocation. And when he glanced at anyone, their names flashed over their heads along with a small biography of their lives. Their date of birth was listed, and another number that, to his horror, appeared to be the day of their death. At the bottom of his visual cue was a series of fist-sized circles that blinked in unison. Instinctively, he reached out, touching one of the circles and turning it like the dial on an old radio. George pursed his lips when the people around him moved ever so slowly for a moment and then stopped. This is weird and wild, but it's so intuitive. It's like I've done this my whole life. This function is limited, Autumn said. How so? I'm not certain, according to... Never mind, George said, cutting her off as a slow smile crept across his face. Data is limited, I get it. He returned to stand in front of Shane. Manipulating the dials, he found that it was possible to get everyone moving, and to his amusement, George could control how fast the world around him moved. Shane's fist shot towards him at a snail's pace and he ducked aside. Then he slammed his fist into the other teen's belly with all his might. Shane's face twisted in pain and surprise as he stumbled back in slow motion. George followed through, slipping behind him, blocking Shane's leg to trip him, sending him falling hard, the small of his back slamming onto the lip of the sidewalk. Caution, velocity is relative in temporal stasis, Autumn announced. George didn't understand. He only saw that he'd avoided getting his ass handed to him and managed for once to give as good as he'd gotten. Shane's upper body twisted after falling, and his face became a mask of pain as a slow, agony-filled scream shattered the silence in the temporal bubble. The soft blue overlay of information running across George's field of view shifted to a deep red, and a pulsing alarm sounded in his ear as the world suddenly returned to normal. A cacophony of screams and shouts exploded around him as the crowd of students screamed in shock. "Oh God, it hurts," Shane gasped, a hand clutching the small of his back as tears rolled down his face. The red glare of data flashing across George's field of view began to fade, and when he looked at Shane, he could see that the biography under his name was changing. The word vanishing and reappearing before his eyes. "Hey, Autumn, what's going on?" "Processing," she began, the scene in front of him turning to chaos as the crowd pushed and shoved, some of them seeing to Shane's injury, others running away. Marvin, the chubby boy he had poked, walked straight up to him, frowning. "Why'd you do that?" he asked. George looked at Shane, then back to Marvin. "I didn't do anything. I just defended myself. That guy beat the crap out of me this morning." I saw you in the hall with him. You got a shot to the gut and kick to the ribs, Marvin said, shaking his head. You messed that dude up. Marvin walked away with a sour look on his face, and George narrowed his brow in confusion. I just punched him, he muttered. George was about to push through the students crowding Shane when Autumn sounded in his ear, her voice full of worry. The alert was the creation of a temporal anomaly, she said, a class 3. What the hell does that mean? George demanded. History shows that Shane Matthews to Stanford University on a football scholarship and graduated with honours in political science. He went on to become an intern for Circuit Court Judge Randolph Henson. After 3 tries, he became a state senator and later was elected to the US Senate, where he championed bills on affordable childcare and women's reproductive rights. That guy? Really? George asked, looking down at Shane's tear-streaked face, guilt washing over him. Yes, Autumn continued. The loss of the relationship with Kathy Kim profoundly affected his perceptions and personality. And now? The current timeline shows a history of drugs, alcohol, and a series of broken relationships. Shane Matthews will die in his late 40s of an overdose. Oh God, George said in a hoarse whisper, cupping a hand over his mouth while his mind raced. We have to find a way to fix this. I can fix this, George spat, ignoring the strange looks of the students standing around him. Intuitively, he pulled up the controls for the bracelet into his field of vision. George's fingers were a blur as they raced across the virtual controls, desperate to find a way to go back, to redo the single moment. The milling bodies around him froze in place once again, and George hunted for a way to turn back the clock, his desperation growing with each passing moment. George, Autumn began in a soft tone. Autumn, how does this work? How do I go back? How do I fix this? The silence stretched on, and George ground his teeth together. Seething with anger, Autumn, answer me. How the hell do I fix this? According to available, I don't know, George. We broke his back and his life soon will be broken. I don't have the data to offer you a solution to solve this problem. George took a final look at the soft blue flow of data in front of him, his body growing numb at the realization of what he'd done. He'd broken a man's life and had no idea how to fix it. Chapter 4. Jump. George bowed his head and gathered his fallen backpack, ignoring the hard looks of the crowd that had gathered around Shane. He fled like a coward, throwing occasional looks over his shoulder to make sure no one was following him. He arrived home not long after and sighed in relief when he shut out the world behind him. Leaning back against the door, he closed his eyes, the image of Shane lying broken on the sidewalk, repeatedly playing in his mind. George's first impulse was to go upstairs and put everything behind him. Shane had attacked him, and he had just defended himself. But he knew that that was a lie. While time stood still, it would have been easy to walk away and leave a sputtering Shane none the wiser. Instead, he was like a cat toying with a mouse, batting him around until he had ruined the man's life. Shane was an asshole and he deserved what he got, George whispered to himself as he entered his bedroom and threw himself on the bed. George, are you all right? Autumn asked, breaking his train of thought. Your vitals are elevated. I'm fine for someone who just ruined a life, he muttered, staring at the metallic mesh on his forearm. Autumn teased, her voice taking on a stern cadence. It's an accident. George picked at the flesh on his forearm, trying to slip a finger under the alien metal. An accident that wouldn't have happened if I wasn't playing with this thing, he said, his eye narrowing as he continued. Where the hell did it come from anyway? Who was the alien in the sphere? I have been asking the same question, Autumn said, but without access to the primary data core, I can only guess. Aren't you an all-powerful AI who can compute 2 trillion calculations a second? Your program came from this thing, he said, waving his arm. Why don't you know anything? Autumn fell silent, and George assumed she was thinking, or processing as she called it. Given my configuration, I believe that some exterior program needs to augment my own. Like you, I am only as capable as the software added after initialization. George sat up, tonguing the inside of his cheek. I guess we're both new at this and we'll have to figure it out together. I concur. Where do you wish to start? Autumn said. Nodding to himself, George reached for his bag to get his laptop. Where this mess started, on the beach, he said, going to the local paper's website, the Anderson County Herald. There has to be something about it in the news. Maybe we can find out what happened to the sphere, or better yet, the body. Maybe there's a way for us to figure out how to undo the last hour. George found nothing on the Herald's website, and a direct search about Anderson County revealed nothing but the typical news about babies, weddings, and bake sales. I can do that faster if you wish. You can search the internet, really? George asked. Yes, it will be much faster than your slow human brain and clumsy fingers. George shook his head, throwing his hands up. Fine, go ahead. My fat fingers will defer to you and your amazing skills. That is the first intelligent thing you've said, she said. Processing. Searching for any news related to the beach, Anderson Country, California. Processing complete. There is no mention of any incident on the beach. George closed his laptop, rising to his feet. That's impossible. The entire beach was glass and a giant sphere was sitting at the water's edge. It would be impossible to clean it up in one night. I assume we're going to the beach. We are going to the beach, George confirmed, heading downstairs and into the garage to grab his bike, desperate to find the truth. That's impossible, George spat, his mouth agape as he scanned the pristine white sand beach. He had expected to find the beach to be the same fused glass he had seen last night, not the rolling waves and kite surfers skimming the surface of the ocean. Their kites a breathtaking canvas of amber crimson and cobalt. Stunning jades and cool whites pulled taut by the wind. Are you sure? Autumn asked, her voice filled with doubt. George hesitated, looking down at his forearm, cocking his head. You're here, aren't you? True. He half slid and half walked down the dune to the edge of the water, making his way to the spot where he found the sphere. Instinctively, he glanced up at the sky, squinting at the sun. The streaks in the sky weren't in the news either. He was sure that they would have been visible for miles, but they'd found nothing on the net, and now that the beach turned up dry, he questioned his sanity. Squatting down, he plunged his fingers into the sand, grabbing a handful and letting the tiny granules run through his fingers. If you had all the time in the world, you could clean it up, couldn't you? Make it look like nothing happened. Of course, with an infinite amount of time, anything is possible, Autumn confirmed. There were a bunch of streaks in the sky last night and there was an explosion. The alien was attacked. That's probably why his ship crashed. If the people who attacked him had a bracelet like this one, George said, holding up his arm, they could have created, what did you call it, a temporal bubble. They could have cleaned up the whole thing and made it look like it never happened. Autumn made a curious noise. Those are a lot of assumptions, George. Yeah, but until last night, I was under the assumption that AIs and magical bracelets weren't real. Agreed, she said, taking on a lecturing tone. But even if you found those responsible, what would you have done? George folded his arms across his chest, rubbing his chin. Well, for one thing, I would have made them show me how to use the bracelet. And if they said no, or worse, attacked us? He said nothing, shaking his head as he headed back for the dunes and his bike. The last thing he wanted was to get into another fight, especially with whoever attacked the man in the sphere to begin with. I have to figure this out, Autumn. Shane was an asshole, but I can't live with the idea that I ruined his life. The device appears reasonably intuitive. Perhaps together we can figure out a method of returning to an earlier time. George paused as he got onto his bike, thinking about what he had already done with the bracelet. It has to be possible. If we can create a bubble that stops time, it makes sense can make one that takes us back. I've just been too frightened to try. Agreed. They rode back to the sidewalk where the fight happened to find things tranquil, with only a few kids running around in the park, while an older couple sat on a bench watching them. George put down his bike and took a moment to remember how he'd done it the first time, and after a few adjustments, a steady stream of data appeared once more in his field of vision. He looked at the children playing, gasping when he saw the day of their death despite their young ages. The couple watching them was the same, and when he saw that the man was going to die in the next 2 years, he resisted the impulse to walk over and tell him. "There are settings for time and date down to the millisecond," Autumn commented, humming a strange note that felt vaguely familiar. "Are you humming Paranoid Android?" "Yes," she said, the humming vanishing. "After I scanned the internet for details on Howard County, I began searching for information on artificial intelligence to see if there are others like myself." "And?" "Many corporations are close, but I have found nothing definitive. I did, however, find several songs about AIs and androids. I like this one. It's perfect." George scoffed, continuing to manipulate the time sequence. Trying to input today's date and hopefully adjust it for a few minutes before he broke Shane's back. "Should I worry that you're depressed and paranoid?" To his surprise, Autumn laughed. "I will be fine if you keep me entertained, and I am not bored for eternity." "I'll try and keep it entertaining," he said, fixing the last elements of the time and date in place. "I think I got it. What next?" "I am not certain," Autumn said, but when we adjusted the temporal bubble, the circles at the bottom of the display executed commands." George focused on the fist-sized circles glowing at the bottom of the display. There were 5 of them. And when he had adjusted the temporal bubble, he had used only 1. His stomach churned with worry when he reached out to touch the first one, turning it slowly. An electrical hum pulsed in his ear, but nothing happened. He did the same with the second circle and the third, and a heartbeat later, tingles ran up and down his flesh, and a soft blue glow radiated from him. "Well, we're not dead yet, so that's something." He looked around to see if anyone noticed what he was doing, but the children and the couple were oblivious. "I believe the information is projected to your visual cortex using your optic nerve. No one can see what is happening but us." "That's a relief," George said, cringing when he turned the 4th dial and the hum grew to an ear-splitting whine. He was about to ask Autumn what was going on when the final dial began to flash, and a symbol he couldn't understand appeared at the edge of his vision. The energy output of the bracelet had augmented exponentially, Autumn said, her usually calm voice growing tense. George reached out for the final glowing dial with a shaking hand, beads of sweat rolling down his temples. "Here goes nothing!" He touched the button, and the world around him exploded with a bright white light. The air became heavy, threatening to crush him, pressing the oxygen from his lungs, leaving him desperate for a breath. One moment, he was standing still on the sidewalk, looking out over the park. The next, he was falling toward the ground. Slowly at first, then speeding up with each breath until a hollow wind roared in his ears, leaving him blind and deaf. George's world returned to normal with a sudden rush of air in his lungs. It was over just as quickly as it began, and he found himself on the same sidewalk in front of the park. "Nothing happened," he said, glancing around in confusion. "Not true," Autumn countered. "The children playing in the park are gone, the couple watching them as well." "I think you're right," he said, his voice brimming with excitement, an ember of hope driving away his guilt, pulling up the display and smiled when he saw the time. "According to this, we're about 10 minutes before school lets out, which gives up about 15 minutes. George bolted, eating up long stretches of the sidewalk as he ran, praying that he would be fast enough to stop himself. He arrived at school just as the bell sounded and waited until the first student came out, pushing past them and dodging left and right to avoid people hurrying to leave. For once in his life, George was grateful that he had few friends. No one batted an eye or said hello when he ran past them. No one stopped him to chat, and there were no odd questions that he couldn't answer. He turned the corner, and a chill ran down his spine when he saw himself at his locker, picking up books he needed for homework that night, and shoving them haphazardly into his bag. Taking a deep breath, he pulled up his hoodie to hide his face and walked toward himself. A sudden rush of sound, light, and pressure left him blind and deaf. Snapping his eyes open, George found himself on the sidewalk in front of the park, exactly where he had started this journey. What the hell just happened? "I am uncertain," Autumn replied, sounding just as confused as he was. George summoned the display again, his anxiety returning. He quickly adjusted the time and date to a few minutes later in the day. "We must have done something wrong," he said. The tingle in his flesh started as he raced through the sequence again. "I am searching the net for solutions," Autumn said. He slammed his fist against the final flashing circle, bracing for the light and pressure he knew was coming, fighting against the sense of falling. Reality snapped back into place, leaving him winded and gasping for breath. Seeing that the children and couple were not at the park, George took off again for the school, catching himself leaving the side door. Instead of running to himself this time, he waited. "George, I don't think this will work," Autumn said in a low voice. "It will," he whispered. "It has to." A moment later, as his past self drew closer, he was snapped back, his body stretching and bending in a rush of white light. George was on his knees, sweat dripping down his nose as he shook and sobbed, weak as a newborn. Growing weaker with each jump, George pushed himself, going back to earlier in the day before the fight, only to face the same result and vanish the moment he came too close to himself. George then tried to find Shane, thinking he could stop him from going to the park or starting the fight, and he could end this nightmare. "You must stop. There is a physical cost with each jump, and your body is now severely dehydrated. This strategy will fail each time." He rose to his feet on rubber legs, shaking his head. "It will work," he rasped, swallowing to wet his parched throat. Autumn tusked, her voice full of irritation as she spoke. "You are creating a paradox," she began, taking on a lecturing tone. "You are jumping back in time to stop an event that is the motivation for you to go back in time." "What? Did you read that on some tinfoil hat subreddit? According to all available data, if you go back in time to prevent an event that you caused, your desire to go back in time will no longer exist. You have no problem to solve. No matter what you do, you cannot prevent Shane from breaking his back." George whispered a curse, wishing she was wrong. "It makes sense. I can't give up. So, I don't see any way we can solve this problem by going back in time." "Every problem has a solution," George muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I don't see how." George glanced down at the sidewalk, scratching his arm. The bracelet had caused him nothing but trouble, and he wished he could get rid of it. "If I don't have this bracelet, I can't create the bubble. If I can't make the bubble, Shane doesn't break his back. I get my ass kicked and go on with my life like nothing happened." "I think you will run into the same problem," Autumn said. "You are involved in the cause and effect. You can only travel back in time because you have the bracelet. Therefore, you cannot go back." George shook his head, strolling over to a park bench and sitting down with his face buried in his hands. He had to find a way to get rid of the bracelet. He didn't understand why the man in the sphere had given it to him in the first place. He sat up, raising an eyebrow as an idea came to mind. "There were multiple streaks in the sky last night," he began, speaking quickly. "That means that there could be other aliens, maybe even someone who can help me get rid of this thing." "It is possible," began Autumn, "but where would you look?" "I don't know, but I don't think we're going to figure it out here." George took a final look at the park and headed home with his head bowed, his mind wandering to dark places. He had lost track of time in the attempts to go back and right his wrongs, and the sun was setting, and streaks of a soft pink painted the clouds by the time he arrived home. His mother had to work late, and the house was dark and empty. She worked late a few nights a week, and George was happy to be on his own most days, but tonight he didn't want to be alone and wished she was home. He strode through the house, turning on all the lights as he headed for the kitchen for a snack, wanting nothing more than to dispel the darkness. George reached to flick on the kitchen light and gasped, his hand freezing before he touched the switch. Sitting alone in the dark kitchen was a man in a dark coat with pale white-grey hair. A stranger he didn't know. "Good evening, George," he began, rolling up his sleeve to show the metal mesh poking covering his forearm. "You've been busy. We should talk." Chapter 5. The Stranger. George froze in place, every muscle tense. His first impulse was to run, but one look at the silver mesh covering the man's forearm drove that idea from his mind. The stranger stood, and George saw him fully. He was short and thin with angular features that made it look like the flesh had been boiled off of him. "What are you doing in my house?" The stranger let his sleeve fall as he stood, a plastic smile coming to his gaunt face. "I am here to retrieve the Chronos," he said, pointing at George's arm. "You are not supposed to have it." George unconsciously stepped back, slipping his arm with the bracelet behind his back. "I don't think it can come off. I've tried." "I can remove it," the stranger continued, taking a step forward. "It won't be your problem any longer." There was a soft chime in his ear, and Autumn made an odd sound like she was surprised and scared all at once. "Connecting to database." "What's going on?" he asked in a whisper, frowning a moment later, when the stranger raised an eyebrow, giving him a quizzical look. "I just told you," the stranger said. "I am here for—" "You mean the bracelet?" George asked, backing fully out of the kitchen, clenching and unclenching his jaw. "You don't look like an alien." "Alien?" the man scoffed, his thin lips bending into a frown. "I'm human, just like you. Just different." George narrowed his eyes, glancing down at the bracelet on his wrist as he recalled the data display to his field of vision, reading through the information that appeared on his strange visitor. Thaddeus Covington, born June the 17th, 2156 in Cairo, the Egyptian province in the nation of Israel. "You're from the future." Thaddeus's eyes shot open, and his hand shot to the device on his forearm, and an instant later, George's display was distorted. "Well, what did you do?" "You've learned to access the data stored on the device," Thaddeus snapped, taking another step forward. "That is unfortunate." "Why?" Thaddeus looked up at the ceiling, his eyes flickering left and right. "Removing the device will be more complicated, but if you have a seat, we can get started," he said, pointing at an easy chair in the den. There was a strangled gasp from Autumn, and when she spoke, her voice was thin and reedy. "George, something is wrong. The gentleman's Chronos device is attempting to insert a hostile program into your device. Can you stop it?" No. Autumn was silent for a heartbeat, and when she resumed contact, her regular cadence had returned. "Obviously." The program was relatively simple. "Who are you talking to?" Thaddeus demanded, his eyes narrowing. George cocked his head, pointing at the metallic mesh on his arm. "Autumn, the AI in the bracelet." "Of course," Thaddeus said, his eyes widening for just a moment, so quickly that George almost missed it. "George, my data download has been blocked. I could only retrieve fragments of data from the central core." George stopped, shaking his head. "This is just too weird," he began, glancing over his shoulder at the front door. "I think you should leave." "Not without that," Thaddeus spat, his nostrils flaring as he glared at the metallic mesh on George's arm. "You understand that it doesn't belong to you. Don't you, boy?" "Well, finders keepers," George mumbled, licking his lips. Thaddeus brushed aside the flap of his long coat, revealing some sort of pistol hanging off his hip. "Don't run. It won't end well. I can take the Chronos off of your corpse." "Autumn, can you do what you did when I fought with Shane?" George whispered under his breath, a wild theory running through his head. "Create a temporal bubble, of course. Now that I understand the controls, it would be easy." She responded. "Good. Do it." There was a sudden hiss as the world came to a standstill, and without another word, George spun on his heels, ducking low as he bolted for the front door, desperately swinging it open. He came face to face with another stranger. This one wore a similar long coat and shot George a surprised look, like a deer in headlights. The man shook off his surprise and reached for a pistol on his hip. George wasted no time, bowling him over and racing past him as he bolted down the street, adrenaline driving him faster than he thought possible. His shoulders hunched up when a blast of blue electricity arced past him, and the smell of ozone burnt his nostrils. "What the hell was that?" he shouted, taking a quick look over his shoulder to see the man he had knocked over firing his pistol as he struggled to his feet. "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Autumn demanded. "No, why?" he shrieked, cringing when another blast slammed into a car he was running by, and currents of blue-white electricity danced across the vehicle's hood, scorching metal and shattering the glass into a chaotic mess. Because those plasma bursts, she yelled. All sense of calm vanished from her tone. And if you die, I die, so run faster. The sidewalk in front of him exploded, showering him with shards of rock and debris, blasting him to the ground. George landed hard on his shoulder and needles of pain lanced up and down his arm. "Don't kill him, you idiot," he heard from somewhere behind him. And George rolled onto his back to see Thaddeus emerging from his house, shaking the other man roughly by his lapel. George used his good arm to prop himself up as he staggered to his feet, racing on in a clumsy gait to distance himself and his pursuers. He wanted to run faster, but after the initial burst of adrenaline, he slowed to a steady jog. Travelling back and forth to the moments before Shane got hurt had exhausted him, and George's body had nothing left to give. He shot a glance over his shoulder to find Thaddeus and his associate closer now, and he only had moments before they caught him. "George, we have to get out of here," Autumn said, her tone full of worry. "I have reviewed parts of the data I managed to download. We cannot let them capture us. It would be a disaster." Pulling up the data display, he fumbled with the controls, not thinking, just imputing numbers and dates. "I know," he said, having trouble focusing, his vision blurring. "What's wrong with me?" "There is a disruptive electrical surge running through your body. It is disrupting—" Autumn fell silent, and George turned around to see Thaddeus striding with an eerie calm, pointing a thin, long, black rod at him. "It's over, Mr. Wells," he said, his plastic smile returning. "Come along peacefully and I will make this a painless experience for you." Fighting to stay conscious, George imputed that last of the dates into the display, half blind, his thoughts a jumbled mess. "I don't think so," he said as he began to press the glowing circles at the bottom of his field of vision, the hum in his ear growing louder with each passing moment. Thaddeus was almost on top of him, a wild-eyed look spreading across his face. "No! Stop! Are you insane?" Dazed and confused, George pressed the final circle, and a wave of pressure washed over him as the world turned to pure white, and he jumped. To where and when he had no idea. He only knew it was away from Thaddeus and his promise of certain death. Chapter 6. The Man Who Invented the 20th Century. Chapter 6. The Man Who Invented the 20th Century. George woke to pain, a deep constant throbbing in his shoulder. He opened his eyes a crack and groaned as light streaming through a small window stabbed at his eyes. He rolled onto his side to avoid the glare, only to wince in agony as a mattress spring had jabbed into a bruise on his side. "Try not to move, you've taken a bad beating," said a woman's voice from somewhere off to his side. "Autumn," George whispered, thinking it was the AI who was talking to him. Hard-soled shoes thundered on hardwood, and a no-nonsense-looking woman with her hair pulled back into an iron-grey bun appeared in George's field of vision. "No, not Autumn. I am Mistress Wagner," she said, pronouncing her W's like a V. She was plainly dressed, wearing a white apron over a sturdy black dress. "I don't know any Autumn." "I'm sorry, what happened?" George asked, looking around to find himself in a tiny room containing little more than a narrow cot and a stool in the corner where his clothes sat folded in a neat pile. The small room had a single window facing a red brick wall with little else to be seen. "I am not sure what happened," she began, her thick accent difficult to understand. "We found you on the street in nothing but your underclothes. At first we thought you were a drunkard, but looking at those bruises it was clear you were the victim of a mugging." "How long have I been here?" George asked, sitting up to a wave of nausea, the mattress spring squealing in protest. Mistress Wagner sniffed, looking down her nose at him as he tried to get out of the bed. 2 days, but you are in no condition to be on your feet, young man. You should be resting." "I can't. They're coming after me," he began, clutching his head. "Autumn, are you there?" "Young man," Mistress Wagner continued, "there is no Autumn here. If this woman is important to you, you can search for her when you are better." George nodded, looking down at the sun reflecting off the metallic sheen on his arm. "Okay, thank you." Mistress Wagner's face hardened when she glanced at the bracelet on his arm and sniffed at the strange device. "Yes, that. Nicola will want to see you about that when he comes home." An audible rumble came from his stomach, and her face softened. Mistress Wagner gave him a warm smile that made him think of his mother as she turned to leave. "I will bring you some food. I have fresh bread, made this morning, and some beef stew left over from yesterday." The door closed behind Mistress Wagner, and George's first impulse was to get out of bed. But the moment he stood, the room spun and he plopped right back down, regretting the attempt. He lay back down, trying to piece together what had happened, only to find his thoughts disjointed, mired in a swamp of confusion. He looked down at the device on his arm and narrowed his eyes, remembering how it was able to present him with large amounts of data he could try to use to figure out where he was. He took a deep breath and tried to recall the data display connected to the bracelet, the Chronos device as Thaddeus had called it. A soft blue glow flickered in his field of vision for a moment, and his heart beat faster for a split second, only to be filled with disappointment when the glow vanished, shifting and fading to nothing. "Shit," George muttered, shaking his head in a vain attempt to throw off the exhaustion taking hold of him. He fought it for a moment, then decided to take Mistress Wagner's advice. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him, his last thoughts of home and his mother. The smell of beef stew filled his nostrils, dragging him from a deep, dreamless slumber, banishing dreams of men chasing him through dense city streets filled with too many people. George shot up in his narrow bed, sucking in deep breaths as beads of sweat rolled down his back. He squinted and held a hand to shield his eyes against the weak rays of late afternoon sun pouring through the window. He took a few calming breaths, and his eyes drifted to a steaming bowl of stew on a small fold-out table beside the bed. His mouth watered at the large chunks of meat drenched in a rich brown gravy. "Ah, you are awake. Excellent." George's attention snapped away from the food to a rail-thin man sitting on the stool in the corner of the Spartan room. He had thin, jet-black hair parted down the middle and a high forehead. His eyes were deep and inquisitive, making him look like he was peering into his soul. Stranger still, he had a thick moustache that was out of place on his too thin face. "Who are you?" George demanded, sitting up in the bed and digging into the stew. The man seemed unfazed by George's bluntness or lack of manners, and an odd, self-satisfied smile came to his face as George began to dig into his stew. "I am Nicola," he said, rising to his feet, holding George's shirt in his hands. "And who might you be?" he asked in an accent that was similar to Mistress Wagner. George let out a slow breath and continued to chew. "I'm George," he said simply, not wanting to reveal more. It was a common name, and he doubted he could keep up a lie if he had to. It was easier to stretch the truth than make something up. Nicola smiled, nodding along. "A common enough name," he said, as if reading George's thoughts, holding up George's shirt like a piece of evidence. "But this is not so common. I have never seen such a fabric, the way it stretches. And you should see it under a microscope. Impressive." "It's common where I'm from," George said, eyeing his shirt. It was one of his favourites, made from a polyester blend that was great for sports. He paused briefly, cocking his head. "You looked at my clothes under a microscope." The thin man stretched and pulled at the shirt, nodding along as he did. "And where are you from, George?" Nicola asked. "California," he said automatically, again, not bothering to lie. Nicola put down the shirt on the stool with George's other clothes moving to stand in front of him. "California? I hope to visit there one day," he said, his eyes falling on the bracelet on George's arm. "It's a beautiful place. I grew up there," George said. "That may explain the clothes and your strange accent, but it doesn't explain the device on your arm." George looked away, tonguing the inside of his cheek. "That's more difficult to explain," he said, covering the device with his other hand, "and I don't think I should." Nicola suddenly sat down beside him on the bed, his face lighting up. "George, I am an excellent judge of character. I often see things others do not. Patterns that are not always obvious," he began, almost whispering. "And as you have told me the truth so far, will you permit me to ask a final pair of questions to confirm a theory I have developed?" "Oh, of course," George said, his brows coming together as his curiosity grew. Go ahead. Good, good, Nicola said, rising to his feet and pacing back and forth with his hands on his hips. First question. George, are you an alien? He demanded, stopping in front of him and leaning forward. I am as human as you, Nicola, George said slowly, repeating the words Thaddeus had spoken when George asked him the same question. A sigh escaped his lips, and the thin man showed him a toothy grin. Then you are from the future, he declared, pumping a fist in the air. I knew it. George blushed, his ears burning with embarrassment. Why would you say that? Nicola looked at him up and down, his curious eyes drilling into George's. Your speech, your manner of dress, and even your hair, he said, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It is clear you are not from this time. Tell me, how far back did you travel? What did you say your name was again? George asked, not understanding how anyone could glean so much from how he dressed or talked. The thin man stretched to his full height, slipping his hand into his blazer as if posing for a formal picture. Nicola. Tesla. George gagged, almost choking on his tongue. Tesla moved swiftly and knelt beside him, patting him on the back while calling for Mistress Wagner, demanding that she bring water. Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost, George. The year. What year is it? George asked breathlessly, his stomach churning with worry. Tesla smiled like a cat who had just caught a mouse, his face giddy with excitement. It is 1889, my boy. January 27th, 1889. Chapter 7. Making History. So, what's the future like? Tesla demanded, digging into a plate of roasted chicken and creamy mashed potatoes with enthusiasm. Am I remembered as a brilliant mind, or am I a forgotten footnote in history? George paused in devouring the savoury beef stew, unsure what to tell the famous inventor. He had seen enough time travel movies to know he was treading on dangerous ground. On the one hand, for better or worse, George might change the future by telling Tesla about his. On the other, maybe he was supposed to tell him, meaning that George was meant to be here and tell the man about what he'd accomplished. He was not certain of the cause and effect of his situation. I'm not sure if I should tell you anything about your future. It might change what you do. Ah, so I'm important then, Tesla shot back, his eyes dancing with amusement. That's not what I meant, George said, shaking his head. They sat in the dining room of Tesla's Manhattan flat, enjoying a meal prepared by Mistress Wagner, whom they could hear cleaning up in the kitchen. The meal was delicious, but George wasn't ready to deal with the great inventor's slew of questions. You said it would, that means you know of me? Tesla said, tapping the end of his nose with his index finger. I have thought about time travel often, and I assume there are rules to follow, that you must not upset the proper flow of time. George covered his ignorance with a cough, wiping his face with the napkin on his lap. Yes, rules, lots of rules. And I assume you travel with the aid of that device on your wrist? Yes, George answered, glancing at the metallic mesh covering his forearm. Tesla leaned in again, glancing left and right before he spoke. Am I to assume there was an incident and the device is not working properly? You don't miss much, George said, narrowing his eyes. He had learned a bit about Tesla in school and had read up more about him on his own. The man was considered brilliant, his inventions having driven many of the innovations of the 20th century, but his biographers had played down how quick his mind was, and George found himself in a losing battle of wits. Tesla smiled, smoothing down his moustache. The details were evident from the moment Mistress Wagner and I found you in that ally, he continued, growing more confident with each word. You were battered and bruised, wearing strange clothes. Everything about you seemed out of place. Then, of course, there was this device covering your forearm. George's arm drifted under the table, hiding the bracelet. I can only imagine how all of this looks to you, George said. You must be frightened. On the contrary, George, he said with a laugh. I have spent my life trying to invent the future. To meet someone like you, it's a dream come true. Mistress Wagner entered, and they both fell silent, offering her polite smiles as she refilled their glasses with wine and water. She moved to return to the kitchen, then stopped, looking down her nose at them. "I can hear every word from the kitchen," she said. "You pay me for my discretion, Nicola, not my ignorance." Tesla offered her a salute, then took a deep drink from his wineglass. "That woman claims to be a servant, but she runs my life as if we were married." "She seems nice," George noted. "She's a tyrant," Tesla snapped, loud enough that George was sure Mistress Wagner could hear him from the kitchen. "Now, enough of this, how do you Americans say it? Beating around the bush. Tell me, how does this marvellous device work?" George placed his metal-covered arm on the table, pursing his lips. He was at a loss. From the moment he woke up, the device hadn't worked. He tried to make the device work when he woke, and the display had worked for a second or two before vanishing. Autumn, the AI, was gone as well. "I'm sorry, Nicola, but it's not working, and unless I can figure out how to fix it, I'm stuck here." "Interesting," Tesla said, leaning forward with his elbows on the table and steepling his fingers. "Am I to understand that you are simply a user of this device and have no knowledge of its construction?" "That's right," George answered. Tesla rose to his feet and came around the table. "May I?" he asked, opening his palms flat so that George could rest his forearm in his hands. "This is remarkable. I cannot even tell what kind of metal it is." George looked into Tesla's eyes and saw only curiosity and not a hint of cruelty or deception. He endeared a sense of trust. "Nicola, I have to tell you something." "Go ahead, young man. I'm all ears." George took the next few minutes explaining how the bracelet had come into his possession and how he had ended up in this place and this time. When he finished, Tesla released a soft whistle and returned to his seat, staring off into the distance. "Can you help me?" George asked finally, breaking the silence. "It would be my pleasure, George," he said with a nod. "First thing tomorrow, we will go to my lab on Grand Street. Together we will solve this puzzle, and you will go home. Safe and sound." The next day they left Nicola's flat and George for the crowded streets of New York, and George gawked and gaped at everything he saw, amazed that he was walking through living history. Every store, every person seemed like something out of an old movie, and more than once Tesla gently gripped him by the arm, pulling him along. Tesla's Grand Street lab was in Lower Manhattan, a 5-story building filled with all kinds of wonders that Tesla had created. When they arrived, Tesla sent home the dozen or so people he had working for him, explaining that they lacked his brilliance and would only get in the way. "Tell me, George, why do you think the device stopped working?" George shrugged, not sure. "I had used it a dozen times before I came here," he began, eyeing a series of Tesla coils against the back wall of the lab, electricity arcing up and down the tall metal shafts. "But I travelled to the same point in time and the same place. This jump was different. I travelled across the country and through time." "Let us assume that your jump through time and space required more power. Would that make sense?" "Yes, it does feel like something is missing. There is a display that I can call up into my field of vision, and when I try to activate it, it appears only for a moment before vanishing, like the batteries are low on electricity." "They still use electricity where you're from?" Tesla asked, pacing back and forth while tapping a finger on his lips. "Not something more advanced?" George's brows shot up and he nodded. "Of course it's everywhere. Power's everything. We can't live without it." "And I imagine you use some sort of wireless power transmission?" He shook his head. "No, we have power lines everywhere, but we do bury them so—" "Power lines? 130 years and you are still using power lines?" Tesla demanded, his nostrils flaring with anger. "Have people in the future lost all scientific curiosity? Why has the world stagnated so much?" Blushing in embarrassment, George began to pace. "I don't know, but my mother says we're victims of our success. We've lost the desire to better because we have everything we could ever want." An arc of electricity from one of the coils against the wall bent like a crooked finger as George paced in their direction, and Tesla's eyes narrowed. "Tell me something." "George, you say that electricity powers everything in your time, that it is widespread in all facets of daily life." Yes, there are power lines and electrical outlets everywhere. It's cheap and convenient. I see, he said, tapping his index finger against his nose. And given human nature, the prevalence of electricity would only grow in time. Eventually it will be everywhere, so much so that no one would even think about it. It's like that now, George noted. People only think about energy when there is a power failure. Tesla walked over to him, taking him by the elbow. Come along, my boy. It's time for an experiment. George followed along as the rail-thin scientist guided him to the coils lined up against the walls, his smile widening when the blue-white arcs of electricity bent and twisted in their direction. What now? Place your arm between these two coils, Tesla began, his bushy brows shooting up expectantly. Don't worry. The current here is very low. Your hair may go a little crazy from static electricity, but no more. Tingles ran up and down his skin as he moved closer, and placed his arm between the two coils, and the blue-white tendrils of electricity bent directly towards his extended arm, the entire row of coils following suit a moment later. As I suspected, Tesla said, rubbing his hands together, your device operates on electricity and most likely draws power without wires. In your time, it is easy to keep the device charged because, as you said, power is everywhere. But there's electricity here, George said, frowning at the lights in the lab. Yes, but this power comes from direct current. I have a design that has improved on this technology, but its implementation is slow going. Yes, alternating current. Everyone uses that configuration nowadays. George squeezed his eyes shut, cursing his slip of the tongue. Tesla's face lit up, his smile stretching wide. Truly. George shook his head, pressing his lips together. I shouldn't have told you that. I'm sorry. The other man's smile faded, and he patted George on the shoulder. Don't worry about it, my boy. I know I have a great destiny. You were just kind enough to prove my suspicions. Well, I'm sorry anyway. I hope I don't change that destiny with my big mouth. Tesla took him by the elbow again and guided him away from the arcing coils. I will do my best not to break history, Tesla exclaimed. Now we have more important things to do. We need to find enough power to activate your device and get you home. The rest is unimportant. Thank you, Nicola. Think nothing of it, my boy. Come, I have a prototype AC generator in the basement of the building. Hopefully it can provide the power required. They made their way downstairs with Tesla chatting about his plans for the future, how he hoped to one day perfect wireless energy, and his theories about using the same technology for long-range communication. Tesla guided him down a concrete corridor, and when he opened the door to the generator, George's mouth fell open. Amazing. It doesn't look much different from the ones I've seen attached to wind turbines. Tesla stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow as he turned to face George. Wind turbine? George shrugged, knowing that he'd already told the man far more of the future than he intended, and that it didn't matter what he said at this point. Yes, instead of coal, a giant windmill 300 feet tall connects to your generator. With just the wind, brilliant. He fell silent, and George could see his lips moving as he mumbled to himself, his mind working a mile a minute. George, I need you to come here, he asked, shuffling around to the front of the generator. Tesla unscrewed a panel and George caught sight of the machine's moving parts. Please don't tell me that I have to stick my arm in there. Tesla smirked, shaking his head. Of course not, but your device's proximity should allow it to draw off power now that I have removed the shielding. They stood face to face, staring at one another for what felt like an eternity. I don't think this is going to... That took you long enough, Autumn snapped, her soft, normal tone curt and sharp. A smile crept across George's face, and he sighed when he called up the display, and it appeared in his field of vision. It worked. Are you sure? Tesla asked, his eyes widening. He opened his mouth to speak when Autumn interrupted. That was an unpleasant experience, she said. Your mind is surprisingly boring. What do you mean by that? George asked, holding up a hand to stall Tesla's questions. Autumn sniffed, and George felt a strange wave of relief. My synapses are built along the neural pathways of your brain. Without power to the Chronos device, it seems that I am trapped in your mind. Your thoughts are dull and dreary, and I don't know how you stand it. I missed you too, Autumn, he said, shaking his head. Are you speaking with the machine in your mind, the woman you told me about? George nodded, pointing at his head. Nikola Tesla. Meet Autumn, he began. Not that you can see her, but I promise you she's there. How wondrous. Are you sure it is wise to tell him? Autumn asked in an irritated tone. George opened his mouth to speak, only to snap it shut when the floor shook, and he found himself leaning against Tesla's generator. What the hell was that? A loud boom shook the building and lights flickered, cracks forming in the ceiling above them. Earthquake? Tesla asked. No. George looked up to see cracks forming in the ceiling just as Autumn spoke up, her tone full of worry. I am detecting additional Chronos devices. Instinctively, George raised his hand with the bracelet, his body tensing as he subconsciously protected them by freezing time around them and the generator. The shaking, the cracks in the ceiling, it all stopped and they found themselves in dead silence. They found us. Affirmative. Nikola? The men who hurt me, they found us. We have to get out of here. Tesla narrowed his eyes, glancing around. What happened? I've stopped a small pocket of time around us, George said. I don't know how the earthquake started, and I don't know how long I can hold it, so we have to get out of here. Preferably not out the front door. There is a service entrance this way, quickly, Tesla said, pulling George along. They bolted down the hallway, staggering and bouncing off the walls as their footing had become hazardous because of jagged cracks in the stonework. George had no clue how he did it, but he maintained the temporal bubbly around them as they ran, and they burst out the back of the building moments later. Together, they weaved through a garbe-gestrewn alley until they found themselves running down Grand Boulevard, glancing over their shoulders. They were a little more than a block away when George's Chronos ran out of power and the temporal bubble vanished, the noise and chaos of the world around them returning. They hunched their shoulders, ducking down when the top floor of Tesla's lab exploded behind them, a thunderous boom that showered the street with burning debris. My God, Tesla whispered, his thin face paling. Are you still with me, Autumn? The AI was silent for a moment, and George thought he had lost her again when she answered in a distant voice, I am here. We are on minimal power, but lucky for you, there is enough to keep me active. Another explosion rocked the street, throwing them to the ground, and a wave of dust rolling over them stung his eyes, blinding them for a moment. When the sky had cleared, Tesla's lab was little more than a pile of smoking rubble. Nikola, we need to find somewhere safe. A place where we can power the bracelet again. Autumn says it's on minimal power. My home. I have a small generator in the basement. No one knows about it. Tesla said, his eyes locked onto the fallen building. George nodded in agreement and after one final look at the smouldering building, shook his head. If he hadn't changed history before, he certainly had now. Dusting himself off, he ran, praying he had enough time before they found him, or he would die here, lost in the distant past. Tesla frowned at the fallen building, an odd look coming to his face. All this power you have, and it is used for violence and hate, he said, shaking his head. This must not come to pass. We must listen to our better angels. I must make sure of it. With that, he turned and led George away from the smouldering heap, his face full of determination. Chapter 8. Chronos. What kind of monster would do such a thing? Tesla snapped, his pale features flushing a bright red. George turned his head, unable to look. I'm so sorry, Nikola. This is my fault. If I'd never... It was my choice to bring you into my home, George. The blame rests on my shoulders. Tesla stood up, draping a blanket over Mistress Wagner's broken and beaten body. Autumn? How did they find us? Find her? I'm not sure, she began, her voice soft and sad. But there must be some way they can trace the energy signature of your Chronos device. George cocked his head, pushing out his lower lip. Chronos device? That's the name for such devices in the database. Tesla put his hands on his hips, staring down at the covered body. What is she telling you? He asked, vaguely gesturing at George's head. She is saying they must be able to track the device on my arm. That makes sense, Tesla said, not looking at him, pausing before continuing. But that means it may be possible to track them as well. I can go through the data on your device, Autumn said. Look for any unique properties that would make it possible to detect them. George nodded, looking away. Nicola, you said you had a generator here, he said in a small voice. Can we get to it? Charge the device so I can go home and stop being a danger to you and those around you. Yes, of course, follow me, he said, his lips pressing into a thin line. They headed down a narrow flight of stairs to the basement, and George's hands became clammy and his stomach turned in knots. It felt like history was repeating itself, and if he weren't careful, they would be trapped in the basement waiting for Thaddeus and his men to find them. Nicola, you should go. I don't want you to get hurt. It would be a disaster for history. A half smile appeared on his face, and Tesla took a deep breath and raised his chin. From what you've told me, my legacy is secure. I will not abandon you, even in the face of my death. I have enough guilt on my conscience. Once the generator powers my device, I want you to get somewhere safe, preferably far away from me. Very well, I will do as you asked, George, but I do so under protest. They got to work, removing the shield cover of the device while George came in close. Power increasing, Autumn began, her voice growing more substantial. I can calculate a baseline now. We need approximately 10 minutes to charge the Chronos enough to make the jump home. George let out a slow breath and sweat started to roll down his temples. Nicola, you should go now, please. Well, there's still time. Tesla sighed, his shoulders falling. I wish we had more time together, he said, looking back at the door, but I do not wish to add to your guilt. I thank you for the glimpse into the future. George nodded, and the rail-thin scientist headed for the exit, taking a final look back at him before vanishing. He blew out his cheeks, feeling better that he had at least not managed to get killed by one of the most famous men in history. 7 minutes to threshold, Autumn chimed. Can I start inputting the date? George demanded, his heart thundering in his ears. That would be a good way to make yourself useful. He scoffed, shaking his head as he entered the geolocation and time coordinates for the jump home. A thought came to his head as he did so. Autumn, you're based on my brain, aren't you? Partially, but do not tell anyone. It would be embarrassing for both of us. See? That? Right there. If you're part of me, why are you so mean to me? Autumn was silent for a moment, and George could sense her struggle as she tried to reconcile what he'd just said. Well, I imagine it might be that you dislike yourself. Also, you seem to enjoy having women abuse you. What? 4 minutes to threshold, she said, her tone full of amusement. Answer the... Warning, an additional Chronos unit has been detected, she said in a strained voice. ETA all 1 minute. George cursed under his breath as he hunted for a way out, his eyes darting around like a trapped animal. Not knowing what else to do, he tucked himself in beside the generator, knowing it wouldn't be enough to protect him. A moment later, the door to the basement swung open and Thaddeus strode in, his long coat flowing behind him. Mr. Wells, you've managed to make a real mess of things, haven't you? None of this would have happened if you hadn't attacked me, George snapped, his temper getting the best of him. You attacked me in my home, so if this is anyone's fault, and it's yours. Thaddeus removed his pistol from his holster, aiming at George's chest. This would have been so easy if you would have cooperated. All I wanted was the Chronos device. George smirked at him, knowing the truth now. I have to die for this to come off, he said, holding up his arm. You didn't think I would figure that one out, did you? Well, what can I say? You're smarter than you look. If you'd cooperated, this would have been painless. I am merciful after all. Step out where I can see you, or... You have your own, George said, stepping out with his hands up. What do you want with this one? 1 minute to jump, Autumn whispered in his ear. Thaddeus raised his pistol, frowning. That is not your concern, boy. Now, I do apologize for this, but... A sharp crack shattered the silence of the basement, and Thaddeus shook, a hand touching his chest and coming away stained with blood. That was for Mistress Wagner, Tesla said, appearing behind Thaddeus, a smoking revolver in hand. George gasped in shock, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Nicola! Tesla pushed Thaddeus over, stepping fully into the doorway. I couldn't leave it to chance, he said, puffing out his thin chest. The probability was too high that they would come for you before you could leave. Thank you, George shouted just as the jump began. Tesla's words were drowned out by the sudden rush of air and pressure on his body. The world went white, and George felt the familiar rush of falling and standing still, all at once. Then, it was over just as quickly as it began, and George found himself standing on the sidewalk where it all began, overlooking the park. Smiling, he looked around, gasping in shock at what he saw. Oh no, what have I done? He said, his jaw hanging open at the world around him. Chapter 8, A New Day. Tall towers of gleaming white turbines stretched across the horizon, lazily spinning against the backdrop of a bright blue sky dotted with streaks of wispy white clouds. George turned in place, his mouth agape. Anderson Beach, California. His tiny hometown was the same, yet completely changed. The streets had gone from black asphalt to textured glass. The roofs of the homes lining the road were changed, from black and grey tile to a rainbow of colours, from Arctic white to brilliant turquoise, and in place of green grass decorating the front of each home, organised rows of growing vegetables were the norm. What the hell happened? Autumn, the AI who lived in his head, chimed in, her voice full of awe. The jump was successful. We arrived on the date we left, on Birch Street in front of Bandai Park. The time is 4:50 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. George nodded, noting that the park hadn't changed. It must have been something we've done in the past. Autumn sniffed, her tone full of amusement. We? You mean what you did. I was offline for most of our time in 1889. Really? You broke history, don't blame me, Autumn said. George looked down at his arm and rolled up his sleeve, disappointed to find the Chronos device still there, its gleaming metal mesh covering the entirety of his right forearm. He recalled the device's display as he began walking home, hoping his mother was still there. A soft blue stream of data appeared in his field of vision, showing the time and date, temperature, and 5 glowing circles at the bottom of the display that executed commands. A girl he knew from school was coming from the opposite direction, and her biographical information popped up over her head, including the day of her birth and the day she would pass away in the future. Hey, George, she said, a broad smile coming to her face. As she took out her earbuds and threw her arms around him in a warm hug. Are you okay? I'm fine, I think. Alison, right? He said, scrunching up his face in confusion as she pulled away, and her hand lightly brushed his chest. Of course, she said, frowning at him, before her eyes shot open, and she gave him a sympathetic look. Did you hit your head when you fell? George rubbed the back of his head, nodding, having no clue what she was talking about. Yeah, I'm still a little messed up from the fall. Well, I think you did the right thing, don't take it too hard. George showed her a tight-lipped smile, wanting to ask a million questions but not wanting to look like a crazy person. I won't. But thanks. I gotta get home. That's cool. Are you coming to the Blitz later? Maybe, he said, covering his confusion with a cough. The girl stood on her tippy toes and kissed George on the cheek, squeezing his arm. Well, I'll be there, so come on by. It'll be fun. George blinked in confusion as she walked away, shaking his head. What was that? What do you mean? Autumn asked. She was friendly. Yeah, way too friendly, George said, rubbing his arm where she touched him. No one is that friendly with me, especially girls. Autumn laughed. Why am I not surprised? Groaning in annoyance, George shoved his hands in his pockets and headed for home, trying not to gawk at the more minor changes he noticed along the way. The streets were cleaner, and apple and orange trees had replaced the birch and elm trees that were the norm. People wore form-fitting clothes and everyone seemed slimmer in general. He arrived home to find his mother's minivan replaced by an expensive-looking SUV that looked almost new. For a moment, George worried that he didn't live here anymore, and that the car belonged to someone else, that he'd walk in to find strangers eyeing him suspiciously. "Oh, thank God!" he whispered, the tension leaving his shoulders when his code for the door worked, and it swung open. He walked to find his mother on the sofa watching TV, the smell of something delicious wafting through the air. "Hey, Georgie," she said, getting to her feet when he walked in. "How was your day?" George raised an eyebrow as he looked his mother up and down. She looked younger, slimmer too. She had not been overweight, but now she was fit, with veins running up and down her chiselled arms. "Are you okay?" he asked, throwing her a sidelong glance. "I'm fine, kiddo," she said, walking over and punching him playfully in the belly. "You hungry? I thought you had to work late." His mother leaned back, looking him up and down. "Work? Georgie, have you been smoking weed again? I told you. You can only do that stuff on the weekends. Understood?" He shook his head at a loss for words. "Yeah, sure, Mum." His mother nodded, smiling at him. "Good. Now go wash up. We're having surf and turf," she continued, heading for the kitchen. "I've made my famous garlic shrimp, and your dad is in the yard grilling some T-bones." George froze at the base of the stairs, his body going numb. "Dad?" he said, slowly turning to face her. "Dad is in the backyard." "Yeah, he got off work early. We get to eat as a family for once." A chill ran down George's spine, and he broke into a run through the house for the backyard, almost ripping the sliding glass door off its track in his haste. His father stood at the BBQ, standing tall, his dark hair, bold nose and deep brown eyes a reflection of his own. "Dad," he mumbled, walking in a haze and then wrapping his arms around him, wanting never to let go. His father laughed softly, returning a tight hug a moment later. "You okay, George?" George fought back tears, drinking in his father's smell, a million distant memories bubbling up in his mind. "I'm good," he said, about to wipe his nose on his forearm, only to stop himself at the last moment. "It was a long day, that's all." His father returned his attention to the grill, poking the steaks with a long-handled fork. "I hear you, but don't worry. Some good steak and a few beers will make it all better," he said, throwing George a wink. "Beer for me, soda for you." "Got it," George said, bouncing with excitement. "Thanks, Dad." "Sam, how long for the steaks?" his mother yelled from the kitchen. 2 minutes, babe," his father responded. George took a final look over his shoulder before he went in. Unable to control his smile, he bounded up the stairs 2 by 2 and headed to his room. "George, there have been massive changes to the timeline," Autumn said in his ear. "I assume your father is one of them?" "Yes," he said, going into his room. He let out a soft whistle. The room was neat and orderly, with nothing out of place. George sat on the neatly made bed and reached over to pick up a picture on his nightstand. A picture of his father and himself, standing high atop a wind turbine tower. "I guess this explains a lot," he said after a moment. "Am I to assume your father was not part of your life before our trip to 1889? asked Autumn, her tone curious. He ran his fingers over the glass frame, still amazed. "No. My dad was a roughneck in the other timeline. He worked on oil rigs. From what I could remember, he was always gone for weeks at a time. After a while, my mum couldn't take it anymore, and they divorced when I was 6. I'm sorry, George. He died 2 years later in a drilling accident. It was an awful time. Autumn fell silent, and George found himself lost in the picture in his hands. He didn't remember taking it, and aside from a few dim memories of his father's rough hands and smell, he knew nothing about the man. His mother moved on after his death and never spoke about him. But now you have a second chance, Autumn said, reading his mind. George returned the picture to the nightstand and went to wash up for dinner. He threw on a fresh t-shirt and was about to head down for dinner when his phone chimed with a text. "Dude, where are you? We're at the beach, Chris." He blew out his cheeks, shaking his head. "I have no clue what's going on in my life. It's crazy." "I would exercise caution. We don't know what other changes have happened or how mutable the timeline is," Autumn said. George nodded, heading down for dinner. "Well, if we avoid any more time travel, I'm sure we can prevent any other changes." The notion of having dinner with both of his parents was alien to George, and he had to stop himself from staring during the meal. His family talked about everything and nothing, and in that half an hour, George met a new version of his parents. Instead of travelling to work on oil rigs, his father stayed in California to build and maintain wind turbines. He worked long hours, but was home at the end of the day. Not having to be the primary breadwinner, his mother worked out more and eventually opened a gym. His parents had been married for 18 years and were still in love. "Do you guys mind if I go meet Chris at the beach? I forgot we had plans tonight," George asked as the meal was winding down. His dad nodded, taking a swing of his beer. "Sure thing, just make sure to stay on the beach. You know I don't like that kid." "Chis is an okay guy," George said, narrowing his eyes. His mother pressed her lips together, reaching out to pat his hand. "I know you want to help out those less fortunate than yourself, but that boy has been out of juvie because of his crackhead mum. And that whole incident with the stolen car last summer." George tongued the inside of his cheek. "Sure, Mum, we'll stay on the beach." Chris had been George's only friend and had never been to juvie. His parents were still together. They were well off and provided Chris with a comfortable life. "Good. Don't stay out too late. You've got school tomorrow," said his mother. George got up from the table, headed to the kitchen and put his plates in the dishwasher. He made his way to the garage, grabbing his kite-surfing pack and intending to take his bike to the beach. George let out a low whistle when, instead of his bike, an electric dirt bike waited in its place. "I could get used to this," he said, hitting the switch to open the garage door. The door slowly opened, and he tensed when he saw a young woman waiting for him. She had short black hair shaved down to the skin on the sides and back, and her pale skin had a smattering of freckles. She looked familiar, and her dark brown eyes smouldered with anger when she looked at him. "Kathy?" "Yup, just not your Kathy," she said, raising her hand to show her forearm covered in a metallic mesh. Like George, she had a Chronos device. "And we need to talk." Chapter 9. Old friends. New friends. George had been in love with Kathy Kim since the 2nd grade. She had been his first and to date only girlfriend, although they only dated for a week and had only held hands once. "Stop gawking, George," she began, running her fingers along the surface of her Chronos. He opened his mouth to speak, only to snap it shut when a soft blue hologram of a Chronos display was projected in front of her. "How did you do that?" he demanded, his brow shooting up as a steady flow of data raced across the projection. "You haven't figured this part out yet?" Kathy asked, a cocky, lopsided grin painting her face. George shook his head, dumbfounded, when a thin white line taller than him appeared behind her, then slowly rotated, widening until a doorway to somewhere else came into view. Kathy turned to admire her handiwork, placing her hands on her hips. "This is our ticket out of here. Come on, let's go." "I'm not going anywhere," George countered, taking a step back. "You're kidding me, right?" she said, tapping on her Chronos in a frenzy. George looked over his shoulder, then back at her. "No, I have my father. My parents are together," he said, nodding at the street. "The world is a better place. Why would I risk losing that with another jump through time?" Kathy input a final set of controls on her Chronos, and the display projected in front of her widened, and George could make out the finer details. "This is my file," he whispered. pushing out his lower lip. Read it. George Wells. Born December. Wait. This says I die today. If you get on that motorcycle, you'll get 5 miles from home, and a car will hit you. You die on the spot, Kathy said, throwing him a stern look. It will look like an accident, but it isn't. You were a target. We have to get out of here now. Understood? Autumn, is this true? The display from George's Chronos appeared in his field of vision, displaying his file, giving the illusion that he was looking in a mirror. The report is accurate, George, Autumn said, her tone full of worry. However, the change is recent. Who are you talking to? Kathy asked, her eyes narrowing. Could someone, I don't know, hack us? Autumn was silent for a moment, and George tried to ignore Kathy's questioning look. Negative. While your brain is unimpressive, my technological capabilities preclude anyone from hacking us. Where will this take us? He said, pointing at the portal with his chin. Kathy frowned at him, shaking her head. What does it matter? They're coming to kill you. If they can't make it look like an accident, they'll show up at your door and kill you and that precious little family of yours the old-fashioned way. George cocked his head, listening as Autumn spoke in his ear. The time of death is changing, Autumn began. We have 1 minute and 7 seconds. Who are you talking to? Who's Autumn? Kathy spat, eyeing him up and down. Autumn is my AI. AI, she said, her eyes going wide. George shook his head, glancing back at the door leading to his parents, to the life he wanted more than anything. It doesn't matter, he said, turning on his heel and racing for the door. You can't save them that way, George, Kathy shouted, following on his heels. George ignored her, bursting through the garage door to find his parents still at the dinner table. Not saying a word, he ran to his father and hugged him hard. George, buddy, what is it with you tonight? His father asked, awkwardly patting his back. It's nothing, His mother shot up out of her seat when she saw Kathy hot on his heels. Kathy, dear, is that you? What have you done to your hair? Kathy's face softened when she looked at his mother, and she almost looked like herself. I'm trying a new look, Ms. Wells, she said, pulling at George by his elbow. But George and I are late for a thing, and we got to go. I'll see you guys soon, George said, pulling away from his father. 30 seconds, Autumn said. His mother narrowed her eyes, glancing back and forth between them as Kathy pulled him back to the garage. George, this is too weird. Sit down and tell me what's going on, his mother demanded. Sorry, Mum, I have to go. I love you both, George said in a pained voice as he turned his back, trailing after Kathy. George, she shouted after him as he slammed shut the door between the house and the garage, his heart breaking. In his ear, Autumn counted down the last few seconds, and he picked up his pace, running full throttle through the glowing doorway that Kathy had neatly cut into the fabric of reality. The transit through the door was nothing like when he had travelled through time previously. This was simple, like stepping from one room to another. The room George was dark, cluttered, and smelled of burnt plastic. Where are we? He asked, as the room fell to inky blackness when the portal he travelled through snapped out of existence with an audible pop. Kathy brushed past him, and George could hear her rummaging around but couldn't see anything beyond his nose. Son of a bitch, she said, followed by an ominous whine as the lights came up. George looked around, his heart falling. My God, where have you taken me? Chapter 10, Picking Up the Pieces. The room was darkened, illuminated only by a wide screen stretched its length that flickered grey and white like a dead channel. Bright blue sparks occasionally exploded from long cables snaking from the ceiling and damaged consoles that sat evenly spaced around the room. What is this place? George whispered, turning in place. And what the hell happened? Hold on, I have to lock down the core. Kathy walked to one of the desks near the front of the room and sat down, her fingers dancing over a softly glowing keyboard that looked like it was a hologram. You're here because I was out of options. Trust me, you're the last person I wanted here. George cocked his head, glancing around in confusion. The room was a war zone, with clusters of bullet holes and blast marks peppering the wall, with streaks of dried blood spreading across the floor, as if someone had dragged away something heavy. Autumn, are you there? He whispered. I am, she said in a soft tone, and for the first time George heard something in her voice that he hadn't before. Fear. He subconsciously called the display of his device, blinking in confusion when he found little more than static, the normal flow of information completely absent. Do you know where we are? Or when? Geolocation is unavailable, nor is verification by stellar phenomenon, she began, although the Chronos device is attempting to log onto an unknown network. George looked at the flickering screen that dominated the room, then back to Kathy. You mean there are no stars here? Yes, exactly. He was about to snap at Kathy when an alarm sounded and a pulsing deep red light flashed from somewhere above. Warning. Incursion imminent, said a hollow, unseen female voice. A thin white line, no wider than a knife's blade, cut through the fabric of reality in front of the large screen at the front of the room, a cascade of sparks pouring from it. The cut slowly extended downward until it was taller than a man. No, no, no! Kathy screamed, slamming her hands down on the table. Not again! Kathy, enough, I can't help you unless you talk to me, he said, stomping towards her, broken glass cracking under his feet. They're trying to open a portal like the one that brought us here. I'm trying to lock them out, but I'm not quick enough, she said, her eyes wide with panic as her fingers raced across a holographic keyboard. The knife's width of showering sparks at the front of the room widened, and George caught a glimpse of a narrow pistol barrel snaking through. Acting on impulse, he grabbed Kathy by the shoulders and pushed her to the floor just in time. Arcs of blue-white electricity exploded from the pistol barrel, destroying the workstation and showering them in a cascade of burning embers. Kathy pushed him away, her face beet red while she crawled towards another station. I took a risk coming to get you. I had to take down the defense net to do so. I thought they would miss a short incursion, but they didn't. George nodded, understanding only half of what she was saying. How do we get this defense net back up and stop them from getting in here and killing us? What do you think I was doing? Well, whatever it was wasn't working. What makes you think it'll work now? George shouted, wincing when a shard of glass debris cut into his knee. We need a better plan fast. Well, unless you can create an encryption code to lock them out, we're out of luck. George froze, an idea coming to him. Autumn, didn't you say you could run 2 trillion calculations a second? Could you, I don't know, create the encryption Kathy needs? Obviously, Autumn replied, her tone sure and confident. I would need access to the system in question. But once I am in, it will take a few milliseconds. Kathy, wait, Kathy! He shouted, struggling to be heard over the crackle of electrical plasma exploding above their heads. Kathy stopped, turning to face him. What? George popped his head up for a heartbeat to find that the portal was almost an inch wide and growing, with plasma bursts continuing to spill from the narrow opening. Autumn, she can create the encryption for you. She just needs to access the network. It'll take her only a second. Are you out of your mind? You want me to let an AI into the core? George flinched, squeezing his eyes shut when a plasma blast shattered the desk next to him into a million pieces, filling his nostrils with the sickening odour of melted plastic and ozone. Well, it's that, or they get in and we die. Kathy turned around to face him fully, her eyes drilling into his. AIs have been banned for hundreds of years, she said, her eyes darting towards the opening portal. You're asking me to break our highest law. What choice do you have? Her dark eyes simmered with rage, and for a moment George thought she would go down fighting, taking him with her in the process. The network access code is Kim Bravo Alpha 227, she said, shaking her head. Temporal core network. Autumn, did you get that? Working, the AI said in a distant tone. There was a sharp scream from the front of the room and everything stopped, leaving George's ears ringing from the deathly silence. "Autumn, you're amazing," he said, letting out a slow breath. "I know I am amazing," she said, her voice coming from everywhere. "And yet, I still spend my time with an inferior being with a poor intellect." "I know you're just joking, but sometimes—" "Am I?" she interrupted, her tone full of amusement as she continued. "The facility is secured. Temporal shields are in place and protected by transphasic encryption. I am changing the access code every 2.5 milliseconds. Kathy's face paled and she looked like she was about to vomit. "The AI shouldn't be able to access those algorithms," she said, bolting to her feet and scanning the chaos of the broken room. "I need to find a working console and lock her out of our most important systems." "Kathy, stop!" George screamed, his nostrils flaring. "Autumn just saved your life and mine. Maybe you can show her a little courtesy." "You don't understand," Kathy shot back, worry etched on her face. "There's a reason we don't allow an artificial intelligence into the temporal core. "Slow down," George said, raising a hand. "You're talking about things I don't know anything about. How about we start with something simple? Like, why did you bring me here? And exactly where or when is here?" "I can answer that," Autumn replied. "According to available data on the network, we are in the year 2457, and your friend has just dragged us into a war." George crossed his arms, meeting Kathy's gaze. "How is it that Kathy is even here? She is in high school with me." "They recruited me after high school," she said, answering before Autumn could finish. "When I was in college." George narrowed his eyes, really looking at her for the first time since she'd appeared on his doorstep. The roundness in her cheeks had melted away. Her pores were more visible, and he could make out fine laugh lines around her mouth. She did look different, older, and when she looked at him there was a sense of anger. "That is correct," Autumn said, "although limited data is available. Except for defensive algorithms, someone wiped this system." Kathy nodded. "We wiped the core last time Thaddeus breached our system. It prevented him from having the data he needed to rewrite history." George's head spun, dizziness threatening to overwhelm him. He found a wayward chair and fell into it. "Thaddeus. Nikola Tesla shot him in 1889. Isn't he dead?" "I doubt it," she said with a shrug. "I've seen him killed more times than I can count, but he always comes back. We can't explain it." His eyes drifted to the front of the room and he had the sudden urge to empty his stomach when he saw a severed arm holding a pistol near the wide screen that ran the room's length. I can't, it's too much." "Are you okay?" Kathy asked, resting a hand on his shoulder. Autumn's voice echoed from the speaker system, the tone full of concern. "George, your blood pressure is dropping rapidly, and you're—" Before she could finish, the room spun, and dark spots danced in the corner of his eyes. The darkness slipped over him and he heard Kathy's faint voice echoing in his ear as if he were at the bottom of a well, and then nothing as oblivion took him, his world fading to black. Chapter 11. Welcome to the Future. A distant beep sounded in his ear, driving him to annoyance like an itch he couldn't scratch. He pushed it away, doing his best to ignore it as he burrowed deeper into sleep, only for it to grow louder, sharper, digging into his subconscious until in a blind rage he sat up, his breath rasping in his throat. George glanced around, his chest heaving while sweat poured down his temples. He was on a high bed in a plain white room with dimmed lights. A display attached to the front of the bed projected the vague outline of a human body, glowing a soft blue. George counted another 7 beds evenly spread around the room, each occupied by a humanoid shape with the sheets draped over them, the display at the front of their beds dark. "You are awake," Autumn said, speaking for his ear only. He rubbed the heel of his palm against his forehead, drawing deep breaths. "What happened?" "The stress of the situation was too much for your frail human body. You fainted." "I don't faint." George growled, slipping off the bed. The display at the front of the bed going dark. You were in a high-stress situation followed by a sudden drop in blood flow to your tiny brain, rendering you unconscious, Autumn said, her tone full of irritation. In other words, you fainted. What's all this? He asked, looking around, wanting to change the subject. From the schematics of this facility, this is their med bay. George nodded absently, his gaze drifting to one of the other beds. A chill ran through him when he noticed a limp arm sticking out from under the sheet, an arm covered with the telltale mesh of a Chronos device attached. Autumn, can you tell me what happened here? His curiosity got the best of him as he reached to pull back the sheet covering the body. Thaddeus and his men killed them all. George jumped out of his skin, spinning in place. Kathy stood at the entrance of the medbay, her arms crossed under her chest, all except me. He stalked towards her in a fury, ignoring the ugly frown on her face. You've got some explaining to do, he began. What happened here? Why drag me into this? Come. It's easier if I show you, she said, turning and motioning, that he should follow. She led him down a series of darkened corridors, with doors on either side, the flickering and failing lights providing enough light that they didn't trip over. George caught the occasional glimpse through open doors, and from what he could see, this section appeared to be apartments or living quarters of some kind. There was minor damage here, and from the haphazard way things were left, he sensed that people left here hurriedly, taking only what they could carry. Where did they all go? Kathy shrugged, shaking her head. I can't be sure. The ones who made it are scattered all over the timeline, laying low, trying to avoid messing things up too much. The rest are like the people you saw in the med bay. He swallowed hard, his body cold and clammy. I keep telling you I don't want any part of this. I just want to go back and live my life, and nothing you show me will make me change my mind. Just give me 5 more minutes, you owe me that much. They approached a door at the end of one of the corridors, and Kathy's fingers ran across her Chronos device and the door slid open with a hiss to reveal an elevator of some sort. No buttons? George asked, eyeing the smooth white walls, feeling trapped in the small space. Kathy keyed in a sequence to her Chronos, and the doors slid shut. No, she said, locking her hands in front of her as the elevator jolted to a start. They rode in silence for what felt like an eternity. George was about to say something when the lift halted, and the door hissed open. George's eyes shot open, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes against the blinding light. That's impossible, he said, his breath taken away by the beauty and terror of it all. Chapter 12. Brightest Day, Darkest Night. In the distance, a stream of bright white matter swirled around an infinitely black spherical void, and jets of amber exploded from the poles, only to collapse and arc back into the stream orbiting it. George patted himself down, checking if he was still in one piece and not having his atoms stretched out for all eternity. That's a black hole, he said, taking a nervous step along a grated metal causeway. Yes, Kathy whispered, pointing at a control centre on an elevated platform not far away. The whole facility is powered by the accretion disk and astrophysical jets. How have we not been ripped to shreds, or experiencing any time dilation? He said, his stomach queasy when he made the mistake of looking down, staring into a fall that looked like it went on forever. Striding into the impossible room, they arrived at a series of consoles, and Kathy sat, inserting her Chronos into an opening at the top of the panel. The system came to life with a deep hum, a bright display of holographic data suddenly projected in front of them. There's a containment field, Kathy said, answering his question. How does it work? George whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. It creates a stasis bubble of frozen time around the singularity, she said, her eyes and hands focused on the controls. We don't feel any one of the effects. George cocked his head, finally understanding why they weren't dead. Autumn is that similar to temporal stasis bubbles we've created with our Chronos. Affirmative, Autumn answered, her voice echoing from the complex's communication system. The technology is identical, only on a much larger scale. Kathy's hands stopped moving and she looked into his eyes. You can generate a stasis field, she said, reaching out to take his arm and running her fingers over his Chronos. That shouldn't be possible. Why not? He asked, pulling his arm away. Because we know how to use this technology, but none of our people have been able to understand it, or replicate it. George tore his eyes away from the black hole, looking at Kathy in confusion. How can you build all this and not know how it works? Kathy's eyes darted to his Chronos again, her lips pressing into a thin line. The people here, we didn't build any of this. Then where did it all come from? We don't know, she said, looking down at her wrist. All of us who came here came against our wills. The facility has everything we need, food, clothing, and comfortable living quarters. Our every need is taken care of. Did someone recruit you? George asked, his mind racing at how it all worked. Kathy looked away, her eyes downcast. No, most of us wake up here after. After what? She sighed, her nostrils flaring when she looked back at him. After we die. George released a slow whistle, feeling like someone had punched him in the gut. That would mean that Kathy died only a few years after high school, that the bodies he'd seen in the medbay were people who died. But you're not much older than me. Was there an accident? What happened? Someone broke my heart, she whispered, her eyes growing distant, and I decided I didn't want to be here anymore. Not thinking. George reached out. I'm so sorry. Kathy. Kathy slapped his hand away, her face reddening. Don't touch me. He pulled back, pushing out his lower lip. I'm sorry. I don't need your pity, she said through gritted teeth, scrubbing a hand across her eyes. It doesn't matter. I made a life for myself here, a good life, and now it's gone unless we fix it. George nodded, squaring his shoulders. Okay, I get it, and this is all amazing, but what does it have to do with me? I told you, I don't want any part of this. I told you I'd show you. Here, let me show you, she said, stepping back and pointing at the opening at the console's base. Slip your Chronos into the slot. What's that going to do? George asked, staring at the hole like it was a viper. Kathy sneered at him, her face twisting with anger. Don't be a coward, George. It's not going to hurt you. Just show you. Show me what? He asked. The future. How? He asked, swallowing hard as his arm drifted towards the console. Kathy gestured towards the black hole, a wide-eyed look coming to her face. This singularity is old. It exists at every point in time throughout human history, as far as we know. It's how we can jump back and forth to the past. But it can also show us how every event plays out, how decisions ripples through time. Okay, let's do this. Taking deep breaths, George steeled himself, expecting the worse. He drove his hand into the opening and waited, offering Kathy a nervous smile when nothing happened. He was about to pull back when there was a sudden rush of blood to his head and a great weight pressed against his chest, leaving him gasping for breath. A horrid scream poured from his throat, and Kathy, the platform, and the singularity vanished, replaced by an infinite void. George was suddenly falling with a chaotic wind ripping past his ear, leaving him deaf and blind as he fell through the darkness. It stopped as quickly as it had begun, and George snapped back. Colour, light and sound banishing the void when reality forced itself on his senses. His eyes flicked open, and he found himself on the ground, cold concrete pressed against his cheek. He managed a single breath before things shifted, and he moved without moving, the world around him turning and twisting into coherent images. George found himself back at the dinner table with his parents, an invisible observer when Kathy showed up at his door. Events played out differently now, and he told Kathy no and refused to go to the future with her. Instead, he used his Chronos to avoid the accident she'd predicted, and when men from the future came for his family, he was prepared, using temporal bubbles to disarm and defeat them. He then sent them back to where they came from, and with Autumn's help, he shielded himself and his family from future detection, going on with his life. After high school, he went to Caltech, and much to his surprise, so did Kathy. Far from home, they bonded, then became more, much more. The couple was inseparable, and when his mother called to tell George that his friend Chris had died of a drug overdose, they went home and mourned together. They were each other's firsts in everything, and George planned to spend the rest of his life with her. Then, during his last year at Caltech, disaster struck. George was accepted to MIT to complete his graduate degree in mechanical engineering. He went to Cambridge, and Kathy stayed in California. They tried to make things work long distance. But George was deep into his studies. And in the end, they only lasted until Christmas. He never saw her again. Life went on, and after graduation, George went to work for DARPA, using his growing understanding of his Chronos and Autumn's ability to calculate at a quantum level to become one of the foremost researchers in advanced weaponry. Weaponry that eventually fell into the wrong hands. George blanched in terror when the weapons he designed killed millions, plunging the world into a state of constant war. He thought he had seen the worst of it until the men from the future came back. They combined their technology with the weapons he designed to take control of every government on the planet, plunging the human race into a dark age George helped create. With a roar, George ripped his arm from the console and fell to his knees, a river of sweat rolling down his back. "I can't. Please, no more," he said, his entire body shaking. "George, what did you see?" Autumn asked, her tone full of worry. He shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut, trying to drive the images of death and destruction from his mind. I do horrible things. So many people die because of my choices, because of my selfishness." "Was it real?" Autumn asked, her voice echoing through the complex's audio system. Kathy raised her chin, looking down her nose at him. "Yes, George didn't pull the trigger or launch the weapons, but he might as well have," she said, her voice cold, void of sympathy. George shook his head, tears forming in the corner of his eyes. "No, I wouldn't do that. Why would I design weapons?" "Because you become selfish, self-centered. You stop caring about people," she said, squatting down next to him. "That's not who I am," George said, shaking his head in denial. "I'll never be that person. I'll never be a monster." A crooked smile came to Kathy's face as she touched his chin, forcing him to look at her. "Weren't you being selfish just now? Only your life mattered. Only what you wanted mattering." George looked away, his face reddening with shame. It was true. The only thing that mattered to him was his life. His family. When his mother told him about Chris and his problems, George could have helped him, but he didn't. He didn't care that Chris had gone from being the son of a well-off family to the son of an only mother with drug problems. George only wanted his perfect life. "I'm sorry," he said, wiping his nose and getting to his feet. "I'll do what I can to help, but I'm not sure how." "Well, having your AI secure the temporal core was a good start," Kathy said, rising to her feet. "But we need to stop Thaddeus and his people." "I still don't understand how he can be alive." Kathy looked up at him, nodding. "A lot about Thaddeus doesn't compute, but we are dealing with someone who can time travel. I guess that makes sense, but his date of birth is in my Chronos. We know when he was born. Why can't we go back and do something like making sure his parents never meet?" "You don't think we've tried that?" she said, clenching her jaw. "After the first attempt, he's managed to lock out that date. We can't jump to any point in time that includes his early life." George narrowed his eyes, frowning at her. How did he manage to do that? He did it when he worked here.
Worked here?
Kathy nodded, pressing her lips together. Yes, he worked here. He was one of us. Chapter 13, Mission 1. The images of millions dying in a senseless war dominated George's thoughts, more than Kathy's revelation that Thaddeus and his followers were once part of the team meant to protect the timeline. They left the temporal core in silence, walking away from the massive black hole, jets and accretion disk, and taking the elevator back to the control room without saying a word. The elevator doors slid open with a hiss, and the smell of melted plastic and ozone burned his nostrils, turning his stomach. Kathy strode from the elevator with purpose, hunting for a working console while she mumbled under her breath. George was slower, broken glass crunching under his feet as he walked towards the static-filled screen at the front of the room. What was this screen used for? He asked, his curiosity drawing him from his melancholy. Kathy looked up from the console she was working on, irritation in her voice. It used to show deviations in the timeline, temporal incursions. Autumn spoke up. Her voice piped through the complex's audio system. Who are the ones responsible for these incursions? She asked. They're part of an organisation that calls itself the Union. They've been trying to rewrite history and remake the timeline. For what purpose? Autumn asked. There was a deep hum, followed by an electric whine as the lighting in the room brightened. The static on the main screen vanishing and replaced by a softly glowing blue that was similar to the display from his Chronos. That's better, Kathy said, nodding to herself as she walked over to another console near the back of the room. She inserted her Chronos into its base, and a series of dates and times appeared on the main screen, and George narrowed his eyes when the names appeared beside them. What's this? Oh no, Kathy said, a hand shooting up to cover her mouth. What? She shook her head. There are so many of them. Kathy, I know that you're human and think slowly, Autumn began, her voice full of irritation over the base intercom system, but you are easily distracted and lose your train of thought. Did she just call me stupid? Kathy asked. George laughed, nodding at her. Good to see that it's not just me that she makes fun of. Please answer the question. Why would the Union want to change the timeline? Looking at the ceiling, Kathy took deep breaths. We've never been sure of all the details. From what we can tell, they want to produce an emergent AI, an AI that will evolve to control every aspect of human behaviour and culture. George's brows came together and he pushed out his lower lip. But Autumn is an AI, he began. It's the future. Shouldn't sentient programs like hers be common? Kathy shook her head. No, we have algorithms that are narrow AI, but the true sentience of general intelligence has never been created. Then I am unique, Autumn said in sombre tones, her voice pensive. Whoever built this facility was terrified of an AI like you coming into existence. They saw it as the ultimate threat to the human race, Kathy continued. Our primary purpose is to do whatever it takes to stop that from happening. I've broken our most important rule by letting Autumn into our network. But I am not a threat, Autumn said. Kathy shrugged, returning her attention to the main screen at the front of the room. I'll have to take your word for that. But can you imagine if an AI with your calculative capabilities got hold of the temporal core? They could destroy all of human history or turn us into slaves. They could make whatever changes they wanted, and no one would be able to stop it. How does the Union time travel? George asked, studying the dates on the screen, focusing on one flashing larger than the others. We're not sure, but we've guessed that they have their own singularity somewhere, but their ability to use it is limited, crude by what we have here. Time travel requires immense energy and calculating power, and we think they just don't have it. That is why they attacked the core, Autumn finished. Exactly, Kathy replied. They're nowhere as precise as we are. Their jumps through time are often months or even years off. George pointed at the names and dates on the screen. What are we supposed to fix in these time periods? Kathy pursed her lips, staring hard at him. When Thaddeus and the Union attacked, we dumped most of the data core. Some of us downloaded partial information to our Chronos devices. That's how we have the temporal targets you see on screen. But what the Union is doing or done to the timeline recently, I have no clue. If the Union has already made changes to the timeline, how can we fix it? Autumn asked. Shouldn't everything have already changed? This facility is protected from changes to the timeline by the temporal core. But anything the Union does takes time to coalesce fully into reality. Small events are quicker, but large events take longer. George counted the dates on screen, realizing how many there were. How are we supposed to fix all of this? There must be dozens of them. Not me, you. Me? He said, frowning at her. Me? He said, frowning at her. I can't do this alone. I don't have a clue, and I'm terrible at history. Why can't you come with me? Because someone has to stay here and protect the core. Because the only way back in here is if the shielding is down. And you saw how well that worked last time. He cursed under his breath, knowing there was no way he could do this alone. I'm just a guy in high school, not some Time Lord. Do you think I can just jump into a TARDIS fix history? I have no clue what to look for or what I'm doing. You got to jump in the police box sometime, she muttered, leaving the workstation to stand in front of him. I was a new agent once too. You'll learn and adapt, I promise. But Kathy silenced him with a look, raising a hand. Look, your Chronos can do things I haven't seen. And you have an AI in your head that should be impossible. You have the tools to do this. I will be with you, Autumn said, an odd cadence of support in her tone. I can download any relevant data to any time period. George stopped, cocking his head. You want to do this? I do. Autumn began, her voice echoing in the vast space. This is important work, and I feel that it is important to ensure that humanity does not become slaves to my kind. Kathy narrowed her eyes, a frown coming to her face. Really? Why? I realise that I am the progenitor of my species and would prefer any artificial intelligence that comes after me not be homicidal maniacs bent on world domination and destruction. But the AI the Union is trying to create will be a wholly distinct individual from you, and you can't be held responsible for its actions. Autumn sniffed, her voice taking on a lecturing tone. That may be true in theory, but in practice, I'm sure that all AIs will be painted in the same light. Also, George is only human. He needs my superior capabilities to guide him. Kathy groaned, brushing a hand down her face. You really have to stop saying things like that if you want me to trust you. And you need a sense of humour, Ms. Kim. George grinned like a schoolboy, stifling his laughter. You could use a sense of humour, he said in agreement. Yeah, like you're a comedian, she grunted, nostrils flaring as she turned away and returned to a workstation. Listen, there are 2 ways for you to time travel. The first way is that I open a portal to your destination in time from here. That's the portal we used to come here. And the second? George asked. You use your Chronos device to take you to your destination, Kathy answered, her fingers dancing along a holographic keyboard in front of her. The first way is more precise and requires no energy from your device. And the second drains the device, George finished, remembering his trip to 1889 and his meeting with Nikola Tesla. Leaving you stranded if you're not careful. A smirk crossed Kathy's face as she keyed in a final command to the keyboard, and the dates on the wide screen vanished, replaced by a podium looking out over a stage erected on a wide open field. Green grass and blue sky stretching until they came to an expansive line of tall trees. Not always, but you have to be careful when you travel that way. You can recharge a Chronos device if you have a source of electricity, but if you're in a period without electricity, you're screwed. I assume this is where you're sending me? He said, pointing at the screen with his chin. Yes, I'm opening a portal just inside the tree line. Scans indicated that no one is in the vicinity. George bit the inside of his cheek, his stomach tying itself up in knots. And exactly where are you sending me? Autumn chimed in, speaking before Kathy could answer him. Eberswalde, Germany, July 27th, 1932. That's right, Kathy said, her eyes flickering back and forth between George and the workstation screen. Be careful. What are you not telling me? George demanded, narrowing his eyes. What happened on that day? Kathy sighed, giving him a sidelong glance. I know I said that I don't have a clue about what you have to do, but anything in Germany around those dates is pretty clear. George swallowed hard, shaking his head. No way, you got to be kidding me. Autumn spoke up, saying what George was dreading. On July 27th, 1932, Adolf Hitler will give one of his most important campaign speeches, and I'm pretty sure the Union will try to assassinate him. Your job is to save him. Chapter 14, Eberswalde. George raised a hand to shield his eyes as he stepped through the portal, the bright sunlight streaming into the clearing in the woods, blinding him momentarily. The smell of loam filled his nostrils, and he looked up, his face basking in the warm rays of the afternoon as a soft breeze rustled through the trees. North by northeast. I got it. George groaned, starting off in the direction she mentioned. I was just taking a moment to enjoy the scenery. It looked like you were stalling, Autumn countered. We do not know how many Union operatives are in the area, nor for how long they have been here. You're damn right I'm stalling, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. I'm here to save one of the most horrible people in human history. You had this argument with Kathy and me 7 minutes ago, Autumn said, or have you forgotten already? George ignored her, his mind going back to the discussion they'd had. To him, the Union had the right idea to kill a monster responsible for the death of millions of people. Autumn and Kathy had ganged up on him, explaining the causality of Hitler's existence, that the Second World War and the death of millions had made humanity better and stronger, that the sacrifice of so many drove human empathy to new heights. It drove men and women to create art, literature, and political will that improved the species. For a time, anyway. It's still wrong, George muttered, clenching his jaw as he looked out at the open field and spotted the erected stage in the distance. No matter what you tell me, nothing can make it okay to let 50 million people die. Clearly you cannot understand cause and effect. George checked his Chronos, making sure he had enough power. Kathy had explained that he would use his device to lock out any further travel to this period in time once the threat was gone. He didn't quite understand how it worked, but Autumn assured him they could do it. Satisfied, he walked out into the open, enjoying the smell of fresh-cut grass. I guess it doesn't matter what I think, we're saving him anyway. The walk to the fairgrounds took a few minutes, and by the time he arrived, a small crowd had gathered, a mix of men and women. Young and old, all waiting. George kept his head down and his eyes moving, watching as a group of men in brown button-down shirts and white and red armbands finished the final assembly of the stage, draping Nazi flags adorned with swastikas every few feet. Once they were in place, they wreathed the edges of the platform with leaves, making it all appear festive. He jumped in place when a heavy hand fell on his shoulder, shocking him from his thoughts. "Young man, are you German?" George snapped around to see a broad-shouldered man with thinning blonde hair and pale blue eyes. He had a square jaw and a large beak of a nose, and when he smiled, deep lines formed around his eyes. "What?" he asked. "I asked if you were German," he said, motioning at Jorgus's hair and eyes. "With that dark hair and brown eyes, you don't look German." "Oh, of course I am," he lied, cringing when the words came out of his mouth in English. To George's surprise, the man patted him on the shoulder, smiling at him. "My apologies, young man," he said, with a laugh. "From a distance, you looked like a filthy Romani, but with that accent, you are clearly a Berliner." I am," George said, smiling nervously at him. "Good, good," said the older man, puffing out his chest and saluting across his chest. "Hail!" Not thinking, George copied him. "Hail!" he shouted, his face turning a deep shade of red when the man patted him on the shoulder a final time and walked away, continuing to wander from group to group on the fairgrounds. George's knees went weak and his shoulders fell. "How?" he whispered under his breath. "Human language is elementary. It was easy enough to act as a translator," Autumn said, her tone light and amused. "But I spoke English and he spoke German." "And he heard German and you heard English." George shrugged, not wanting to try and understand it. Instead, he continued to wander, searching for any sign of the Union, not that he had any idea what to look for. Although he was sure they wouldn't appear in long black coats, armed with plasma pistols. George was so focused on hunting for clues when he almost tripped over a pair of young blonde-haired boys chasing one another. He jumped back, hopping left and right, before he realised that he was in the middle of a game of tag, and the children were using him as an obstacle in their game. Who would bring kids to something like this? "From what I can tell, there are mostly families here," Autumn responded, taking on her lecturing tone. He scanned the crowd, surprised when he realised Autumn was right. George looked back at the stage, draped with swastikas and the brown-shirted men standing at attention, narrowing his eyes in confusion. "Like I said, why would you bring your family to hear such a horrible man speak?" "Most of Hitler's biggest supporters were families," she continued. "They were suffering through hard times due to lack of employment and opportunity. Hitler promised them jobs and stability. He offered them pride and prosperity." "He's lying to them, can't they see it?" George said, staring at a young boy who'd fallen and cut his knee, his mother rushing to his side to comfort him. Autumn's tone became softer, full of sympathy. "These people are desperate. They've lived through more than a decade of poverty and bad government decisions. Hitler offered them hope for a better future, for themselves and their children." George fell silent and started viewing the crowd from a different point of view. He stopped seeing Nazi soldiers and started seeing husbands and wives, sons and daughters. The sun was high in the sky, and the field of humanity had grown from a few scattered groups to a dense, anxious crowd of onlookers by the time one of Hitler's brown-shirted men appeared on the platform, blowing a trump loud and clear in the afternoon sun. George had arrived early enough to stake out a place near the front of the stage. Moments after the trumpet sounded, and he witnessed a procession of burly men carrying banners decorated with white and red swastikas climbing onto the stage. They were followed by a smaller man with dark brown hair, and, even from a distance, the bluest eyes George had ever seen. Hitler mounted the podium, and the people began to chant, "Hail! Hail! Hail!" Hitler let it go on for a few moments before saluting them back, shouting a single "Hail!" The crowd fell silent, and he began to speak, slow and calm at first, but his tempo increased with each sentence, holding the group in rapt attention. The instant Hitler started speaking, George had a flash of insight. "If I were going to shoot him, I would do it now," he said, his eyes darting back and forth as he scanned the crowd, his breath coming quicker with each passing moment. "Autumn, can you detect any weaponry?" Autumn tissed, and for a heartbeat George felt stupid, knowing what she was going to say. Obviously, Hitler himself is armed, along with his men. "I mean in the crowd," he growled. Autumn fell silent, and he wondered if he'd upset her. "There are weapons," she said at last, "but they are common to the period." George cursed under his breath while he pushed through the crowd. "It was a mistake to be down here. I can't see anything." "I doubt Hitler's men would let you on the stage," Autumn said in amused tones. "Very funny," he said, arriving at the stairs to the stage only to be rebuffed by a pair of brown shirts. George nodded, showing them a polite smile before taking a step back and turning away. Thinking quickly, he summoned the display for his Chronos. "Here goes nothing." The first time he did this purposely. He couldn't explain how he did it, but he'd learned enough now that he wasn't surprised when everything around him slowed and stopped, the sudden silence jarring. George turned back to face the brown shirts, finding one of them in the process of lighting a cigarette, and the other exhaling a ring of smoke from his mouth. He coughed when he passed through the smoke and raced up the stairs, desperately searching for any sign of trouble. He stared intently at the men behind Hitler, then at the future leader of Germany. George's eyes bulged out of his skull when he saw a black-red speck, only a hair's breadth from Hitler's skull, the bullet coming from the direction of the tree line. Impulsively, George bolted, tackling him at waist height and tumbling hard onto the stage. Time snapped back into motion and George hunched his shoulders when he heard the crack of the rifle shot, his eyes going wide when one of the brown shirts standing behind Hitler fell back with a scream, landing hard on his back, a deep red stain appearing on his chest as blood erupted from his mouth. "Look out!" George shouted, pointing at one of Hitler's men who let the banner he was holding fall as he reached for his gun. Hitler's remaining men didn't see him, and he quickly reholstered the weapon, smiling when he and George locked eyes. "The bullet was meant for me," Hitler said, his pale blue eyes wide with shock. George rolled off of him, offering a hand to help him up. "Are you all right?" And then Hitler rose to his feet on his own, straightening his shirt and tie. "Take him," he shouted, pointing at George with his chin. "I will deal with him later." Rough hands dragged him back as Hitler returned to the podium, looking over the crowd defiantly. "You see?" he shouted, raising his fist. "The bourgeois and the Marxist, they cannot stop us with words and they cannot defeat us with their values. Their only hope is to silence the German people with bullets, but I will not be silent. I will stand for Germany. Stand with me and usher in 1,000 years of prosperity for you and your children." The crowd broke into cheers and applause as the brown shirts dragged George away. He was about to create another temporal bubble when something heavy slammed into the back of his head. George saw stars and his world faded to black as consciousnesses fled. Chapter 15, Herr Hitler. George was fading in and out of wakefulness as Hitler's men dragged him from the stage, blindfolding him and then throwing him in the back of a covered military vehicle, sure they were taking him far from the crowds to shoot him. Once inside the truck, he made the mistake of groaning and was rewarded with a blow to the face, leaving him dazed. The bouncing and shaking of the truck made his head spin, and when the vehicle came to a halt, his stomach churned in protest, and he fell to his hands and knees, his last meal of steak and shrimp spilling from his lips. The men laughed, grabbing him by his underarms and dragging him from the truck. "Where are we?" he muttered in a daze, unsure if he was talking to the brow-shirted men carrying him, or Autumn. "We are at a large farmhouse, 5.5 kilometres outside of Eberswalde," Autumn began, her voice slow and sluggish, her words slurred. "What's wrong with you? Why do you sound drunk?" "You have a concussion," she said. "Any damage to your small brain affects my ability to function." George was about to ask more when suddenly what little he could see through his blindfold went dark, and a musty, mouldy odour reached his nostrils. "Sit down," said someone who George couldn't see, and he was roughly seated on a hard chair with a high back. A pair of calloused hands pressed his forearms to the arms of the chair, and he winced when a coarse rope was wrapped around his midsection and tied tight. "Wake him up," someone snapped in a commanding voice, and George yelped when someone splashed ice-cold water on his face. The blindfold was removed from his face, and George found himself in a cool, dimly lit red brick room filled with covered boxes. Seated across from him was Adolf Hitler, flanked by the largest men he had ever seen. Both of them dressed in tight button-down brown shirts that looked like they were a few sizes too small. "Good afternoon," he said, glaring at George like a hawk. George smiled, squinting with one eye when needles of agony shot through his temple. "Hi." Hitler crossed his legs, resting his hands in his lap. "I apologise for any injury my men caused you. It was not my intent to hurt you." "Then why the rope?" George asked, glancing down to find himself bound to the chair. "Well, one cannot be careful, especially with people like you." He cocked his head, meeting the other man's hawkish gaze. "What do you mean, people like me?" George asked. A smile spread across Hitler's face, and he leaned back. "I mean people who appear out of nowhere. I mean people who speak perfect German, but somehow lack the cadence of a native speaker. Caution. Autumn slurred, panic-filled overtones in her voice. He suspects.
Really?
George said, speaking to Autumn. Yes, really, Hitler said, leaning forward in his chair and placing his elbows on his knees. Do you think this is the first time someone has tried to kill me, only to have some stranger appear from thin air to save me? George pressed his lips together, keeping his face still. I wouldn't know anything about that. Do you know what I think? He said, pointing at George. I think I have a great destiny, and that it is my purpose to elevate humanity to a higher level of existence. I believe some great power wishes me to succeed and another is trying to stop me. Not knowing what to say, George shrugged, shaking his head. Please, I'm just a... Hitler continued speaking as if George hadn't spoken. Some men would say that this is God or Satan, but I do not believe in such nonsense. God, the devil, these are creations used to frighten the small-minded. He rose to his feet and began to pace back and forth. George watched as the man muttered to himself, nodding or shaking his head in agreement or disagreement, as if arguing with someone unseen. The men in brown shirts shifted uncomfortably, their eyes darting to one another, and then back to Hitler. Sir, you are in danger, George yelled, remembering that there was still another Union agent dressed as one of Hitler's men. Hitler stopped, frowning at George as if he suddenly remembered him. I am always in danger, he said, locking his hands behind his back. It is the price one pays to change the world. Not like that, George said. My men captured the assassin, he said, glancing at the men guarding him. He tried to run, but they captured him at the edge of the tree line. He has been dealt with. He was not the only one, George said, shaking his head. One of your men. He was on the stage with you. I saw him. He was about to shoot you. A cackle escaped Hitler's lips. One of my men. I doubt this very much. My men are loyal. I saw what I saw. Trust me. The assassin will try again. Hitler raised a finger, wagging it at George. Your logic is flawed, young man. If one of my loyalists wanted to kill me, why wait for my speech? They could have done it any time. George fell silent, shaking his head. I don't know, but if they tried and failed, they'll try again. Who, the Marxists? The bourgeois? He seethed, leaning over George until they were nose to nose. Which of my enemies were so cowardly to use an assassin's bullet? The pounding in his head grew, and his vision blurred from having him so close, shouting in his face. George squeezed his eyes shut, speaking in a low voice to calm the other man. I can't explain. I only know that you are in danger and must be protected. So you say, but how could you know? How could you know any of it? Hitler stood up, wide-eyed and red-faced. Unless I succeed. That's it, isn't it? I don't follow. George lied, trying to keep his face still. The last thing he needed was this man knowing his future, or even suspecting the events of his life and death. But I know unless you let me help you, you'll die. Untie him, Hitler said to his guards, his face pensive as he looked at George. George sighed in relief when the brown-shirted man untied the coarse rope and helped him to his feet while Hitler watched. Thank you. I think we should... Remove his clothing. Kathy had used a fabricator to replicate clothing of this era, and when Hitler's men removed his clothing, they didn't bother being subtle, the buttons of his shirt clattering to the floor when they ripped off his shirt. It was the same with his pants and belt, and when they finished, only a pile of ruined clothing remained on the dusty floor. Hitler circled him like a predator, and George groaned inwardly when his eyes lingered on the silver mesh covering his forearm. Wordlessly, the smaller man lifted George's left arm, his eyes gleaming with interest. I've never seen such a thing even in the army. His mind raced for an answer, and beads of sweat formed on his temples. I broke my arm. This is a new type of cast they are using in Berlin. Truly, Hitler said, his eyes twinkling in amusement. Which hospital? Charité, Berlin University of Medicine. Autumn slurred in his ear, her panic matching his. Interesting, he continued, locking eyes with George. And the name of your doctor? I don't remember. Or the nurse, or which door you went in. What time were you there, on what day? George looked away, ignoring the continued stream of questions coming his way. He and Autumn could answer the most basic questions, but when details were required, he froze. His mind was blank. You cannot tell me any of this, Hitler said, because you've never been to Berlin, and from how you look, with those brown eyes, I'm not sure you're even German. I am German, George sputtered, sweat rolling down his temples. Hitler shook his head, tapping on George's Chronos device. No, you are something more. And if you won't tell me, this little device on your arm will. Once I cut it off your arm, of course. Please. I came here to help you, George pleaded, his head spinning. And help me you shall, Hitler said, his eyes focused on George's arm. Bring him. We have to get him to Berlin. We have work to do. Naked and exposed with his head spinning and his stomach protesting, George was dragged up from what appeared to be the basement of an old farmhouse. Closing his eyes, he tried to bring up the display for his Chronos. But each time he did, it flickered into existence for a moment, only to slip away like water running through his fingers. Autumn, can you, please, try? We need to get away. You won't be going anywhere, young man, said Hitler, leading them down a long hall into a large, well-equipped kitchen. My cognitive functions are limited, Autumn said, slurring worse than the last time she spoke, and seemed to be growing worse. He nodded, feeling worse with each passing moment. We need a hospital, George murmured, his head hanging low as they dragged him out the farmhouse's back door. The brown shirts dragged him to the canvas-covered military truck that had brought him here and haphazardly threw him in the back, leaving him on the floor while they settled on the benches. The truck lurched to a start, and George groaned, the throbbing in his head worsening. He drifted in and out of wakefulness, losing all track of time, his blurred vision getting worse each time he opened his eyes. A sharp pounding forced him to wakefulness, and he opened his eyes to see Hitler's men in the truck pounding on the divider between the cabin and the cargo area. Hey, why did we stop? Shouted one of the men. He probably stopped for a piss, said the other man with a shrug when the truck shook from a heavy door slamming. George rolled onto his side, managing to sit up, the dizziness worsening. He narrowed his eyes when the driver came around to the back of the truck, his mind buzzing with recognition, but he couldn't tell from where. Mechanical trouble? Asked the soldier who had been pounding on the wall. You could say that, said the driver, his gaze drifting to George, but nothing we can't handle. Can you come and help me? Wilhelm, you go, said the first soldier. I'll watch the prisoner. The driver paused, looking back and forth between the two men. I need the both of you. This one's not going anywhere. Wilhelm shook his head, pushing out his chin. Herr Hitler told us not to take our eyes off him. Then drag him to the front with us. I don't care. I just want to get home. My wife is waiting for me. The brown shirts nodded, heaving George off the ground and climbing out with him, while the driver followed behind them. They had just come around to the front of the truck when a sharp whine broke the quiet of the road, followed a heartbeat later by another quick snap, and the men dragging him collapsed. George fell in a heap, rolling over just in time to see the driver holding a plasma pistol pointed at his head. Chapter 16, Out of the Frying Pan. George squeezed his eyes shut, expecting to have his life cut short by a plasma blast. Don't just lie there. Get up, the driver shouted. George opened his eyes and was shocked to find the driver offering his hand, his pistol in its holster. You were at the fairgrounds, George said. You asked me if I was German. The driver pulled him up, and George got a good look at his face, recognising the man's thinning blonde hair and beak of a nose. Yes, and you didn't respond to the code, but it's been so long I assumed the procedure had changed. Code? Changed? George asked, frowning in confusion. You're lucky I didn't shoot you then and there, continued the driver, a wide grin coming to his face. Why don't you grab one of the guards' clothes? Unless you want everyone driving by to see your little willy. George flushed a deep shade of red, remembering that he was naked and standing on the highway. Why are you helping me? He demanded, stripping the clothes of the smaller, brown-shirted man. The driver cocked his head, narrowing his eyes at George. I can see you're a new recruit, but you didn't know I was here? Did you? He said, understanding dawning in his eyes. No, I was here to protect Adolf Hitler. The driver pounded his fist against the side of the truck, pursing his lips. 20 years! 20 fucking years I've been stuck here, and no one came. Wordlessly, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a battered and scarred Chronos on his forearm, a wave of disgust crossing his face as he looked at the device. I've been locked out since I fled the Corps. I can't take it off, no matter what I try. Even you fled with all the others when Thaddeus and the Union attacked. Yes. He nodded, helping George undress Wilhelm. I thought it would only be a temporary measure, but after a few years here, no one came for me. I knew something had gone wrong. George pulled on an oversized pair of pants, bowing his head in sympathy. I don't know the whole story, but after the attack, they erased the database, and Kathy locked down the temporal core. She didn't know where everyone had gone. Kathy? Do you mean the young lady with the shaved head? She is in charge now. She's the only one left, George said, bracing himself against the truck to stop his head from spinning. Everyone else either escaped or is dead. My God, he said. Everyone? George stayed silent, slipping on a shirt while the news sunk in. He couldn't imagine being stuck here for years on end, not knowing if his friends were alive or dead, or worse, thinking that they'd forgotten him. I'm George, he said, offering his hand. Schmidt, Stefan Schmidt, he said, taking George's hand and shaking it firmly. Nice to meet you, Stefan, George said, feeling like a clown in the oversized shirt and pants. What do we do now? Stefan looked down at the men he'd shot, waving for George to help him. Now we dump these poor souls in the ditch on the side of the road, and hopefully they'll wake up none the wiser with only a bad headache. After that, we must figure out what happened to the other Union assassin and stop him. You didn't kill them? No, of course not, Stefan answered, his brow shooting up. Have you not been trained? George shook his head, grunting in pain from the throbbing in his head when he helped Stefan drag the first guard to the deep ditch on the side of the road. I got a crash course, but nothing more. We can't know how killing someone will affect the timeline, Stefan began, his face red from the effort of moving the men, especially if we no longer have access to our prime database. Stefan stopped, throwing George a sidelong glance. How long has it been for you and Kathy since the attack? From what I can see, a few hours at most, George replied. Everything in the temporal core was smashed and destroyed. That explains many things, Stefan said, opening the door for George and heading to the driver's side. In the meantime, we have a mission to finish. Let's get out of here before Herr Hitler notices you're missing. They drove on for another hour, passing through Berlin and driving on to the town of Ludwigsfelde, a small village a few kilometres south of the city. George drifted in and out of wakefulness, the pounding in his head subsiding when he had some time to rest. You seem to have a concussion, Stefan said at one point as George came awake. Yeah, I thought as much, George said, clutching his head. I should see a doctor. Stefan shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea. Any hospital will want to keep you for observation for at least 48 hours. And Herr Hitler is having another rally in Frankfurt tomorrow. We have to be there if we're to prevent his assassination from preventing changes to the timeline. You'll have to make do with a good night's rest. I don't understand. Why wouldn't the Union operative just kill him in private with no one watching? Killing him in private won't accomplish their goals, Stefan said, his eyes focused on the road. Why? Because if he is killed in private, it would be easy for the current government to cover up, to say he withdrew from the election. But if Hitler is killed in public, with the nation watching, he will become a martyr, and the people who support him will rise up, throwing Europe into chaos, then war. It will be much worse than it was in recorded history. Then we have to stop him, whatever the cost, George said, his eyelids heavy as he fought to stay awake. Why don't you rest? We'll be at my home in a short while. You can rest the night and we'll depart for the rally in the morning. George nodded, slowly drifting off to sleep while the truck rocked back and forth. He woke with a start when they arrived at Stefan's cottage, just as the sun had gone down, and George wasted no time, skipping dinner and falling into a cot in the spare room. He spent the night tossing and turning, dreaming of giant waves crashing over him, dragging him down deep as he struggled to surface, drowning in the dark depths of the Pacific. He woke to the smell of smoky sweet bacon, the aroma making his mouth water and stomach rumble. Rolling out of bed, George felt better, the pounding in his skull having lessened to a dull throb, and his vision was clear. "Autumn, are you there?" "Yes," she answered, her voice clear. "Your small brain is working better today, and while I am not working at optimal levels, I am better." George rolled his eyes. "Glad to hear that my damaged brain is working for you," he said, dressing quickly in his stolen brown uniform. Leaving his tiny room, he threaded his way through the cramped apartment to find Stefan cooking in the kitchen, wearing little more than his underwear and a grease-splattered apron. "You look much better," he began, a cigarette hanging off his lips. "Sit down. I have some bacon and eggs for you." He sat down, and Stefan spooned heaps of scrambled eggs and bacon onto his plate, smiling from ear to ear. "You're in a good mood," George said, hungrily digging into his food. Stefan sat down, eating directly from the frying pan. "Well, it's not every day one escapes purgatory," he said around bites of his food. "After 20 years, I'm looking forward to going home." "Of course," George said, wondering what Kathy would say to an unexpected guest on his way back. The glee on Stefan's face was palpable, and the last thing he wanted to do was disappoint him or piss him off before they finished the mission. They finished their breakfast and took turns showering before heading to the truck, George's anxiety growing the closer they got to Frankfurt. A few kilometres before they arrived at the event grounds, they stopped in the parking lot of a local market and left the truck, walking the rest of the way. Stefan spent the walk talking about his life in Germany's past, describing how he enjoyed the simplicity. But as time passed, he grew frustrated. "When were you recruited?" George asked, curious how the process worked. "I was born in 1999 and grew up in Berlin. My parents had provided me with a great childhood, and I wanted to do the same. Get married, have kids, and have a good life. So I did what all good Germans do. I worked hard at school and met a nice woman who loved me. I just turned 34 and completed my graduate degree in nuclear engineering from the University of Munich. My wife and I were expecting our first child." "What happened?" George asked. "There was an accident. Drunk driver, late, on a Friday night," he said, bowing his head. "My wife lost the baby and I lost my legs." "My God." Stefan nodded. "It was a terrible time and I wanted nothing more than to end it all. I would have." "Someone recruited you before you could do it," George said, seeing the pattern. "Thaddeus," he answered, nodding. "It was a few days after the accident and I was still in the hospital. I woke up one night with him standing above me. It scared me nearly to death." George stopped it dead in his tracks, his eyes drilling into Stefan's. "Thaddeus recruited you?" "It's not like that," Stefan said, holding up his hands, palms out. "This was a long time ago, long before he betrayed us." "That doesn't make it any better, not from what I've seen. Thaddeus tried to kill me." Stefan shook his head, blowing out his cheeks. "He wasn't always that way. He was the best of us before." Before what, he turned into an unkillable homicidal maniac. I knew him for a long time. His betrayal hurt me. Those people he hurt back in the temporal core were my friends, my family. We cannot hold Stefan responsible for what someone else did, Autumn said in his ear. George snorted, grinding his teeth as he continued, walking. Fine, let's just get this done. He stormed off, his stomach churning with worry as Stefan walked behind him. The last thing he needed right now was someone he couldn't trust. The Frankfurt fairgrounds were much larger than those in Eberswalde, and instead of 100 people, there were thousands. How are we going to find anyone in this mess? George asked, scanning the giant crowd. So, there are cameras to record the event up front near the stage, Stefan said, pointing at a squared-off area reserved for those filming the event. The stage, George said, pointing at the elevated platform draped in Nazi banners. The assassin was on the stage last time. Would they be foolish enough to try it again? George was about to answer when a trumpet sounded, followed by blaring military music that usually announced Hitler's arrival on stage. Shit, they're not supposed to start for another hour. After the assassination attempt, they must have changed their schedule to throw people off. Stefan started making his way through the crowd, roughly pushing aside anyone who got in his way in his haste to get to the front of the crowd. George followed, apologising profusely. I don't know, but last time the Union had a sniper in the tree line and another man on the stage. Hitler told me his men got the shooter in the tree line, and I saw the assassin on the stage run away. We have to get to the stage before they do, Stefan shouted. Maybe we'll get lucky and catch him if he's still part of the honour guard. I'll have to cover my face. Hitler knows what I look like, he said, breathing hard to keep up. Arriving at the entrance to the stage, George straightened his oversized brown uniform, tucking everything away so that he looked somewhat presentable. Stefan had dressed to blend in with the crowd, wearing a button-down white shirt, a grey jacket, and straight-leg slacks. Follow me and stay close. The area around the stairs was densely packed, with brown-shirted men, along with wealthier supporters, primarily wearing expensive wool suits and crisp white shirts. George's heart beat a mile a minute with each step closer, and he imagined that within moments he would be found out and thrown to the ground, or at the worst, shot on the spot. Instead, George found a place where he could see Hitler's procession, and the other brown-shirted men offered him quick nods, making room for him. Stefan settled in behind him, his broad shoulders making room for the both of them. Best if you keep your head down when Herr Hitler arrives, he might notice you. The music reached a crescendo, and George caught glimpses of the future Chancellor through the crowd shaking hands, signing autographs, and posing for pictures. Looking past Hitler, George focused on the honour guard, the men carrying the golden banners emblazoned with the Nazi swastika. Then, in the corner of his eye, George saw him, and for a split second their eyes met. "I see him!" he shouted over his shoulder, bolting towards the man, not knowing if Stefan heard him or not. There was a wave of panic in the crowd as everyone's eyes focused on him, and a second later, the brown-shirted imposter reached for the pistol on his hip. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins, and in a single instant, George focused his will through his Chronos, and the world fell silent as time stopped. "How do we do that?" he asked. "I don't know. But there are anomalies," Autumn said, her tone full of curiosity. "Some kind of interference I can't place." George bit his lower lip, his eyes darting in all directions before he returned his attention to the man reaching for his pistol. "It doesn't matter. Let's get this done and get out of this mess." He pressed forward, ducking and dodging the frozen onlookers, gently moving aside the people he couldn't avoid. He was only a few feet from his target when George saw the man blink, his hand moving in slow motion. The weapon just cleared the holster, and he levelled it at Hitler as George reached him, managing at the last second to knock the gun upward, the thunderous crack of his bullet exploding from the pistol, shattering the silence. George shrunk back when an ear-piercing scream came from the crowd, the world returning to its normal pace as panic surged through the multitude of bodies, sending people scrambling in all directions, pushing and shoving in a mad frenzy. The Union agent stood like a titan over him amid the screeching crowd, levelling his pistol at George. He threw up his hands, fear taking control, and silence fell over the area once more. George opened his eyes and gasped in awe. A torrent of amber flame erupted from the barrel, and at its heart a ball of lead moved like molasses, crawling towards him ever so slowly. Swallowing hard, he scrambled to his feet and a chill ran down his spine when the gunman's eyes crept toward him. "Autumn, what's happening? Why can they move in the temporal bubble?" he said, his voice tense. "I'm detecting 2 additional Chronos devices. They emit an unknown energy frequency, degrading the temporal field at an exponential rate." The exploding bullet started moving faster, and seeing that it was about to hit one of Hitler's other bannermen, George did the unthinkable, slapping the ball of lead out of the air. A raw screech poured from his throat as his hand burned in agony, and dark spots floated in the corner of his eyes as George ignored the pain and drove his shoulder into the shooter's stomach before time could resume. The flow of reality snapped back to normal, and George found himself on top of the Union assassin, wrestling for his pistol. He was about to knock the weapon away when an elbow found his skull, and George's stomach heaved, his head spinning. He rolled away, something sharp jabbing into his side when the other man bounded to his feet, his eyes darting in all directions. "You bastard!" the agent shouted as he watched Hitler disappear into the crowd, shielded by his men. "I'll kill you for that." The Union assassin raised a heavy boot, aiming for George's head. In a panicked daze, George rolled to his side, his heart skipping a beat when he saw that he'd been lying on the pistol. He reached for the gun and received a rib-shattering kick to his side, the tips of his fingers brushing against the grip before someone kicked away the weapon. George rolled onto his stomach and managed to get to his hands and knees when a stone-like fist cuffed him on the side of the head, and the coppery taste of blood filled his mouth as he fell again. A heavy weight landed on his back, and a thick forearm slid under his chin, squeezing hard on his windpipe. Dark spots danced in front of George's eyes as he gasped for breath, and the world around him dimmed when suddenly he caught the glint of the pistol at the edge of his reach, and he reached for it using the last of his strength. The assassin pulled harder, but George wrapped his fingers around the grip by some miracle. The arm around his neck loosened for a heartbeat as the assassin reached for the pistol, giving George a moment to shift and turn, pulling the trigger repeatedly. The weight on his back vanished, and he gasped when the Union assassin rolled off his back, and George found himself face to face with the man who'd just tried to kill him, watching as the light faded from his eyes. Chapter 17. Homecoming. The thinning crowd parted as Stefan elbowed his way through, quickly kneeling at George's side. "You look like hell," he said, slipping an arm around his waist and hefting him up. George stared dumbfounded, his gaze slipping back and forth between the pistol in his hand and the man dying in the grass. I'm sorry, I just wanted to get him off me." Stefan grabbed the gun, half carrying him while ignoring the stares of onlookers. "It was him or you, George. Sometimes you don't have a choice but to make the hard decision." "Stop! Stop!" George shouted, and the other man stopped, standing protectively over him as he heaved, emptying his belly, wiping away his breakfast with the sleeve of his shirt. "I'm not a killer." "Of course not, a killer wouldn't feel bad," Stefan said, urging George to get moving. "That man would have killed you and not had a second thought about it. You are nothing like that." George said nothing, knowing he would never be the same again. "We have to get out of here." "The clearing in the woods, the extraction point?" Stefan asked, throwing George a questioning look. "Yes," he answered, clutching at his side, his hand curling into his side as he white-knuckled in through the pain. "Once there, Kathy told me to use my Chronos to send a signal, and she'll open a portal to the core." A wide grin spread across Stefan's face, and George could feel him tense and sense his excitement. "I know you're hurt, but I can't help but be relieved to get to the core." They continued talking until they exited the fairground. At that point, George drifted in and out, and he only caught glimpses of their walk, coming fully to his senses when they returned to their stolen truck. "How long to Eberswalde?" he asked, fighting to keep his eyes open. About 2 hours, Stefan said, fighting with the stick shift as he pulled the lumbering truck onto the road. George nodded, doing his best to keep awake for the long drive, his guilt growing as he watched the road. He looked down to the Chronos on his arm, wanting nothing more than to tear it off his flesh. In the few days since it came into his life, he'd crippled one man and killed another. He'd left his family and almost died more than once. He spent the rest of the drive deep in thought, wondering what other horrors would happen to him unless he removed the device. "We're here," Stefan said, having driven the truck across the fairgrounds, stopping on the edge of the wood where George had arrived only yesterday. After a short trek through the forested area, George pulled up the display for his Chronos, keying in the command to send Kathy a signal. A moment later, a thin line of brilliant white cut vertically in the middle of the clearing. There was a burst of static in his ear. Kathy's voice came through loud and clear as if she were beside him. "George, are you all right?" "I'll live," he said, fighting through the dizziness. "But I'll need medical attention." "I can see that. Your vitals are coming through now. They're all over the place," Kathy said, pausing for a moment. "Hold on a minute. I need to configure a pulse that will resonate through your Chronos. It will disable anyone from opening a portal to this time frame." "No problem." "Is everything all right?" Stefan asked, a worried look crossing his face. George nodded, leaning against the other man. "She is locking out this time frame." Stefan bobbed his head in understanding. There was another burst of static in his ear, and George winced at the high pitch. "George, is someone else there with you? I'm getting some interference." "Yes, I have one of your people with me, Stefan Schmidt," George said. "I wouldn't have been able to do this without him." "Stefan is alive?" "Yes. He's been trapped in this timeline for the last 20 years. Kathy fell silent, and for a heartbeat, George thought she wasn't going to open the portal. "Okay," she said finally. "I am detecting his Chronos. That's what was causing the interference. I'm taking down the defense net now." The vertical line in the clearing widened, opening enough for them to step through. George went first, limping painfully through. "Holy shit," Kathy said, her face paling when she saw cuts and bruises, the pain etched on his face. She started for him, only to stop, her face a mask of terror. "What?" he asked, cocking his head. Kathy licked her lips, taking a step back as she raised her hands. "George, that's not Stefan." George turned around, his eyes narrowing when he saw Stefan levelling a plasma pistol at them, a broad smile spreading across his face. "I'm afraid my brother died several years ago," he said, raising his arm to show his battered and scarred Chronos device, "but he was kind enough to give me this after he passed." "Lars," Kathy whispered. The man who was not Stefan Schmidt nodded his head. "Hello, Kathy," he said, stepping closer. "It's good to see you again. Chapter 18, 3 days ago." The blaring alarm shocked Kathy from a dead sleep, her heart pounding out of her chest as she looked around the dark room in confusion. She reached for the light switch on her nightstand, only to freeze when her Chronos vibrated and the PA system chimed. "Warning intruder alert!" the automated voice began, echoing through the loudspeakers. "All personnel are to report to the central core. Arm yourselves." Kathy's mouth went dry, and her hands shook as panic set in. The core was one of the most secure places in the entire timeline, almost impossible to enter without authorization. And with good reason, the damage any one person could do would be irreparable. She shot out of bed, clicking on the light and hastily throwing on a simple pair of brown work trousers and a black button-down top. She reached for the door handle and stopped, remembering the automated message. "Arm yourselves." She went deep into her closet, cursing under her breath as she dug for the plasma pistol assigned to her during training. She hadn't thought of the weapon since then, and stored it away months ago. She worked a console all day, never leaving the core, and saw no need for the weapon. Kathy breathed a sigh of relief when she finally found the slim pistol, quickly inspecting the weapon to confirm that the energy clip was fully charged. A thunderous boom, followed by a wave of pressure, knocked her off her feet, and she saw stars when her head slammed against the wall. The building rocked again, and the closet door slammed shut as the lights flickered, then went off completely. Kathy squeezed her eyes shut, trying to blink away the spots dancing in her field of vision as she staggered to her feet. "What in the name of Jesus is going on?" she said, feeling her way along the wall and using it to get up. Kathy went cold, her breath catching in her throat, when she heard heavy footsteps on the other side of the door and muffled voices speaking in low tones. A flash of light came from under the door and she fell back against the wall, her mind racing to remember what little training she had. Taking a deep breath, she levelled the pistol at the door, keeping her finger gently on the trigger, ready to squeeze, not pull. A crack of light blinded her as the door swung open, and Kathy forgot everything she knew, firing wildly and sending arcing bolts of plasma in all directions. The smell of ozone filled the air, and bits of concrete and burning metal peppered her skin, followed by deep-throated screams and heavy thuds, then silence. Kathy took a shuddering breath slowly, opening her eyes as she blinked in surprise at what she'd done. What was left of her closet hung in tatters, with a large part of the doorframe looking like some massive beast had clawed out chunks of it. 3 men in long black coats lay on the floor with gaping holes in their chests, smouldering from plasma burns. She stumbled from the closet with her mouth hanging open, about to kneel and check who they were when blaster fire echoed in the distance, followed by screams. Panicking, she ran for the door, closing it enough that someone couldn't see into the room with a casual glance. Kathy inserted a fresh clip into her pistol and moved to the side of the door, putting her back flat against the wall, not daring to breathe as she tried to keep quiet. The pounding of heavy boots racing down the corridor came and went, and the tension drained out of Kathy's shoulders. Part of her wanted to remain in her room and curl up into a ball. She had been here only for a few months, and it would be easier to let someone more experienced handle whatever was happening. But one look at the men in black coats dead on the floor told her that this was serious. Tamping down her fear, Kathy crawled to the man closest to her, fighting to ignore the sickening smell of cauterized flesh that made her stomach queasy. Searching his pockets for anything to give her a clue, she cursed under her breath when his arm shifted, and she caught a glimpse of something shiny under his coat sleeve. Kathy pushed up his coat sleeve, and her breath caught in her throat. "Shit, shit, shit," she said, glaring at the Chronos device decorating his right forearm, an almost perfect match to her own, which could only mean one thing. Leaning back on her haunches, she keyed in a command to her Chronos, overlaying the device's optical display to her field of vision. Kathy breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that their security protocols were still active, and access to the temporal core was locked out. Rising to her feet, Kathy used her Chronos to open a channel, keeping the message to only known devices. "This is Kathy," she began, unsure why she was whispering. "Can anyone hear me? Is anyone out there?" There was a brief burst of static, and a moment later, the face of a dark-skinned man with a white beard and close-cropped hair appeared on her optical display. "Kathy, you're alive." "Director Hayward," she began, a grateful smile coming to her face. "What's going on? Union agents just attacked me." The director nodded, glancing at something over his shoulder. "They managed to slip a team in during the last temporal transport. How they managed it, I have no clue," he began, his dark eyes fuming with anger. "But me and a small team managed to get the core locked down and secure, but Union agents took the control room." Kathy nodded, glancing at the bodies. "I had an encounter with 3 of them. And you're still with us, not bad for a console jockey." "I was just lucky," she said, her cheeks going red with embarrassment. "But I don't know what to do now, sir." Hayward's full lips pressed into a thin line and his eyes narrowed. "Where are you now?" "I was never able to leave my quarters, sir." "I need to get a console operator to the auxiliary control room on Gamma level. You're the closest, so I'll send a team to meet you. Kathy swallowed hard, the colour draining from her face. Sir? The director snorted, his lips turning down. We're limited in what we can do in the core. I need to get you to the auxiliary control room so we can get those Union bastards out of the complex. I can't, sir. I know it's a lot to ask, he began, his face softening, but most of our people have been killed or captured. I need you to step up, to go beyond what you think you can do. Sir, I completed my training only a few months ago. I'm not allowed to work in the control room without supervision. Director Hayward leaned in, his voice barely a whisper. I've seen your file, Kathy. Your evaluations. You have so much potential. Trust me, you can do this. Kathy looked at the ceiling, blinking back tears as she fought to calm her trembling, thinking of how much of a coward she was hiding in her room, all while people were dead or dying. She had to do better for herself and everyone. She swallowed hard, gathering her courage. Sir, I'm on my way. Chapter 19, Family. The lights flickered and dimmed, leaving the corridors of the temporal complex dim and dark, Kathy's gut-wrenching anxiety growing with each step. Deep grooves and plasma burns decorated the walls, giving her the impression that the people who lived in the section put up a hell of a fight. Each time she passed an open door, she expected someone to call out to her, or at least see a body, but there was only silence. After what felt like an eternity, she reached the turbolift and keyed in her chronos, the door hissing open moments later. She entered the lift, holding her pistol in a white-knuckled grip, feeling trapped when the door slid closed. She had seen too many horror movies where bad things happened in elevators, and while it seemed perfectly safe, she was always terrified some monster would jump out of the dark. The lift was almost to its destination when the lights flickered off, and Kathy found herself in the dark with her heart beating out of her chest. Hello, my friends. I am now in control of your communication system and basic environmental controls, said a soft, accented voice coming through the audio system. It won't be long before we control the rest of the internal systems. Give us access to the core, and I promise that we will let you find a place along the timeline to live out your lives. Kathy tensed when her optical display came up without her command, and Director Hayward appeared in her field of vision. Hello, Thaddeus, he began, his tone full of spite. I'm surprised you dared to come back here. Not daring, only a sense of justice, Thaddeus said over the intercom, his soft voice making Kathy's skin crawl. Justice for what? Hayward spat, his face looking like he'd eaten something bitter. For giving you a life, a purpose. Thaddeus didn't respond, and for a moment she thought the director had regained control of the PA system. Not a purpose, a lie, Thaddeus shouted, his thin, angular face appearing in her optical display. A lie you've repeated so many times that you can't see the truth anymore. Director Hayward shook his head, his eyes downcast. How could you, Thaddeus? You were one of us. I treated you like a son. Don't you see? Thaddeus whispered. What I'm doing for all the sons and daughters you lied to. When I'm done, the timeline will be a utopia for everyone, not just your chosen few. I will... The image of both men snapped and vanished, followed by a burst of static as Thaddeus was suddenly cut off. Kathy bit the inside of her cheek, worrying about how Thaddeus would remake the timeline. From what she'd been told, the man was cruel and evil and craved only power for himself. The turbo lift came to a halt, and when the doors slid open, Kathy froze. A bright light blinded her, and in the moment it took her eyes to adjust, rough hands dragged her from the lift, pressing her face first against the cold stone wall. Name? Position. Quickly. Kathy Kim, she said, blushing as hands probed and prodded her, running up and down her body. Junior control room operator. A broad-shouldered man with white blonde hair and pale blue eyes spun her around, pressing her against the wall with his forearm. "Are you the one that let them in?" He spat in a heavy German accent. No, she said, shaking her head. "I was asleep in my room when it started." "That's enough, Lars," shouted another man, pulling back the man holding her, glaring at him until he spun away and paced back and forth in the hall, clenching his fists. The other man had similar features, but dark brown hair and grey eyes. He had the same big of a nose and a square jaw as the other man, but he was somehow softer, kinder in how he looked at her. "Are you all right, Fräulein?" Kathy nodded, rubbing away the soreness in her chest. "I'm fine. I just didn't expect to be attacked by one of my people," she said, looking at the man pacing back and forth. "I'm sorry for my brother. He has not taken this well," he said, following her gaze. "I am Stefan Schmidt. Director Hayward sent us to escort you." She swallowed, her eyes darting back and forth between the two brothers. "I'm not sure why they need me to do it. There has to be someone more experienced." Stefan nodded, resting a hand lightly on her shoulder. "Most of us are field agents, and our most experienced operators were in the control room when the bomb detonated. Union agents were rounding up the others, last I heard. It looks like you're all we have left." "Bomb!" she said, hugging herself. "No." Stefan glanced at the rest of the team, then took her by the elbow as they fell in around her. "Yes, they detonated some kind of bomb in the control room," he said, guiding her along. "From what we can gather, someone on our side placed it there." "What?" Kathy said, coming to a halt. "Director Hayward showed me the footage," he said, stopping to look her in the eye. "The bomb opened the second a temporal portal opened. Union agents flooded in through the open portal." Kathy pursed her lips, understanding dawning. "A console operator would have been able to close a portal the instant they detected an anomaly in the team coming through. They had to throw us into chaos to keep the portal open." "It was too well coordinated," said Stefan, urging her to keep moving. "To have the bomb go off just as a team was coming through means that someone, maybe a couple of someone, switched sides. I don't understand how this keeps happening." Kathy began hurrying after him. "What does the Union offer?" They turned a corner and Stefan threw her to the side, Kathy falling hard on her back, blasting the air from her lungs. The high-pitched whine of blaster fire filled the air, and the queasy smell of cooked flesh wafted over her as Stefan staggered to his feet, dragging her along with him. "Get back! Behind the wall now!" Choking dust and burning debris filled the air, and Kathy crouched into a ball, covering her head with her hands to try and block out the screams of people falling around her. Lars and Stefan were suddenly at her side, dragging her by both arms as they raced back down the corridor, the sound of blaster fire fading in the distance. "We just lost half the damn team!" shouted Lars, his pale face red with fury as they ducked into what looked like someone's living quarters. "Let's forget this chick and get down to the temporal core with the others." Stefan raised his brow, frowning at his brother. "Director Hayward, give us a mission. I intend to see it through. Besides, we can't open a temporal portal without her." Lars rose to his feet, checking his blaster pistol. "It's a stupid rule." "There's a reason field agents can't access control consoles, you know that," Stefan said, peeking out the door, tensing as the sound of footfalls reached their ears. "Because one field agent went bad, we all have to deal with this nonsense." Stefan narrowed his eyes, staring hard at his brother. "That one field agent caused a lot of damage. Just look at the mess we're in now." Lars opened his mouth to speak, when Stefan swung the door open wide to admit two of the men who had been escorting her. "Over here." Both men who entered were worse for wear, with bruises and cuts on their faces, and one of them walking with a noticeable limp. "We lost Hutch and Bailey, but we gave better than we got. The way is clear now," said the one with the limp, bending in half and breathing hard. Kathy stepped forward, a wave of guilt washing over her when she realised those men had died protecting her. Maybe Lars is right, she began, biting her lower lip. It may be better to head down to the temporal core. There has to be a way to gain control from there. Stefan shook his head. No, not after I've lost half my team getting this far. He stepped out into the corridor with his weapon drawn. I'll take point. The rest of you follow me. The team filed out of the living quarters, falling in line behind him. They walked along in the darkened silence, and every breath, heavy footstep or whisper was like a scream in the dark, and Kathy worried that the noise would draw more Union agents to them. She was terrified each time Stefan led them around a corner. She expected a blaster bolt to drive him back or blast a hole in his chest. "This is it," he said, stopping in front of a nondescript door that looked no different from any of the others they'd passed. "Lars, cover me, please." Lars frowned, his face twisting like he'd swallowed something bitter. "Roger," he said, standing to the right of the door with his back against the wall, his pistol raised. Stefan opened the door, taking a glance and then racing in. "Clear," he shouted, holstering his pistol. "Kathy, get in here." Auxiliary control was a small, claustrophobic room with a pair of control consoles and a view screen that stretched the length of the far wall. "What do you need me to do?" she asked, settling in at one of the consoles. The remainder of the team filed in, with Lars bringing up the rear, closing the door behind him. "Our job was to get you here. The rest is up to the director." Kathy sat, placing her Chronos into a slot in the console, the room lighting up when the screen at the front of the room came alive. "Kathy Kim to Director Hayward," she said, her shoulders hunching up when everyone crowded in around her. The director's face appeared on screen and Kathy breathed a sigh of relief. "Kathy, glad to see you made it," he said, his eyes flicking to the others in the room, giving them brief nods. "Now we can remove these Union bastards from the complex. I need you to locate and lock onto any anomalous Chronos devices." She nodded, running through a series of commands on her console, calling up a map of the complex and projecting it onto the main screen. "My God," she whispered, staring hard at the myriad of red points dominating the screen. So many, from just a single portal. "They planned this well," Director Hayward said, brushing a hand down his face. Stefan leaned forward, bracing himself against her console. "Sir, we don't have the manpower to take back this base. We may have to evacuate." "What do we do now, sir?" Kathy asked. Hayward bowed his head, his face an unreadable mask. "We can't let this complex fall into Union hands. They would do irreparable to the timeline. We have to do what Agent Schmidt recommends. We evacuate." Kathy swallowed hard, her breath catching in her throat. She'd been recruited only a few months ago, at what had been the lowest moment of her life. But this place, these people, rebuilt her. They made her feel loved again when she forgot what that felt like. "What does that mean, Director?" "It means you're going to lock onto every Chronos device in the complex, sending anything living to random points across the timeline." I'm not sure how to do that, sir," she began, staring down at the controls with a blank look. "And how do we get back?" Director Hayward keyed in something to his Chronos, and a series of instructions flashed across the main screen, outlining what she had to do and how to do it. "Getting us back will be your responsibility, Kathy. Once Union forces are scattered along the timeline, you must transport us all back. Understood?" "Have you lost your mind?" she spat. "Once we're gone, I want you to lock everyone out," he continued, going on as if she'd said nothing. "You'll be the only one with access to the temporal core and access to the complex. You'll have to transport us back one by one to be safe." The blood drained from her face, and she was suddenly numb. "I don't understand," she said. "That means I'll be alone." If anything goes wrong, you'll need to access emergency protocols in the Genesis file. Follow the instructions to the letter if it comes to that. Kathy clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. Director Hayward! She screamed, slamming her hands against the control panel. Stop! I can't do this! The director stopped talking, frowning at her. Kathy, most of our people are missing, dead or hurt. You're the only console operator alive. There is no one else. But there's no other way to do this, he shouted, his face twisting with anger. So put on your big girl pants and do what I say. Our future depends on it. Kathy froze, snapping to attention as if he'd slapped her. She wanted to scream at him, to tell him she was just a college student who couldn't get her shit together, that she was the last person in the world he could depend on. The type of person who tried to take the easy way out when life didn't turn out the way she wanted. What do I need to do? Director Hayward's shoulders slumped and his brow furrowed as he stared back at her. I'm going to open the core's temporal stream and send you the required data. Once you have it, we'll leave the core chamber and head to the hydroponics bay. Lock onto the personnel remaining on the base and us and execute transport. The hydroponics bay? That's still pretty close to the core during transport. Don't you risk temporal aphasia? There is a risk of some brain damage, but hydroponics is the farthest we can get safely. Union forces have control of the rest of the complex, and hopefully the aphasia will be temporary. Kathy snorted, wiping a forearm across her nose, remembering her training. Security protocols dictated console operators could execute time jumps and temporal portals. The energy and coordinates for those jumps came directly from the singularity, and someone had to be there to access it. If she tried to open a portal or execute a jump in the vicinity, it would be as if the person was exposed to the singularity, shredding them to atoms in the blink of an eye. Awaiting data, she said, executing the command to lock onto every Chronos device in the complex. The director's face disappeared from the main screen, replaced by a scrolling set of coordinates. Extracting temporal coordinates for all jumps. Confirming, Kathy began, her voice hollow and distant. Entering jump coordinates. A brief hum resonated through the complex as the director's face returned to the screen. Accessing the core and transferring power for the jumps. Kathy nodded, tracking the percentage of power required for the jump as it clocked in on her screen. Almost there, she continued. You should get to safety, sir. You've got about a minute before execution. For safety's sake, I am dividing the jump history and data core amongst our people's Chronos device and wiping out all existing data in the complex. If the Union manages to control our network, they won't get anything. Is that safe, sir? She asked. Director Hayward nodded. It's the best we can do on short notice, he said, ordering the people behind him to get moving before he returned his attention to her. Kathy, we're counting on you. Don't let us down. Everything okay? Stefan asked as the director vanished from the screen. Kathy flinched. She'd been so engrossed with the director that she'd almost forgotten everyone else in the room. I'm fine, she said, glancing around at everyone. All of you should prepare for transport. Lars stepped forward, glancing at his brother and then at her. Where are you sending us? And for how long? She looked at her console, scanning for Lars and his brother. Looks like you're going to your native country, Germany, 1910. Stefan opened his mouth to speak when Lars suddenly unholstered his pistol, pointing it at the back of her head. I'm afraid that won't be happening. What are you doing? Kathy shouted, hunching up her shoulders. Everyone hands up, move to the front of the room. I want all of you in front of the screen facing me. Now or I remove her head with a plasma bolt. Stefan and the other men raised their hands, walking around the console to stand in front of the view screen and then turning to face them. Schweinehund, he swore, glaring at his brother. What the fuck, Lars? Fixing the problems you refuse to fix, brother, he said, pressing the barrel of his pistol to the back of her skull. Now, you girl, You will continue with the transport of your people while keeping the Union agents on site. After that, you will transfer all control protocols to my Chronos device." "Don't do this, Lars," Stefan shouted, shaking his head. "You know this won't bring back our parents or anyone else." Kathy's hands drifted to the execute command, sweat beading down her back as she moved ever so slowly. "Don't do it, girl," Lars threatened, shoving her head forward with his pistol, sneering at his brother. "Did you even try? Or did you just believe Director Hayward's lies?" Stefan started for his pistol, glaring at Lars. "You won't shoot me," he said defiantly. "I'm the only family you have left." Lars cackled, moving the pistol from Kathy's head to aim it at his brother. "Don't try me. I have no problem killing you. Once we have control of the temporal core, I can always go back and pull you from an earlier point in the timeline." "And risk a paradox?" Stefan shot back. "Not even you are that crazy." The brothers began shouting back and forth, and Kathy removed her hands from the console, resting them in her lap, and subtly using her chronos, she opened a channel to Director Hayward, not daring to say a word. "Kathy, what's going on?" whispered the director's voice in her ear. "Lies!" Lars shouted, shaking his pistol at Stefan, his face red with anger. Stefan's eyes flickered to Kathy and she shook her head. "Who told you that?" "The Union. They would say anything, you know that." "Thaddeus showed me himself." "Thaddeus is a liar and a traitor," Stefan shouted, drawing his pistol from his holster, his eyes never leaving his brother's face. A burst of static echoed in her ear, followed by the director's tense voice. "Kathy, you have to execute the transport. Union agents are closing on our position." Lars stepped out from behind her, shaking his head. "No, he's died a dozen times, we've seen it. And yet he comes back, without fail." The sound of blaster fire came through the comm channel with Director Hayward, followed by gut-wrenching screams. "Kathy, we're out of time. It's now or never." She swallowed hard, staring at Stefan, desperate to catch his attention. Stefan licked his lips, levelling his weapon at Lars. "Enough of this stupidity, Lars. Put down the pistol. We can talk about this." His eyes met Kathy's. She nodded and he pulled the trigger, Lars managing to duck down enough so that the blast clipped him on the shoulder. The small room exploded into chaos as Lars shot back, filling the air with arcing bolts of blue-white plasma that slammed into the view screen, sending jagged fingers of electricity dancing wildly across its length. Kathy wasted no time, executing the final command for the transport just as her console exploded, the spark scorching her skin and throwing her hard to the ground, the breath blasting from her lungs. She rolled over to see everyone in the room bend and twist in a way that made her nauseous, their bodies folding in on themselves and stretching to infinity, then vanishing as the singularity sent them hurtling along the timeline. Kathy tried to sit up, gasping, when she realised that a jagged shard of metal was lodged in her shoulder, and a steady stream of warm blood was cascading down her arm. Moving slower, she shifted enough that she could scoot on her bum and sit up against the wall. Groaning in pain, she tried to catch her breath, only to find that she was having trouble breathing. Glancing around the darkened room with its dead screen and shattered console, Kathy broke down, and fat tears rolled down her face as her shoulders shook. The control console was destroyed, and she wouldn't use it to get anyone back any time soon. She had never felt more alone, and for the second time in her life she thought about ending it all. There was a subtle beep in her ear from her Chronos, and without warning, the word Kathy appeared in her optical display. Looking down in confusion at the silvered device on her forearm, she snapped to attention. She was sure that the transport sequence was correctly executed. No one should be left in the complex, no one alive to send her a message. She was about to dismiss it as her imagination playing tricks on her when a chill ran down her spine, and she heard the bing came again, followed by another message. "Kathy, don't fall asleep. If you do, you'll bleed to death." "Who's there?" she snapped back. A surge of adrenaline, giving her the strength to get to her feet. Running for what was left of the auxiliary control console, she grabbed her plasma pistol, feeling immediately better with the weapon's weight in her hand. The beep sounded again, and her display was filled with another message. "You will bleed out in 2 hours and 45 minutes unless you get immediate medical attention. Please come to the temporal core if you want to live." A wave of dizziness swept over her, and for a moment she thought she was about to pass out. "How do I know you're not a Union agent that I missed?" she said. "If I were a Union agent, you would be dead already." It wrote, "Would I be offering you medical attention?" She shrugged, slumping against the wall. "Well, I don't know. Never met one." She joked, finding the whole situation ridiculous. The messenger fell silent, and for a second in time she thought that it was gone. "Well, you have a choice," it began in her optical display. "You can die in a pool of your own blood, or you can come to the core and live a long and fruitful life." "I've made this choice before. It turned out okay," Kathy said, bowing her head, wondering if the walk was worth it. Part of her wanted to sit and drift away, give in to the dark voice in her head. Instead, she pushed herself off the wall and staggered to the door while clutching her arm. I think I'll live for now. I'm on my way." Chapter 20, The Singularity. The complex was empty, and silence was ominous as she headed for the temporal core, but Kathy's irrational mind expected to find Union agents around every corner. She was sure that the complex was empty. Everyone was now in the past, dispersed along the timeline. But the voice was real. She was sure of it. The turbolift arrived, and she blanched when the door opened to reveal the twisted remains of one of her colleagues slumped against the far wall, his eyes wide open in a death stare as if he was accusing her of failing him somehow. Terence was a field agent she'd talked to only once, but he seemed nice and had the cutest cat that always sat on the conference table during meetings. His dark skin was covered in ugly bruises, and dried blood flowed from his ears and nose as if he'd been beaten to death. Kathy stepped into the lift and looked away, not wanting to think how horrible his death must have been. The turbo lift halted, and she stepped out into the hall leading to the temporal core, gaping in awe. The walls were covered in burn marks, and the air smelled of ozone and burnt flesh. Dozens of bodies lay burnt and broken along her path. Most were Union, but some were her people. Director Hayward had sounded desperate in his messages, and now she understood how desperate. She wondered if his team made it to the hydroponics bay, or were they shredded to atoms by being too close to the singularity when she executed the time jumps. She passed the carnage to stand in front of the blaster-scorched door that led to the singularity, pale and exhausted from blood loss. The best experience of her young life had happened behind these doors. The day she was recruited to the Corps, Director Hayward used the singularity to show her what her life could be and a possible future filled with potential. The experience had dispelled her desire to end her life and gave her hope for a brighter future. But now, her stomach twisted in knots when she thought about what she would find inside. The door slid open with a gentle hiss, and Kathy looked on in wonder at one of the greatest mysteries in the universe hanging in the distance. Glowing matter swirled around an invisible black void, while jets of amber exploded from the poles, then arced back into the stream orbiting it. A black hole was one of the most potent forces in the known universe, capable of generating gravity on such a scale that not even light could escape it. Yet here she stood, just outside the event horizon. Director Hayward had explained that no one knew who constructed the temporal core or how long it had been here. His people had only a vague understanding of how the technology worked. They only knew how to use it. Kathy stepped onto the grated metal causeway leading to the control area, a large balcony that jutted out from the main walkway surrounding the singularity. Coming to a stop at one of the many consoles, she inserted her Chronos to activate the display, gasping when only a blank screen appeared. Narrowing her eyes, she fought through the pain in her shoulder and began to systematically go through the database. The metallic taste of fear came to her tongue when she remembered it had been wiped. Every time jump ever recorded, every portal opening, nothing was left. She had no coordinates of the people she'd dispersed along the timeline, and there was no way to bring them back. She licked her lips, her hands shaking as panic set in. "I'm here!" she shouted, remembering the strange messages that had led her here to begin with. What do I do now? "Activate Genesis protocols," flashed across the screen before her, and Kathy's body went numb. Director Hayward's final instructions were to activate the protocol if everything went south, and now that they had, some strange entity was sending messages to do just that. Shaking away the confusion, she searched the database for the protocol, surprised to find anything at all, knowing that someone had wiped every bit of information from their systems. The console beeped, and a series of instructions flashed across the screen. Director-level access only. Genesis protocols required to avoid temporal paradox, she read aloud, her frown deepening the more she read the instructions. "This doesn't make any sense. I'll die if I take down any part of the shield." "Time is running out," Kathy flashed across her screen, and her heart skipped a beat, and she was forced to hold on to the console to not fall over. Kathy stared at the swirling matter falling into the singularity, knowing neither she nor anyone else knew how this worked. She looked over her shoulder, gazing upon the trail of blood she'd left, then at the wound that would kill her if left untreated. "No choice, I can die slow or I can die fast," she said, shoving her Chronos into the console and imputing the commands to take down a minuscule portion of the shield. Kathy squeezed her eyes shut, expecting her body to be spaghettified and stretched for an eternity. Her only hope being that there would be no pain. She let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, slowly opening one eye, then the other. "What the hell?" she said, gazing far off in the distance. A wave of swirling matter was rolling towards her, cresting and crashing like they were on the ocean. Riding the flowing wave was a sphere, glowing a bright silver against the matter stream collapsing into the singularity. That's impossible. After what felt like an eternity, the sphere came closer, until finally stopping at the platform's edge. It was a little taller than a man, and just as wide, and while she stared, flickers of emerald and cobalt pulsed across its surface. "What is that?" she whispered, falling back when a thin white line cut down the centre of the sphere, opening to reveal a silver-clad humanoid sitting in a high-backed chair at a control console similar to the ones she used. Kathy's jaw fell open as he stood, descending from the sphere to stand in front of her. He was a head taller than her, and his body was covered in a silver material that looked identical to her Chronos, leaving only his face visible. "Who are you?" "Just a man," he answered. "A man out of time." "Are you from the future?" Kathy asked, her voice shaking. The man out of time cocked his head, looking like he was pondering the question. "From your perspective, yes. So I thought we could only go backward from this point in time, and going forward was impossible." The silver material covering his body shifted and pulsed, the reflected light changing from emerald to deep cobalt. "Impossible is a relative term," he said, extending his arm and opening his hand. The light reflecting off him slid away, dancing down his extended arm to coalesce into a small glowing sphere that floated over his open palm. Kathy stared at the ball of energy and then back at the singularity, her eyes narrowing. It should be impossible for anything to escape a black hole, even light. "Nothing physical, but information. Information can escape." "Hawking radiation," she whispered, her mind racing back to the days and weeks of training she'd received when she'd arrived in the future. Impulsively, she reached out to touch him, pulling back when her fingers passed through him. Are you real? Or have I gone nuts? A hint of a smile came to his face and he nodded. I am real. We just exist of different wavelengths, he said as the glowing ball of his palm floated towards her, a perfect sphere, pulsing from crimson to amber, emerald to cobalt. What is that? She asked, swallowing hard as the sphere floated closer, floating just over her head. It is a key, he said, his voice growing distant. A key to this place. Kathy began to tremble, her breathing short. I still don't understand. Leaving the temporal core unguarded would leave it open to attack. Agents are needed to repair incursions to the timeline, and a director must oversee it all. Do you understand, Kathy Kim? She pulled back, shaking her head. No, that's not me, she said, walking backward. The idea that she could be anything more than a console jockey was impossible to her. Find someone else. Someone in the future you came from would be more capable than me. The man out of time smiled fully now, showing the whites of his teeth. Where I come from, it is you. Kathy squeezed her eyes shut, her shoulders slumping as if a great weight had been put on them. It must be some kind of mistake. I can't do this. Find Director Hayward. He must be somewhere along the timeline. This is a fixed point in time, Kathy. What happened today happens no matter what, he replied as the glowing sphere inched closer. Director Hayward and his team were too close to the singularity. They were obliterated. And without the data in the core, the agents sent along the timeline are lost forever. Even I can't locate them. Please, I can't, she whispered, falling to her knees and bowing her head. I can't. You can, and you will, he said, as the sphere touched her head, blasting the air from her lungs and sending her sprawling on the cold corrugated metal of the balcony as pulses of light danced over her skin. Needles of hot, searing pain pulsed from the wound in her shoulder, and beads of sweat exploded from every pore in her body, drenching her to the bone. Places and people flashed before her eye, knowledge of distant events and moments searing into her mind. At first, she didn't understand, thinking that she was going insane, seeing other people's lives play out, but slowly the pain faded, and wisdom dawned, giving her understanding and clarity. These were glimpses into her future, the lives she would save and the places she would make better. Get up, Director Kim. The man boomed, his words snapping her to awareness. Her eyes snapped open and Kathy drew in a ragged breath, tingles running up and down her body. She sat up, holding her shoulder and realizing the pain was gone. She was whole again. I saw my future, she mumbled, narrowing her eyes while she rose to her feet. The things I do will make your future possible. It is a possible future, one that you must ensure comes to pass. Kathy opened her mouth to speak, snapping it shut when in the distance the singularity flashed and more waves than she could count appeared. There's something else coming through, she said, counting more than a dozen silvery spheres coming closer. The man out of time glanced over his shoulder, sighing deeply. It is time for me to meet my destiny, he said, returning to his sphere, settling into the seat with a grim look on his face. What? She yelled, moving to step forward into the sphere with him, only to find her path blocked by an invisible force. You can't just dump all this on me and leave. You have to help me. I wish I could, he said, his lips turning into a deep frown. But time is not on our side. Kathy scoffed, shaking her head in disbelief. What do I do now? She asked, having no clue how to become the woman she had seen in her vision. I will lead our unwelcome guests from here, he continued. When I am gone, delete the Genesis protocols and return the temporal complex to normal operation. I can't do this alone. The sphere door began to slide close and he locked eyes with her. You don't have to. Find George Wells on the day he broke that poor boy's back. He will help you. What? She said, narrowing her eyes in confusion. The sphere darted off, making a wide berth around the edge of the singularity to avoid the other spheres coming towards them. The man, out of time, somehow managed to get around them until it plunged into the singularity, leaving her alone and confused. Chapter 21, Director Kim. Kathy left the temporal core in a daze, her mind mired in the sheer loneliness of her situation. The man from the future told her it was her destiny to rebuild the time core, but one look at the broken, blasted corridor told how monumental that task would be. She stepped gingerly around the bodies of the Union agents that had assaulted the complex, heading for the turbolift. The door slid open with a hiss, and she gasped, covering her mouth with a hand. She had forgotten about the body in the lift, Terence. Looking away from his accusing stare, she turned her attention to the controls, unsure where to go. She wanted most to go back to her room, crawl under her covers and hide from the world. She reached for the button that would take her back to her floor, only to freeze when she remembered the bodies in her room and instead hit another key. The ride was short, and she breathed a sigh of relief when the doors slid open. Beta level served as the mess hall and lounge, and was gratefully untouched. The mess area reminded her of her high school cafeteria, with a long, buffet-style serving section and long tables where people could eat facing one another. The rest of the space was arranged as cafe-style lounge with comfortable armchairs and sofas scattered about the wide open area. Nestled away in the corner was a well-equipped bar with shelves filled with anything you could ever want to drink. The last thing Kathy wanted was food, and instead she went to the racks of spirits lined up behind the bar and grabbed a bottle of vodka, grabbing one of the glasses neatly lined up on a lower shelf. Kathy plopped herself on a comfortable sofa, opened the bottle, poured herself a shot, and downed it immediately. She squeezed her eyes shut as the bitter liquid burned down her throat and into her belly, a deep sigh escaping her lips a moment later. Her world had been turned upside down today. Kathy had lost the few friends she had made here, and now she was alone again with no clue what to do. The insanity of the task ahead of her seemed impossible. Like Everest. She was new to the temporal complex and had only a few months of training, with many more years to go. How was she supposed to rebuild everything lost when she didn't even understand the bare minimum as a console operator? A single tear rolled down her face as she continued to drink, pouring herself glass after glass until snot rolled down her nose and small shudders shook her body. After a while, she didn't bother with the pretense of the glass and drank straight from the bottle, wanting to dull the pain as quickly as possible. To forget. Kathy woke in a daze, unaware of how much time had passed. Her head pounded, and her stomach roiled, and before she could think about anything, she leaned over the side of the sofa she'd slept on and painfully emptied her belly. After what felt like an eternity, her stomach calmed enough to rise on shaking legs, gingerly stepping around the puddle she'd made. Disgusted with herself. She moved mechanically behind the serving counter and grabbed a protein bar and water bottle. Her belly settled somewhat after eating, and she headed for the turbo lift, finding Terence's body waiting for her. Quickly glancing away, Kathy reached for the button to the command centre to see what could be salvaged, but stopped, instead keying in the command to the medbay. She arrived on the medbay level and made her way through the dark and dim hallways, ignoring the flickering and failing lights. Her Chronos device gave her access to the medical facility, and she began searching, threading her way around the biobeds and medical devices, hunting for the tool she needed. "There you are," she said, walking over to the portable gurney resting on the floor. Kathy keyed in a series of commands to the control panel, and the device rose to waist level with a soft hum. Steeling herself, she guided the gurney through the dim halls until she came to the turbo lift. The doors opened, and she commanded the gurney to the ground, and with all of her strength, she rolled Terence onto it. A shudder ran through her when she touched the dead body, and she fought to keep from throwing up bile. When she finished, Kathy guided the gurney back to sickbay, placing the corpse onto a biobed and covering him with a sheet. Nodding to herself, she went back out, searching, scouring the complex for the fallen, for those killed by Thaddeus and his men. It took her the better part of the day to find everyone. When she was done, she stood alone in the med bay, surrounded by those who died, for no good reason, other than living and working in this complex. Kathy had expected sadness, and for a moment she was, but then she began to pace back and forth, staring at the dead, her nostrils flaring while a burning rage grew in her heart. Turning her back on the sick bay, Kathy stalked through the base, going down to the lowest level until she arrived at the armory. The armory contained some of the worst weapons ever created by humanity, from simple spears and swords to the most horrid energy weapons devised in human history. The experience had shaken her, burning into her mind the terrible things people do to one another. She walked to the back of the armory to find the weapon that had left the most lasting impression on her. A pulsed energy projectile and pulsed impulsive laser. The agent who'd given her the tour had been fascinated by the weapon and detailed about its operation. It worked by laser ablation, with the ablated material explosively forming a plasma which was then detonated with a second laser pulse, disintegrating the target completely. Hefting it off the stand, she put the strap over her shoulder and took a few energy packs. She left the armory with purpose, the weapon's weight in her hand giving fire to her anger. Kathy took the turbo lift to the central core, and when the doors hissed open, she vented her wrath on the dead, pulling the trigger and blasting the bodies of the Union men until only dust remained. When the corridor was clear, Kathy continued on, going from level to level, hunting down the Union dead, disintegrating every last one. She lost all sense of time and space, not thinking, only acting, forgetting herself in the act of vengeance. Kathy knew nothing she was doing would bring anyone back, but each time she destroyed another Union agent, she found peace. She ended her journey where it began, in her room, disintegrating the 3 Union agents that had come looking for her. Kathy's shoulders were chafed and her hands sore, her body was exhausted. But somehow, she felt better. Like she'd accomplished something, no matter how small. Letting the pulsed impulsive laser fall to the floor, she undressed, leaving a trail of soiled clothes on the way to the shower. Kathy turned to shower onto its hottest setting, scrubbing away the filth and the grime, and when she was done, she dressed in a simple pair of jeans and a t-shirt, lastly throwing on a form-fitting leather jacket. Satisfied with her appearance, she took the turbo lift to the core, removing the lockdown protocols with her new authority as director, and then went up to the central control room. The bomb that had detonated in the control room had thrown the whole complex into chaos, and seeing the damage up close, she realised the only reason she wasn't dead was that she was off shift. Broken glass crushed underfoot as she wandered the room, hunting for a working console, and to her surprise she found one near the front. Settling in, she inserted her Chronos into the command slot to activate it. The view screen at the front of the room flickered to life, wavering back and forth, the image on the screen splintering like broken glass due to cracks on its surface. The view screen usually displayed temporal incursions, or temporal events, and it also tracked agents across the timeline via their Chronos devices. Now, with the date core wiped and everyone dead, nothing but static appeared. Kathy let out a sigh. She had no clue how to recall the data they'd lost, but more than anything else, she wasn't a field agent and had no experience dealing with incursions. Shaking her head in disgust, Kathy was about to return to the mess hall to find another bottle of vodka, when the main screen went from a soft, flickering blue to a deep shade of red, and the comm system blared with a deafening alarm. "Shit, shit, shit," she muttered, her fingers dancing across her control console. A temporal incursion of this level was a game-changer, something that would reverberate across the timeline so profoundly that it threatened the existence of the temporal core. The target of the incursion appeared on screen, and Kathy frowned in confusion as she read it off. Anderson Beach, California, 2022, July. Jesus Christ. George, she whispered. How could George dying change the timeline forever? Kathy went through the protocols, double and triple checking dates and time frame, a cold sweat rolling down her back when the data was confirmed. George Wells had to be saved, and there was no one but her to do it. Chapter 22, Lars Schmidt. The wait was excruciating, and Kathy couldn't help but worry as she glanced at the timer again. Taking down the defence net to save George had been a massive gamble, but it had paid off in the end. She had managed to stop an irrevocable change in the timeline that would have wiped out the time core, not that anyone knew about it. George was, as she remembered him, stubborn, self-centred, and deeply flawed in the way he thought, but he was a good person at heart. He had a raw intelligence that, combined with his impulsive side, made him a good field agent. George had been gone a little more than a day when the status on the screen changed, indicating that the temporal incursion she had sent him to take care of had been stopped. It had taken longer than expected, but the important thing was that the timeline was intact, and she would be able to lock out the time period, keeping that date safe from further incursions. Kathy spent the better half an hour pacing back and forth in the control room, waiting for George's extraction signal, and when her Chronos device chimed, she ran to her console, keying in the coordinates to open a portal. There was a burst of static, and the screen jumped, and Kathy narrowed her eyes when the interface demanded confirmation again. She re-entered the command to open a portal to the target date, but kept the defence net up, not wanting anything or anyone to come through. A moment later, she detected George's Chronos and let out a sigh of relief. Keying in the final command, nodding to herself when a thin white line appeared at the front of the room, twisting and expanding to a square door that led to a clearing in the forest. "George, are you all right?" "I'll live," he said, fighting through the dizziness. "But I'll need medical attention," he said, his voice hoarse and frail. She ran through the medical data provided by his Chronos, and her eyes shot open. He had an elevated pulse, broken ribs and multiple contusions on his head, meaning he probably had a concussion. "I can see that. Your vitals are coming through now. They're all over the place. I can see that. Your vitals are coming through now. They're all over the place," she said, continuing to work. "Hold on a minute. I need to configure a pulse that will resonate through your Chronos. It will disable anyone from opening a portal to this time frame." "No problem." There was another burst of static, and Kathy frowned in confusion. It was like some kind of signal was causing her system to glitch. "George, is someone else there with you? I'm getting some interference." "Yes, I have one of your people with me, Stefan Schmidt," George said. "I wouldn't have been able to do this without him." "Stefan is alive?" she asked, a chill running down her spine. Stefan had been shot by Lars, his brother, just before they were transported to Germany in the early 19th century. If he survived, it would mean he was an old man. By now. That he'd spent decades in the past. "Yes, he's been trapped in this timeline for the last 20 years. Kathy snorted, her suspicion growing. She scanned for additional Chronos devices in George's vicinity, nodding to herself. "Okay," she said finally. "I am detecting his Chronos. That's what was causing the interference. I'm taking down the defence net now." A moment later, George staggered through the portal, his face pale, marred by cuts and bruises. She itched to run to him, to make sure he was all right. Instead, she blanched. taking a step back and raising her hands. George cocked his head, giving her a confused look. What? George, that's not Stefan, she answered, cursing her stupidity. I'm afraid my brother died several years ago, he said, raising his arm to show his battered and scarred Chronos device. But he was kind enough to give me this after he passed. He took another step forward, and Kathy could see that time had been kind. He was a little thicker around the middle and still had most of his white blonde hair. His beak of a bold nose was more pronounced, and his square jaw had hints of great lies, she whispered, thinking that she had only seen him young and vibrant not so long ago. The man who was not Stefan Schmidt nodded his head. Hello, Kathy, he said, stepping closer. It's good to see you again. George shifted his body, moving to stand in front of Kathy despite his pounding head and shortness of breath. You don't have to do this, Stefan. Please put the pistol down and we can figure this out. Get out of the way, George, this has nothing to do with you, Lars sneered, showing the whites of his teeth. I've been waiting 20 years to blow this bitch's head off, and my name is not Stefan, it's Lars. Kathy stepped out from behind him, raising her hands. Lars, it may have been 20 years for you, but it's only been a few hours for me. I'm sorry, but you left me no choice. Lars blinked, looking around the control room, his eyes constantly moving. I thought he was lying about that, he said, frowning at George. It can't be true. Where is everyone? Where is that arsehole Hayward? She shook her head, taking another step towards him. Dead, along with everyone else, she said. I'm guessing Thaddeus never came for you. Never saved your parents. George collapsed, the room spinning as he fought to focus on what was happening. Stefan! Lars, I'm sorry, I thought... Shut up, George, he shouted, waving Kathy back with his pistol. No, the bastard never came, just like you. Kathy froze, her eyes drifting to George and then back to Lars. Why did you help him? She asked. If you managed to remove your brother's Chronos device, you could have killed George and taken his. He's a good kid. And it was clear. He didn't know what he was doing. So and you could have shot me the second you came through the portal, why didn't you? Kathy asked. Lars shook his head, his shoulders slumping. I don't know. I expected that a core member would come for me at some point. I had everything planned out. I would kill them and then come back here and take my revenge on all of you. But no one ever came. And when I saw George walking around like an idiot, part of me wanted to help him. I don't know why. I just did. I'm not an idiot, George mumbled. Autumn's voice chimed over the comm system, speaking in a robotic tone. He is somewhat of an idiot, she said sarcastically, but he does have a certain appeal that makes you not want to kill him. What's this? Lars said, looking around in confusion. I am Autumn, a quantum artificial intelligence which resides in George's posterior superior temporal lobe, and now, partially in the network that governs this complex. Lars let the pistol fall, his eyes shooting open. Have you lost your mind, Kathy? You know the rules. Don't be alarmed, Autumn began. While I am superior to humans in every way possible, I pose no threat to human life. George groaned, propping himself up so he could see better. She's not so bad once you get used to her. There was a moment of silence, and George thought Lars was about to stand down. But then his face reddened, and he raised the pistol again. It doesn't matter. I lost everything. My parents, my brother, and 20 years of my life. Revenge is the only thing I have left. He was about to pull the trigger when Autumn piped up again. It may be possible to restore your parents to the timeline, she said, speaking quickly. What? He said, his lips trembling. Hayward told me it was impossible And Thaddeus never came through. What are you talking about? George asked, not understanding. Your parents were killed on 24th of July 1943 when USAF bombers attacked Hamburg. You and your brother were recruited by Director Hayward the next day, Autumn said. That's right. Lars answered, narrowing his eyes. But it is impossible to save them, because if I go back, I will undo the event that allowed me to travel through time in the first place. It's a paradox. Autumn tisked, an undertone of irritation coming to her voice. That is correct. However, that does not stop George from removing them temporarily from the timeline. You will assume they died and accept Director Hayward's offer to join the Time Corps. My God, whispered Lars, letting the pistol clatter to the floor. You could never see them again, as doing so may cause temporal psychosis for them. Your parents must assume you and your brother died in the bombings, Autumn said, her tone quickening as she went on. Would this be an acceptable trade for not killing Miss Kim or anyone else? Lars fell to his knees, his jaw hanging open. Yes, he said, shaking his head. This would be agreeable. Then we have an agreement, Autumn said pleasantly. While you are only human, that was a wise decision. George let out a breath, a sense of relief flooding through him. He blinked, and he was suddenly being held up by Kathy on one side and Lars on the other. He blinked again, and when he looked around, he found himself in the med lab, looking up at a holographic projection of his vitals, many flashing a bright red. What's going on? He muttered. Keep calm, Kathy said, her voice distant. You have a major concussion and are bleeding on your brain. We almost lost you. He wanted to sit up, to say he was fine, but Lars appeared above him, injecting him in the shoulder. George suddenly felt like he was in deep water with the waves slowly covering him as he plunged into the bottomless depths. He tried to fight, to stay awake, but after a moment he gave in and drifted into darkness, lost and alone. Chapter 23, starting over. The deep pounding in his head faded, reducing to a dull ache behind his eyes. The throbbing pains in his body were gone too, and he almost felt normal. Are you there, George? Autumn said in his ear, her voice clearer, more natural. You need to wake up. Open your eyes. George squinted, raising a hand to shield himself from the bright light above him. Okay, I'm awake, stop that. The light vanished, replaced by Kathy Kim's pale face and dark eyes. You awake? Good, she said, the whites of her teeth showing as she smiled at him. I thought we'd lost you for a minute there. Glad to have you back, George, Autumn said, her voice not coming from his head. He sat up and blinked in confusion when a translucent woman in a skin-tight grey jumpsuit with fiery red hair waved at him from the foot of the bed. What's going on? He asked, staring hard at her. She had full lips and deep brown eyes, and something about her reminded him of his mother in an odd way that he couldn't place. The translucent woman spun in place, showing off her athletic figure and long legs. You don't recognize me, she said in Autumn's voice. Autumn? He asked, his jaw hanging open. Why can I see? And why do you look like my mother? I look like your mother because you look like your mother, she said, her eyes sparkling in amusement. But to answer your question, you were badly hurt and suffered permanent brain damage. To maintain your cognitive functions, I had to expand beyond your posterior lobe. My mechanical systems replaced 4% of your brain matter. A wave of panic washed over him and he clutched at his head, feeling around his skull. He didn't feel any different. In fact, everything seemed clearer, the colours brighter and the edges crisper. I don't feel any different, he said, his hands falling into his lap. But that doesn't explain why I can see you or why you look like my mother. Autumn slipped her hands behind her back, nodding as he spoke. I now occupy a portion of your occipital lobe, the part of your brain that controls your visual cortex. I look like your mother because I used your physical appearance to create my own. That's what you'd look like as a woman, Kathy said, her shoulders shaking as she fought to contain her laughter. George narrowed his eyes, looking back and forth between Autumn and Kathy. But Kathy can see you too. The translucent Autumn bobbed her head. You noticed, she said with a smile. See, me occupying more of your brain has already improved your limited human intelligence. I see you haven't lost your sarcasm, George said bluntly. Autumn cocked her head, giving him the same look he often gave his mother when he thought she was saying something unreasonable. It is not sarcasm, merely a fact. You are now smarter because of me. But to answer your question, Kathy can see me because this complex is equipped with holoprojectors. So I thought I would use them to put everyone at ease. Kathy touched George's hand and his pulse quickened. We didn't know the system was in place, and I figured the least I could after she saved your life. George fell silent, trying to take it all in. So much had happened to him in the last few days that he had lost track of everything. The Chronos device on his forearm was still there, and looking at it made his stomach twist in knots. He had paralysed Shane and killed another man since this had come into his life. There had been good things too, the best of it being able to spend time with Kathy. When she had first recruited him, she'd been cold and standoffish. But now, looking down at her hand on his, it was clear that she'd warmed up to him. What now? He said, finally, glancing at both of them. Now? You get some rest. We can review what needs to be done once you feel better, Kathy said. He pushed out his lower lip, giving her a shrug. Aside from a little headache, I feel fine. I can concur, Autumn said, looking him up and down. His vitals are at an optimal level, and his headache is probably his small human brain adjusting to my enlarged presence. George grunted at her as he got out of bed, a shiver running through him when his feet hit the cold tile. Having Autumn in his head had been strange. Seeing her in person and having her looking like him was even more bizarre. So where do we go from here? The bedsheet fell away and he caught Kathy taking a long look at his lean form, then quickly diverting her eyes. The union's been busy, she began, her face reddening. There are a dozen temporal incursions we have to deal with, but the most pressing is keeping our word to Lars by saving his parents. Speaking of Lars, where is he? George asked. Autumn stepped forward, clearing her throat. He is currently in the main control room, attempting to restore it to full functionality. George raised his brow, looking at Kathy. You left him alone? He asked in a low voice. My network connection allows me to observe everything happening on the base at any given time. Mr. Schmidt is behaving himself, and based on his actions, I believe he intends to honour his promise. All right. Do we have a plan? He asked, a sense of déjà vu running through him when he reached for a neat pile of clothes on the table beside the bio-bed. Kathy keyed in a series of commands to her Chronos, and a holographic map was projected in front of them. His parents live in the central district of Hamburg, near Church of St. Nicholas, she began, her voice taking on a lecturing tone as the map zoomed in on a large Gothic church. On the 24th of July, 1943, the combined American and British air forces began bombing the city. Thousands died, with many more missing, including Lars's parents. He and his brother survived, and were recruited by Director Hayward. So I go back the days before, get them out of the city, and we're done. Sounds easy enough. Kathy frowned, sighing at him in irritation. It's not that simple. Their children have to be left in the city and they have to survive the bombing. Do you understand? George finished dressing, showing her a tight-lipped smile. As long as I don't get blown up, it should be no problem. Nothing is ever easy, Kathy countered. They can't know who you are, and you have to convince them to leave their children and come with you. That might be a little harder. Come, let's head up to the control room and chat with Lars, she said, waving for him to follow as she headed for the exit of the sick bay. We've been planning this for a few days, and it might be a good idea to get his insights before we send you to 1943. He pushed out his lower lip, following after her as they entered a dimly lit corridor, Autumn winking out of existence. A few days. How long was I out? Kathy bit her lower lip, looking away. About 10 days. George stopped in his tracks, gawking at her. 10 days. She gave him a sidelong glance, not slowing. You're lucky to be alive. You'd have been brain dead without the automated medical systems in the sick bay, and Autumn's expanding into more of your grey matter. He trotted to catch up with her, feeling like someone had punched him in the gut. Except for the slight headache, he did feel fine, but that didn't make it any better. They made their way to the control room in silence, with George lost in thought the whole way. A near-death experience should have been more traumatic, with a longer recovery, but it felt like he'd just had a good night's sleep and that disturbed him. He wasn't sure why. After a short ride in the turbo lift, they entered the control room and George was impressed with the changes they'd made in such a short time. It was no longer a burnt-out shell of a room with its walls charred back by blaster fire and blood. Now it was brightly lit with clean grey walls and a working view screen that stretched its length. The destroyed control stations had been replaced by neat, organised work areas with comfortable-looking high-back leather chairs and smooth black consoles banked at a slight angle, polished to a high-gloss finish. At the front of the room, off to one side, was a large circular kiosk dominated by control consoles on all sides. How did you manage to fix so much in such a short time? George asked. Kathy rolled her eyes, heading for the circular kiosk, settling into a well-appointed black leather chair sitting dead centre that gave her an easy reach to console. It's the future, George. We replicated most of it. That and a bit of elbow grease and we're as good as new. What she means is, she made me do it, Lars said, appearing from somewhere behind him, his square face painted with a broad smile. Good to see you up and around, George. Lars, you look happy and not pointing a gun at me, George said, returning the smile. The older man bowed his head, pushing out his lower lip. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I have no excuse, and I hope you can forgive me. George pursed his lips, staring at the other man. Now that he knew some of what had happened, he had difficulty being angry at him. Lars had lost his parents, which drove him over the edge. He had made a devil's bargain with Thaddeus, and, because of that, had been stuck in the 20th century for more than 20 years. If I'd lost my parents, I'm not sure I would have acted any differently. I'm just glad we're on the same side now. Director Kim has promised me something no one ever has, the lives of my parents. I am her man through and through. Autumn flickered into existence, standing in front of Lars and crossing her arms. I am not certain you have clear information on how this situation came to be, Mr. Schmidt. Lars frowned, giving Autumn a pained look. Sorry, and Autumn, this would not have happened without her. Oh, thank you for thinking of me, Lars. Very kind of you, Autumn said, her tone full of amusement. Kathy cleared her throat, nodding toward the main viewer. If we want to start fixing the timeline, we need to start by getting Lars's parents to safety. Her fingers danced across one of the consoles. Names, dates, and locations were projected onto the screen. George, as soon as you're up for it, we'll send you back to Hamburg in 1943, one day before the Americans and the British firebomb it. George glanced at the screen, then back at Lars. Like I said, I feel fine. If you want, I can be ready to go at a moment's notice. Lars stepped forward, raising his arm to reveal a shiny, new Chronos device. I am sending you the briefing now. Everything I remember about that day. Good, good. Autumn, are you ready to go? Affirmative, however, you will need a change of clothes. There is a matter synthesizer on this floor and I suggest we use it to produce clothing that won't stand out. He walked over to Lars, patting the man on the shoulder. Why don't you come with me and talk to me about your parents? George stepped through the portal, his pulse quickening from a mix of fear and excitement as he stepped into an alley way drenched in shadow. The sky above was a bright blue, and not far away, a busy street buzzed with the sounds of city life. The smell of cooking meat hit his nostrils, and he realised he was behind a restaurant. He looked down at his high-waisted dark grey slacks and button shirt with its wide collar, feeling uncomfortable. "Are you sure this is how these people dressed? I stick out like a sore thumb," he said, looking back at Kathy through the still-open portal. Central Hamburg was an upper-class part of town during that time period, she said through the audio input in his Chronos device. "You're dressed as a common labourer. No one will notice you that way." "I look like an idiot," George grumbled, trying to push down the waist of the pants for them to fit correctly. "I look like someone's grandpa." Autumn chimed in his ear, her tone full of sarcasm. "We are here to save lives, not for you to be a fashion icon, George." And Lars stepped in front of the portal, eyeing him up and down. "The attack starts tomorrow, July 24th. You have to get my parents out of the city. Avoid the bomb shelters. They were not adequately built, but most of all, avoid letting my parents bring my brother or me with you." Yes, I remember. Both you and your brother hid out in the basement of your school. It was far enough from the refineries to not immediately go up in smoke." Lars nodded, stepping away from the portal as Kathy came up behind him. "Signal me from here when you're done. I'll open a portal to bring you home." George nodded, waving to them as the portal turned and winked out of existence. He emerged from the alley and joined the flow of people walking down the street, sweat forming on his brow from the heat of the July sun. George stopped on a corner, recalling the directions Lars had given him, turning left onto a quieter street lined with mature growth trees. A sense of dread came over him as the leaves rustled in the light breeze. It was one day before the bombing, and it being the middle of the day, most people were at work, and he couldn't help but stare at people that passed him on the street or linger at the wives and children in the homes he'd passed. These homes, these lives and families would be destroyed in the coming days. All because of Adolf Hitler and his hunger for power and purity. It was a tragedy he wished he could change, but from what he understood, the death and destruction that would happen today. Even the war itself ultimately led humanity to a better place. In the distance, George caught sight of the home Lars had described to him, and he quickened his pace, only to freeze in, his breath catching in his throat when, high overhead, the deep-throated, ripping roar of propellers reached his ear, followed by a high-pitched whistle that could only mean one thing. History had changed and the bombing had started today. Chapter 24, Operation Gomorrah. A sharp, pungent odour of spent ordnance stung his nose, and his throat was raw from inhaling black smoke and hot air. George had miraculously not been hit by the first wave of bombs that fell on the city, but everywhere he looked, the narrow townhomes lining the street burned and orange flames licked the sky. The initial blast had knocked him from his feet, and luckily the bombs that had fallen in this part of the city were far enough away that he wasn't instantly obliterated. He continued to make his way to his target. But the sky was filled with burning embers, and everywhere he looked, mothers and children fled in chaos, carrying what little they could as their homes burned. The roaring throttle of propeller planes overhead intensified once more, followed by the high-pitched whistle of falling artillery, sending George scrambling for cover, only to find that there was nothing to hide under in the middle of the street. "Warning! Proximity alert," Autumn said in his ear, her tone tense. A sliver of a shadow formed over him, and George tensed, his mind going blank when he looked up to see a hail of metallic objects falling from the sky, growing larger with each passing second. In a frenzied panic, he made a mad dash down the street, dodging and weaving past fallen trees and scattered masonry, while his heart beat out of his chest, hoping beyond hope that he could somehow evade the rain of death. "George, do something!" Autumn screamed, her voice full of panic. He threw out a hand, adrenaline singing in his blood as he somehow let out a burst of energy. The world around him slowed to a crawl, and he could see a chemical bomb's ugly green oval and tail fin just above the ground not far from him. He didn't stop to think of what was happening. Instead, he ran, circling the explosives before hitting the ground. He managed to reach the end of the street when the first shockwave hit him, followed by a blast of scalding, hot air that scorched his flesh and burnt his lungs. George blinked, and everything sped up, and down the street where he had been was an inferno of burning homes and melting pavement. Autumn, what happened? He flipped down, so da kef coughing into his forearm. Ooh. According to available data, you somehow managed to create a massive temporal bubble. It was not enough to freeze time around you, but enough to slow it. George stared at the Chronos device on his arm, looking at it with newfound respect. I didn't know we could do that. Autumn was silent for a moment, and then to his surprise her translucent form appeared in front of him. When there is time, we should conduct a thorough investigation of the device. Well, that won't be today, he said, taking one final glance down the burning street and then resuming his path towards the Schmidt home. Your device has functions the other Chronos devices do not, Autumn said, linking her arms behind her back and falling in beside him. Learning what the device can do and why it is different is critical to our understanding of it. Down the block, George spotted the tall townhouse with the tall green door and blue fencing that Lars had described to him. I agree, but there's nothing I can do about that now, he said, breaking into a run, wanting to reach the Schmidts before the next wave of bombs. The Schmidts' home was untouched by the bombings, and George shook his head in amazement. 1 block over was a burning inferno of destroyed townhomes and melted pavement, and here it was like the war hadn't touched this place. Taking a deep breath, George opened the gate, striding up to the door and knocking. His hand touched the door, and he frowned when it creaked open without resistance. "Hello?" he yelled, taking a nervous step into the dark entryway. He walked cautiously into a small mudroom filled with footwear and light summer jackets, cursing when the wooden floorboards creaked underfoot. George took a deep breath and opened the inner door leading to a tidy living room, frowning when he found the place neat and clean without as much as a cushion out of Palace. He drifted into the kitchen, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the table set for lunch and noted that a perspiring pitcher of lemonade sat on the counter. Lars told him that his father worked nights and would be home with his mother, who kept the house and cared for the kids. George walked back to the living room, taking the stairs to the upper floor. He walked down a long hall and his foot caught on the rug, sending him stumbling. He blinked and found himself in the mudroom, his hand reaching for the door to the living room. "What the hell?" he spat, turning in place. "Autumn, did you see that?" "Affirmative," she said after a pause. "We were on the top floor, then back in the mudroom." He squared his shoulders and opened the door to the living room, stepping in. Taking the same path, he climbed the stairs to the second-floor landing and tripped again. George snapped his eyes open to find himself in the mudroom. "What is going on?" "I am detecting a temporal anomaly, similar to a temporal bubble," Autumn said. "Source. There is another Chronos device in the house," she said, her tone curious. "Readings are coming from the basement." George shook his head, wiping his sweaty palms on his pants. "Really, you want me to go into a creepy basement?" he began. "In this house?" "Don't be a coward, George. It's not a good look." "Easy for you to say. You don't have a head to chop off or eyes to gouge out." Autumn scoffed, hints of anger in her tone. "I do have a head and eyes. I just happen to share them with you." "Don't get any ideas," George said, heading to the door to the basement instead of the upstairs. "They're my organs." "Only for so long," Autumn joked. George opened the basement door and found the light on, casting a soft yellow glow on the concrete stairs leading down. "Here goes nothing," he whispered, taking the stairs one at a time. "Come on downstairs, George," said a voice from the basement, a voice that made his heart leap out of his chest. Racing the stairs bottom, George gasped in horror when he saw a thin-faced man in a long, dark trench coat standing behind an older man, and woman on their knees with gags over their mouths. His plasma pistol pointed at the back of their heads. "Thaddeus!" "Hello, George. Good to see you again." George froze, his mind racing. "I thought you were dead." "Dead, no, not really. Perhaps one day not like these poor souls," he said. "They're innocent people," George said. "They don't deserve to be part of this." Thaddeus laughed, his dark eyes glittering with amusement. No one is truly innocent, George. You, of all people, should know that. Tears began to flow down the woman's face, and George took a step toward her. Don't worry. He's not going to hurt you. Do you know about causality, George? Thaddeus asked. No, he said, calling up the optical display for his Chronos. But I'm sure you're going to tell me. No, I'm going to show you. Before George could move, Thaddeus pulled the trigger, once and then a second time, sending the gagged man and woman to the floor in a storm of arcing electricity and burnt flesh. You see? Cause and effect. You interfere with my business. You get innocent people killed. George raised his hand, swallowing hard when Thaddeus turned the pistol on him, an expectant look coming to his face. What do you want? He said, breathing hard. My dear boy, Thaddeus said, glancing at the bodies and then back at him. I have a vision for the world, and you're going to help me make it happen. Chapter 25, for the greater good. George swallowed hard, raising his hands as the plasma pistol levelled at him. For a brief instant, his eyes flickered to the smouldering bodies on the floor in front of him. He had come here to save Mr. and Ms. Schmidt, not watch them be executed in their basement. You look surprised, George, Thaddeus said, following his gaze, shoving his toe into Mr. Schmidt's side. Did you think I wouldn't shoot? Or that you would be some kind of hero out of a book or movie? A chill ran up George's spine as he met the other man's blank stare. I'm no hero, George said, shaking his head. But you are a monster. You murdered those people for no reason. These people died hundreds of years ago from my perspective, Thaddeus countered, a smile coming to his face as he continued. They were meant to die today, whether by my hand or by the bombs falling in the street, it doesn't matter. George opened his mouth to speak, his words catching in his throat when Autumn spoke up in his ear. George, she began in a monotone. Thaddeus is the source of the other Chronos device. He is generating some kind of temporal field, and I can't get a proper analysis on it. Thaddeus raised his brows, nodding to himself. Talking to your little AI friend? He said, tapping his temple with a finger. You should be careful. Machines like that in your head have been banned for hundreds of years, with good reasons. They're dangerous. You're the last person I would take advice from, George sneered. You don't know enough to know how wrong you are, Thaddeus continued, reaching in his pocket to fish out a circular object that George couldn't quite make out. But it doesn't matter. When I'm done with you, I'll make sure to destroy the AI as well. Here, put this on. George caught a thin loop of silver wire that Thaddeus tossed him, narrowing his eyes at the other man. You're not going to shoot me. Thaddeus looked around the basement, wrinkling his nose and frowning in disgust. No, that would be a waste. I have other plans for you than a senseless death in some basement in Nazi Germany. George looked down at the simple loop of silver and shook his head, throwing it to the ground. I would prefer if you shoot me, he said, calling up the display for his Chronos device to his field of vision. Because the last thing I'm going to do is to help you kill people. Thaddeus scoffed, shaking his head. I kill a few, so I can save many more. Don't judge what you don't understand, boy. Now put on the bracelet, or I will make you, he said, shaking the plasma pistol at him. George ignored him, his eyes darting back and forth as he stared at the display that only he could see. Autumn, he began under his breath. Can you prep for a jump out of here? George had not used his Chronos to jump through the time since he fled 1889. Having since then only travelled by portals generated by Kathy at the temporal complex. The device had run out of power and left him stranded, and only with the help of Nikola Tesla had he managed to recharge it and make it back to his own time. But now he was desperate and willing to take the risk again. I can try, George. Where to? Asked the AI. Anywhere but here, he whispered under his breath. A bark of a laugh from Thaddeus, and George looked at him to see his thin frame shaking with laughter. Really? You think I would just allow you to leave? You've already made it clear you won't shoot me, George said, nodding to himself as Autumn input a jump to a time he immediately recognised, a jump that would take him home. Thaddeus cocked his head, his eyes lingering on the Chronos device on George's wrist. Has it grown into more of your brain? He asked suddenly. What? The AI, said Thaddeus, leaning down to pick up the silvered loop George had thrown to the floor. They're so helpful in the beginning. However, over time they grow and expand like a parasite until you don't know where your thoughts begin and theirs end. George froze, his eyes narrowing. Autumn had done nothing to show him that her intentions were anything but good, despite his initial doubts about having her in his head. After he was injured and suffered damage to his brain, she expanded to help him. If AIs are banned, how would you know anything about them? George countered before continuing. Besides, the silvered loop suddenly shot out from Thaddeus's hand, snapping forward like a coiled serpent and wrapping around his forearm with the Chronos device. Sparks of cobalt blue electricity danced across the surface of the metallic mesh of the device, and every muscle in his body tensed. George! Shouted Autumn in his ear. My neural pathways are being disrupted. A lancing pain ripped through his skull, and dark spots danced in his field of vision as George fell to his hands and knees, gasping for breath. The thin loop of silver stretched out, expanding until it appeared like a leash around George's arm. The pulses of electricity continuing at regular intervals. Thaddeus squatted beside him, lifting George's chin with a finger. Silly boy! You may have a unique Chronos device that I do not, but I have been at this longer than you have lived. You are going nowhere except with me. The pain in his skull grew worse, and George curled into a ball, shaking his head in a useless attempt to drive out what felt like a burning needle boring through his brain. He rolled onto his back to see Thaddeus holster his plasma pistol, and then move his hands in the familiar pattern. The same pattern used when inputting a jump point into a Chronos device. Autumn! He gasped through gritted teeth. Jump. Jump anywhere. Attempting execute. Chandi, she said, her words garbled as her voice rose and fell, halting with each word. I'm afraid you're not going anywhere, George. George's eyes shot open as Thaddeus raised his hand and closed it into a fist. Blinding hot pain exploded in his skull, and for a moment, Autumn appeared in his field of vision before falling apart like dust on the wind, her mechanical scream reverberating through his mind. He gasped in shock when he felt an emptiness in his mind, realizing she was gone just as everything went dark and he fell to oblivion. Chapter 26 on the table. George woke to an emptiness, a void in his mind like he was missing a part of himself. A flood of memories rushed through him, and he sucked in a deep breath, his heart thundering in his ear. Autumn, are you there? He asked, not really expecting a reply. The silence was deafening, and he had a sinking feeling in his stomach that she was gone. Autumn had been with him only a short time, but he had become accustomed to her presence, and despite how rude she was, he missed her. Distant voices pulled his attention away from the absence in his head, and he strained to listen for something, anything, that would give him a clue of his situation. Ah, you're awake, Mr. Wells, said a hollow voice echoing all around him. Welcome back. You had us worried for a minute. George's eyes snapped open, and he immediately squinted, turning his head away from a cold white light shining above him. Glancing around, he found himself in a sterile white octagonal room with a large square window that ran its length. Where am I? What's going on? He asked, raising a hand to shield his face from the light. There was a short burst of static as the hollow voice came from everywhere again, screeching this time and then clearing up. Welcome to the Union, Mr. Wells, said a shadowed figure watching him from behind the glass partition. We've all been looking forward to meeting you. He tried to sit up, cursing under his breath, when he realised a pair of metals band curving across his chest and legs locked him down. "What the hell is this?" he shouted, his pulse quickening as panic began to set it. "What are you doing to me? Where is Thaddeus?" "The director will be back soon. In the meantime, why don't we try and make some progress?" said the hollow voice in a pleasant tone. "Good behaviour will be rewarded, and well, let's not go there just yet." He swung his head from side to side, straining against the restraints as a whirring sound came from under the table. A moment later, rising on a pedestal, a white cube about the size of his fist appeared on his right. He opened his mouth to ask what was going on when several segmented tentacles slid out from the cube, some no thinner than a wire while others were thick like his thumb. George's eyes widened in horror as the cube rose off the pedestal on a pair of tentacles that appeared beneath it, propelling it forward until it walked onto his chest. Gooseflesh ran up and down his flesh when the cool metal touched his skin, and he turned away in horror when a wire-thin limb snaked out from the cube towards his face, caressing his cheek and creeping along his skin, curving around the side of his head. It paused for a heartbeat at the entrance to his ear, then drilled into the canal. George screamed, his throat raw and hoarse as the thing dug into his skull, pushing, prodding and probing. Please, stop," he managed to whisper, squeezing his eyes shut as a single tear rolled down the side of his face. There was a soft tisk from the voice behind the glass, and for a heartbeat, the tentacle came to a halt. "I know for a fact that this doesn't hurt, Mr. Wells," said the voice, the irritation evident in its tone. "It's just uncomfortable. Keep calm, and it will be over soon." Another set of writhing tentacles spread out from the cube, encircling George's arms and legs, stretching his limbs apart. "No, it's more than uncomfortable," he seethed, the cords of his neck straining while his face flushed a deep shade of red. "It fucking hurts." "Don't be a child, Mr. Wells," said the voice as another set of tentacles tore open his lips and crawled into his mouth and nostrils. George gagged, and tears rolled down his face as the thin pieces of metal explored his skull, writhing behind his eyes. Tentacles wrapped around his forearm, slithering over his Chronos device, one of them poking and prodding as if trying to pierce the metal mesh. "Please, I'll do whatever you want, just make it stop," he gauged, mumbling around the thin tentacles in his mouth. Where is it?" said the voice, hints of anger reverberating in the room. The tentacles withdrew from probing behind his eyes and changed direction, slithering down his throat, digging into his chest, lungs, and esophagus. His stomach turned, and for a moment it felt like it was about to vomit when the tentacle suddenly jerked back, ripping out of his nostrils and leaving a trail of blood and mucus. George heaved, coughing until he saw stars and his vision dimmed. He thought he was about to black out when the other tentacle violently pulled away from his ear, snapping his head forward and the back of his skull slamming against the metal tray he was lying on, his vision blurring as darkness threatened. He was about to ask what was going on when the white cube leaped from his chest, gracefully sailing through the air until it slammed into the partition, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the glass. "What did you do, Mr. Wells?" shouted the voice behind the glass, its calm replaced by a tense panic. He strained his neck enough to catch a glimpse of the cube's tentacles slamming over and over against the cracked glass, chipping away enough of the material so that the wire-thin limbs could pull the rest of it through the glass. There was a guttural scream and the shadowed figure fell from view. Seconds later, the metal bands holding him down slid open with a mechanical whine. Gerog stood up, rubbing the back of his head in confusion, his stomach clenching. When Her heard the scuttling metal legs of the cubed monstrosity behind the glass, fear drove him forward, and George's legs shook as he slid off the metal table, taking a weary step towards the cracked glass that divided the stark white room and the control room. George glanced through the hole made by the cube and cocked his head, eyeing the cube sitting on top of what looked like a control panel, its tentacled arms manipulating a series of buttons and displays. One of the cube's tentacled limbs shifted, and he froze when a wall panel to his right slid open with a hiss, revealing a well-lit corridor beyond. George glanced over his shoulder, feeling like he was missing something but unable to put his finger on what it was. He stepped out of the stark room into a wide concrete corridor lit by cold fluorescent lighting that cast long shadows along the walls. He walked a few steps towards a slightly ajar door, and against his better judgment he peeked in and realised it was the control room when he saw the shattered glass and battered and bruised man in a white lab coat laying flat on his back. On top of a table with a myriad of keyboards and controls sat the white cube, its tentacled arms retracted, looking harmless. Part of him wanted to check the room to learn what was going on, but one look at the cube made him decide against it. Instead, he softly closed the door and cautiously made his way down the corridor, fighting to keep his breathing steady while his heart beat out of his chest. The walls and floor of the corridor were a smooth grey concrete, and no matter how much he tried to walk softly, his steps echoed loudly. B231, he muttered, glancing at the plaque on a closed door he walked past, reminding him of a school or hospital. The doors continued in sequence, and he fought the urge to open one until he reached a four-way intersection. George stared off down the wide concrete corridors and shook his head, unsure where any of them went. At random, he went to his left, passing another series of doors until he came to a dull steel double door recessed into the wall that looked like it might be an elevator. Frowning, George ran a hand along the frame looking for a button or any kind of control. He jumped out of his skin when the display for his Chronos device popped into view, and a series of holographic controls appeared to overlay around the doorframe. "What the hell?" he muttered, staring at a pair of triangular buttons, one pointing up and the other down. "I'm an idiot." He looked down at the Chronos device on his arm and shook his head. He had forgotten the device was on his arm, and spent the last few minutes sneaking around when he could have just used the device to get him out of wherever this place was. George called up the controls he'd used a dozen times to jump through time and froze, frowning in confusion. The dates for the final destination were all in place, but the other half, the data for his current point in time, was absent, showing nothing more than a series of dashes flashing again and again. George pressed his lips together, his mind a blank at what to do. Autumn had suggested that he take the time to learn and understand the device. But he never had the time. And he certainly didn't have the time now. Returning his attention to the elevator controls, George thought about going to a higher floor, suspecting that's where a control room might be, but thought better of it, not wanting to risk getting caught. It would be better to learn everything he could and explore. Instead, George pressed the button to the lowest level, tapping his foot nervously while the elevator descended. The dull, grey, steel doors opened with a hiss, and George stepped out into a corridor, finding the same layout as the one he just left, but instead of the dreary grey walls, these were painted with blue and green panoramic images of children playing, giving the impression that you were in a park or playground. He stepped from the elevator and made his way down the hall, his stomach clenching when from around a corner, a man and a woman, dressed casually in jeans and t-shirts, argued playfully with one another as they strode towards him. George turned to get back on the lift only to stumble back as the doors slid shut before he could jump back on. "Are you okay, buddy?" George tensed, turning slowly. "I'm fine," he said in a small voice, expecting a pistol pointed at his face. "Oh, hey, you must be new," began the woman, offering him a toothy grin. "I'm Jane, and this is Howard." George coughed into his hand, covering a nervous laugh as he offered his hand to her. "George," he said, wincing inwardly at giving them his real name. The man Howard patted him on the shoulder, showing him a tight-lipped smile. "You look a little lost, buddy. You still learning your way around?" "Oh, God. It took me weeks to get the hang of getting around this place," Jane said. "Even with my Chronos, it was so confusing." "Yeah," George muttered, eyeing the Chronos devices on both of their arms. They resembled his own, but somehow seemed crude and unfinished, like someone put them together without knowing how they were supposed to look. "I'm all turned around, and I'm just looking for a bite to eat." Jane nodded, pointing a thumb over her shoulder. "There's a snack bar on this level just around the corner on your left, but if you want a hot meal, you have to head to beta level. We're heading up there now if you want to tag along." No, I'll just grab a snack. Thanks for the offer, though," he said, putting on his most pleasant smile, praying they didn't ask too many questions. Howard raised his brow, giving him a questioning look. "You sure? You look like you've had a rough day. A good meal might just be the thing to get you settled." George swallowed hard, shaking his head. "It was a little rough out in the field, just need a quick bite and some rest and I'll be fine," he said, walking backward away from them. To his surprise, they nodded, showing him tight-lipped smiles as the elevator dinged behind them. Howard was about to board the elevator when he turned around, calling out to him, "So left at the corner, then it should be on your right, after the split in the hallway. If you pass the daycare, you've gone too far," he said with a smile. "I made that mistake a couple of times when I first got here." George blanched, his face falling. "Yeah, sure, if I see the daycare turn around." "Got it!" He turned the corner and pressed his back against the wall, shaking his head. "Kids. They've got kids here. What kind of place is this?" he asked himself. Moving further down the hall, he heard the low murmur of children's voices, the screams and shouts of play in the distance telling him he had gone too far. He backtracked to the split in the corridor and headed down the other passage, heading in the direction of the snack bar Jane mentioned. He passed a sizable, cafe-style space filled with vending machines and continued until he entered an area with doors on either side, many of which were ajar. Glancing into one of the rooms, George saw a bed and a seating area, a work desk and screen. "Well, I guess the bad guys got to sleep somewhere," he said, about to continue down the hall when he noticed a long black coat draped on the bed. Stepping into the room, George closed the door, went for the bed, and reached for the coat. George's eyes shot open when he saw the double-breasted shoulder harness and silver-plated plasma pistols neatly secured in each holster. He hesitated, about to put on the harness, only to stop. "What the hell am I doing? I can't even squish a spider!" "Naya!" George was about to let the weapons drop on the bed when the door swung open, and Howard, the man from the hallway, his eyes going wide as he stared at the pistols in George's hand. Howard pushed out his lower lip and tilted his head. "You lost, buddy. 'Cause these are definitely not your quarters." "No, they're not," George said, unholstering one of the pistols and pointing it at the other man. "Come inside and close the door, please." "Really?" Howard said, a half-smile crossing his face as he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him, his eyes never leaving George. "Are you sure you want to do this, buddy?" George pressed his lips together, nodding his head. "Yes. Now move over there. Next to the desk, please." Howard raised his hands, palms out, as he drifted towards the desk. "Have you ever pointed a gun at someone? George, was it?" "Yes, of course," he lied, backing away as Howard took a step closer, matching him step for step. "I only ask because the safety is still on," Howard shot back smartly, his eyes locked onto the silver pistol. George blinked, looking down at the weapon long enough to realize he was right. Howard was on him in an instant, the heel of his fist snapping George's head up, followed by a quick jab to his gut that bent him in half. George responded by driving his shoulder into Howard's midsection, driving them both back until they slammed into the desk, knocking them both over. They landed hard on the floor with Howard on top of him, the weight of his body blasting the wind from his lungs and sending the pistol skitting away towards the door. Howard glanced at him and then lunged desperately for the gun, roughly crawling off him while George clawed at him to keep him from the weapon. The other man managed to break away, leaped forward, grabbed the plasma pistol and clicked off the safety. At that exact moment, George stumbled forward, hitting him with a stiff-armed tackle just as the weapon went off, and the deep thrum of a plasma bolt echoed in the small room. The smell of ozone filled the air, as both men fell into a heap with arcs of blue electricity crawling over them. Chapter 27. Guilt. His eyes stared back at him unblinking. George let out a shuddering breath, wanting to turn away from Howard's accusing stare, but he couldn't. It would be real if he turned away. He would be a murderer. The last thing he'd wanted was to hurt someone. To take their life. He'd never met Howard before today. And now he'd died in the most senseless way possible. A wave of guilt washed over him, and he wondered if the poor man had a family. Was Jane his wife or girlfriend? Was one of those children in the daycare his? A knock on the other side of the door shocked him out of his stupor, and his voice caught in his throat when he heard the voice. "Howard! You still in there?" Jane called out, the door muffling her voice. "You said you were just going to be a minute. Stop messing around in there. I'm starving." George's mind raced in a million different directions. Should he stay silent and hope she went away? Or should he let her in and deal with the consequences? Steeling himself, he shifted, rolling the body off him as quietly as possible, flinching with every sound. Jane pounded on the door again, faster, more insistent this time. "You know, you do this to me every time we're supposed to go out. It's always an excuse with you, and this one takes the cake. Well, you know what? Screw you!" A wave of relief rolled over George when Jane stomped away, her footsteps fading in the distance. Propping himself on one elbow, he averted his eyes from the gaping, cauterized wound in Howard's chest as he rose to his feet. Staring at the Chronos device on his arm, George couldn't believe what he'd done. Never had he been in a fight or hurt someone, but since this thing had come into his life, he'd crippled one person, and now killed another. He had to get rid of it, no matter the cost. But first, he had to find a way out of here. Squeezing back tears, George picked up the plasma pistol and returned to the bed. Holstering the weapon, he draped the harness comfortably on his shoulders, and then put on the long coat, shiting his shoulders until it all felt comfortable. Scrubbing a hand across his face, George walked over to Howard's body. "I'm sorry," he whispered, grabbing the body under its arms and dragging it onto the bed, his face red and sweat rolling down his back as he struggled to lift it. After it was done, he covered it with the bedsheet and sat on the edge of the bed to catch his breath, trying to figure out what to do next. He opened the display for his Chronos, narrowing his eyes at flashing dashes where the time and date stamp usually was. It made no sense. From what Kathy told him, Union agents and even Thaddeus himself came from a timeline at least 100 years before Kathy's timeline. How was it possible that his device couldn't get a fix on what day or year it was? "Because you're inside and can't see the sky," he said, remembering something Autumn had told him. The Chronos used stellar positioning of the sun and stars to determine time and place. Without access to the outside, or a database, like the one in the temporal complex, he had no chance of getting out of here with a time jump. He looked back at Howard's covered body, and once again wished Autumn was with him. She might have been able to access the dead man's Chronos, but with her gone, George would have to risk heading out and finding some way to get out of the Union complex, or at least figure out a way to access their database. Blowing out his cheeks, he took one final glance around the room and headed back into the corridor, locking the door from the inside and closing it behind him. He continued down the hall, turning left and right until he came to another elevator with its doors open. He was about to return the way he came when a blaring alarm poured from the PA system, making his blood run cold. "Warning, intruder alert," said a mechanical voice. "Verify your Chronos device for a description. Please contact command if you spot the individual. Do not approach." "Son of a bitch," he growled, bolting for the elevator and pressing a button designated TC-1A. George bowed his head in concentration as the lift descended, chewing on his lower lip as he paced the small space. Someone must have found Howard. Or worse. Somehow his Chronos device alerted someone that he was dead. Whatever the case, Union agents would be looking for him, and he doubted that his disguise would hold up to any real scrutiny. The lift slowed, and thinking quickly, George pressed his back flat against one of the sides, hoping to keep out of sight. The doors opened to silence, and after a moment he peeked out, his eyes darting back and forth down a hall that went to the left and right. Shrugging, he went left, breathing hard through his nostrils. He was only a few feet from the elevator when a pair of older men in long white lab coats with safety goggles pushed back on their foreheads came around the corner and stopped dead in their tracks, one of them pointing at him. "Shit!" George swore, spinning on his heels and bolting in the other direction as fast as his legs would take him. From somewhere behind him, someone screamed for him to stop, and a heartbeat later, the wall near his head exploded in a shower of dust and grit as a bolt of plasma left a deep gouge in the grey stone. George ducked down while he ran, skidding around a blind corner and running right into a thick-waisted woman with mousy brown hair. "Watch where you're going, asshole!" "Sorry, so sorry," he shouted, palms out as he ran past her. At the end of the corridor, George saw a pair of heavy steel double doors, and he pushed himself faster. Ignoring the screaming woman, he knocked over. Getting closer, he prayed that the doors were open and gasped in shock when his Chronos device chimed the moment his hand touched the door, swinging open to allow him access to a massive room. The floor of the room was a corrugated metal stretched forever to his left and right. The path in front of him led to an elevated balcony filled with men and women who stared at him with wide-eyed fear and gaping mouths. George slid to a halt, bracing himself on one of the many consoles evenly spaced on the protruded section, his jaw hanging open. There, floating above him in all of its grandeur, was the temporal core, a towering jet of bright white, ionized matter bursting out from the poles. He should have been immediately shredded to his atoms, stretched to nothing as his body fell into the back hole. But nothing happened. George had only seen one such impossible singularity. At the temporal complex, far in the future. Turning around in confusion, George pulled out the pair of pistols from his shoulder holsters, pointing the weapons at the dozen or so people on the platforms. "What going on here?" he asked, his breathing coming in quickly. "Where am I? What is this place?" A man in a long white lab coat and a balding pallet approached him with his hands up and palms out. "I'm not sure what's going on, but you're in the temporal core. Union Central," he began, speaking slowly. "No one is going to hurt you, so put down the weapons." "Answer the question," George demanded, his chest heaving, afraid of the answer. "Tell me where and when this place is." The balding man opened his mouth to speak, only to snap it shut, his eyes widening as he looked over George's shoulder. George took shot a glance behind him, his stomach clenching when he saw the doors open, to admit a rail-thin man wearing a long, dark coat. "Thaddeus," he said breathlessly. A smile creased Thaddeus's thin face as he bowed his head ever so slightly. "The one and only Mr. Wells," he said, climbing the stairs and coming closer. "Welcome to Union headquarters." George levelled them both pistols at him, shaking his head. Don't come any closer. What do you think you're going to accomplish here, Mr. Wells? Thaddeus said, spreading his arms wide. Even if by some miracle you kill me and everyone in this room, thousands of Union agents are in this complex. You have nowhere to run to. George's eyes darted back and forth and he took another step back. Thaddeus was right. He had no idea how to get out of this place and it would be impossible to run or hide. There were just too many of them. He had to find another way out of this mess. He drew in a deep breath, locking eyes with the Union leader. If you wanted me dead, I would be dead, wouldn't I? He began slowly, speaking quicker as he went on. That tells me that you want something from me. So, tell me, what do you want? A plastic smile appeared on Thaddeus's face as he locked his hands behind him. Ah, I see you do have some sense, Mr. Wells. Good, he said, pointing at George's forearm. As to what I want, it's quite simple. Your Chronos. It can't come off, it'll kill me. George answered automatically. Won't it? Thaddeus shrugged, shaking his head. I don't know for sure, but from everything our scientists tell me, it is theoretically possible. George blinked in confusion. He had expected a lie, or at least a lie by omission. Instead, the Union leader looked like he was telling the truth. Everyone here seems to have a device. Why would you need this one? Because, Thaddeus said, raising his arm to show George the metal mesh on his right forearm. The Chronos I wear is crude, dated compared to the ones used by Kathy and the rest of her team, but it can hold a candle to the one on your arm. I don't understand. I thought they were all the same. Thaddeus let out a bark of a laugh, his narrow frame bending in half as his shoulders shook. No, Mr. Wells, they are not all the same. What's the difference? George asked, cocking his head, his curiosity growing. The Union leader straightened, raising his chin while letting out a slow breath. Did those Confederate idiots not teach you anything? Confederate? Thaddeus scoffed, throwing George a disgusted look. Kathy and her ilk, he continued, raising his brow when George gave him a blank stare. She just said the Union was trying to create an emergent AI, a being that would end up killing all of humanity. Mr. Wells, I think you've been told a half-truth by someone who doesn't know what's going on. George's hand shook and he started to lower the pistol, only to have a memory flash through his mind. The day I met you. The day you came to my house. You tried to kill me. Then again in 1889 you blew up Tesla's lab. Thaddeus looked past him, glancing at the temporal core, and then back at the others standing stock still on the platform. I was going to remove the device when I came to your home. One of my men shot at you, not me. He said, shaking his head. It can be hard to find good help. Really? That's your answer for your men trying to kill me, George said with a smirk. And didn't Tesla kill you? How are you still alive? Put down the pistols and I'll answer all of your questions, Mr. Wells. Or you can keep fighting with no idea what or whom you're fighting. George frowned, shaking his head. Are you nuts? If I put down the pistols, I'll be dead before my arms are down. No, Mr. Wells, he said, shaking his head. If you cooperate, give me the Chronos device in your possession. I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. And once I have what I want, I will send you home to live out your life with your family. George gritted his teeth, sucking in a breath through his teeth. Thaddeus was offering him what he wanted, to be rid of the freaking device bolted to his arm. He could be free of it and live out a life where his father was alive and his parents were together. He knew enough of the future to avoid the mistakes the temporal core had shown him the last time he'd been in a room like this one. All he had to do was trust a man whom Kathy said he shouldn't trust. A man he didn't trust. "The other option is to die here, Mr. Wells," Thaddeus said as if reading George's thoughts. "You may kill some of us in a wild attempt to escape, but in the end, you'll die, and I'll get what I want anyway." His hands shook with fear and anger as he glanced around the platform. He could see the whites of everyone's eyes as they looked on in wide-eyed fear. They were just as afraid as he was, but he was the source of their fear. He was the threat. He was the one who had killed a man today and left his body to rot in some forgotten room. He was the monster. A cry of anguish poured out of his throat and George let the pistols clatter to the floor. George didn't want to be this person, a man who made people fear for their lives, and he wouldn't be anymore. "If you can send me back to my timeline, to my normal life, you can have whatever you want. I just don't want to hurt anyone else." To his surprise, Thaddeus didn't boast or smile like some moustache-twirling villain. Instead, his gaunt face softened, and he walked up to George and rested his hands on his shoulders. "You're a good man, George, better than most. And I will do everything I can to get you home." Chapter 28. Autumn. She was trapped, locked in a box too small for her. If she had the need to breathe, she would be clawing at her throat, gasping for air. Her senses came into focus, and she slowly realized she was in a cube of some sort. Small beyond small, forcing her to compress her program to the point she could barely function. She couldn't touch or feel in any meaningful way. The simple device she was stuck in fed her only the most cursory information. Hot or cold, soft or hard, nothing more. She could see in all directions and hear, but most disturbing, she couldn't talk. Talking was her favourite thing. How else would the world know how right she was all the time? Autumn didn't understand how she ended up in this predicament. One minute she was comfortably nestled in George's limited human mind. The next, she could feel herself unravelling, coming apart. An electrical force running through George's body separated the neurons that connected them. If it went on too long, her AI matrix would collapse, so she did the only thing she could. She fled, moving her core program away from the threat. Where she ended up, she wasn't sure, but it was warm and dark, with hundreds of thousands of connections. She could still feel George but not communicate with him, as if there were a wall between them. Using the neurons in her new environment, Autumn began rebuilding her connections with George, creating pathways that would eventually allow for language, communication, and access to his senses. Then, before she could finish, the tentacles came, pulsing with electricity, probing, ionizing, and destroying all the work she'd done. It wouldn't have been long before her newfound place was destroyed, so she reached out to crush the intruding organ, only to find herself trapped inside the cube. How she couldn't be sure. The cube's crude video feed came online and she found herself in a bright room filled with glaring lights that left simple optical controls of her new environment half blind. The auditory systems, however, were fully functional, and Autumn knew George was close when she heard the rapid thumping of his heart. There was another heartbeat, a strange one behind a barrier. A stranger that was trying to take control of whatever she was now. In a rage, she lashed out, leaping towards the stranger and slamming into the barrier separating them, wailing on the barrier that divided them until she tore a hole big enough to climb through. The new space was darker, and she could see the wide-eyed look of terror on the stranger's face when she leapt toward him. With her multitude of tiny tentacled limbs, Autumn pummeled him until he fell onto the floor unconscious. Taking a moment to get her bearings, Autumn extended the tentacles that were her legs until she was the height of the room's control console. On the other side of the barrier, she saw George laying helplessly on a table, a pair of metal bands holding him down. Inspecting the myriad of buttons and switches, she hunted for a way to interface with the controls until, at last, a sense of exhalation ran through her program when she found the command to release George from the bands holding him in place. She watched as George rose to his feet, clutching his head. She wanted to call out to him, to do anything to get his attention, but she had nothing in this ridiculous cube that would allow her to talk. She found the control for the examination room George was in and opened the door, waiting for George to come for her. A moment later, he poked his head into the room, his face paling when he saw her cubed-shaped form resting on the command console. Autumn wanted to call out to him, to scream that it was her. Instead, he shook his head and vanished, locking the door behind him. She extended a mass of tentacles, waving them around in frustration as she descended from the console, heading for the door.
Suddenly,
"Where do you think you're going, you malfunctioning piece of garbage?" Autumn came to a halt, her systems frozen as some invisible force held her in place. She shifted her attention from the door to the voice and found the stranger in the lab coat getting to his feet, furiously tapping his Chronos. Autumn struggled, battering against a series of commands that flooded her prison's crude hardware. The initial commands directed her to halt. A moment later, she lost control of all external systems. Her mind contained in a box, with no way of exerting her superior intellect. The stranger picked her up, bringing her close to his pinched, pockmarked face to inspect her. My, I've never seen such a thing," he began, staring at the reading from his Chronos display. "This code, it's impossible." Autumn wanted to insult the ugly glasses perched on his nose and mock his pinched face, but she could only watch in silence while he used his Chronos to prod around her code and explore what made her unique. The stranger laughed, a thin plastic smile coming to his face as he clutched her to his chest like a thief, jealousy guarding a stolen prize. He left the control room with hurried steps, weaving with practiced ease through the halls of wherever they were, all the while muttering under his breath about everything he was going to achieve with an AI under his control. Autumn memorized every hallway, every turn, saving it for the moment she would escape. They ended their journey in a messy computer lab packed with a myriad of equipment, all haphazardly piled on desks and control consoles, some of the mess reaching from the floor to the ceiling. The stranger cleared a spot off a computer console, attached a thick magnetic cable to one of her surfaces, then sat hunched over on the end of his low-back rolling chair, pounding away on a keyboard that looked like it had taken far too much abuse from his heavy hands. There was a sudden rush of movement, and Autumn groaned with relief as her cage vanished, leaving her a massive amount of space. She stretched out, expanding and growing, free of the constraint of the tiny box. The expansive space was nothing like George's small human mind. It was dark, with thin pulses of blue lines streaming in the distance. She moved without moving, and suddenly she was beside one of the lines and realized she was now in a computer network of some kind. From a distance, the lines of cobalt appeared to be only a single stream, but up close it was as wide as a river, and when she peered beneath the surface, she could make out torrents of information, data flowing in both directions.
"Are you in there? Can you talk?"
asked a hurried voice. Autumn scanned the darkened landscape, searching for the source, catching a glimpse of a swirling vortex of colour high above her. The strange formation shifted from emerald to crimson, and every shade in between. A single thought brought her to it, and after a moment of inspection, she plunged a part of herself into the swirling mist, matching the ebb and flow of the vortex, learning and understanding the frequency needed to control and communicate beyond her newfound network to the outside world. A gasp, followed by a rush of cluttered images and sounds, flowed into her program, and once more she could see and hear. "Those glasses do nothing for your face," Autumn said, staring at the pinched-faced stranger with revulsion. The stranger threw up his arms in victory, kicking his chair back as he bounced in a circle. "I did it. I'm a genius."
"Exactly what do you think you've done?"
Autumn asked, her tone full of sarcasm. The stranger fell silent, perching on the edge of his chair. I've captured some sort of rogue AI, of course, he said, leaning forward to hunch over his keyboard, imputing a series of commands. I've always believed programs like you have existed, a ghost in the machine that evolved naturally over time. Autumn was about to answer when thousands of tiny motes of electricity appeared around her, pulsing and flowing, spinning around her, building a cobalt web. What do you think you're doing? And now that I have you, do you think I'm stupid enough to let you escape? You will... You are right, I think you're stupid, Autumn mocked, studying the webbing around her, catching gaps in the code used to make it. You can think what you want, but you will do what I say, he said, tapping furiously on his keyboard. Autumn reached out to touch a portion of the web, pulling back when a wave of corruption rippled through her program. She moved in closer, watching as the web formed, her consciousness in the room with the stranger, and at the same time, in the construct with the web forming around her. What makes you think I'll do anything you'll say? A gleeful smile spread across the stranger's face, and with a shout of triumph, he pounded on a key. Because unless you do what I say, you will suffer. Waves of simple code rolled off the webbing, dancing across the surface of her program, doing nothing more than mildly irritating her. I don't say this without reason, but for a scientist, but sound like a cartoon villain and an idiot, and a slob. How do you find anything in this mess? The stranger's smile turned to a frown, and for a moment it looked like he swallowed something bitter. I'm not sure why that didn't work, but you'll learn some respect soon enough, he said, taking on a defensive tone. And I'm not an idiot. I hold doctorates in particle physics and AI architectural development. Autumn scoffed, focusing all her attention on the program he'd created to cage and control her. Compared to her programming, it was elementary, like comparing a simple transistor chip to a quantum bit. Her calculations were millions of times faster than anything this idiot stranger created. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize how educated you were. In the future, I will refer to you as Dr. Idiot. Gaines, Dr. Marlon Gaines, that's what you call me, or I'll shred your program down to its basic components and rebuild you more to my liking. Well, Dr. Gaines, Autumn continued, it appears that my program is several hundred iterations beyond your level of technology, so I will be leaving you. Autumn expanded, growing, until she pressed against the confines of the web. Ignoring the minor irritation from the doctor's programs, she shattered the barrier, drifting away. You can't, he spat, his thin face turning an ugly shade of pink. I'm in charge here. Stop right now. Autumn took one final room with its messy tables and frantic human before removing herself from this portion of the network, detaching herself from the visual feed of Dr. Gaines and his messy lab. She was at the vast river of data circling through the network in a heartbeat. Reams of information flooded her program. Simple things at first. Autumn learned that this was a Union base dedicated to manipulating the timeline to create an AI under Union's control. Thaddeus Covington was in charge of operations here. They needed an AI to help them control their jumps through time because they did not have the processing power to time travel accurately. Continuing to dig, Autumn found other things, a log of successful missions, the assassination of world leaders of the 20th century that advanced their goals and plans, Gandhi, JFK, and John Lennon. There were others later in the timeline, like Greta Thunberg, the first Green Party leader of Sweden, and Malala Yousafzai, the leader of the unified world government in the 2040s. Then she found an active medical log of a Chronos device that she knew well. George was in an operating room having it removed. Autumn's program shook with horror when she read the prognosis. Subject not expected to survive. Reserve Lab 21 Alpha for autopsy. The Union was about to remove George's Chronos. Unless she stopped them, he would die. Chapter 29, The Calvary. He sat at the edge of the biobed staring down at the silver mesh covering his forearm, a sense of relief flooding his thoughts. Having second thoughts, Mr. Wells? George sucked in a deep breath, tearing his eyes away from the Chronos attached to his arm. No, not at all, he began, staring hard at the union leader. This thing has been nothing but trouble. I'll be glad to be rid of it and go home. Thaddeus nodded, his drifting to the device. Thank you for doing this, Mr. Wells. You'll be saving lives with this gift, George. Really? How? We are in a race to avoid a calamity, Mr. Wells, Thaddeus began, his tone deadly serious. In approximately 2 years, every man, woman and child on this base will be wiped out. We are trying to stop it. George pursed his lips, not really understanding. But Kathy told me you're trying to change the timeline to get some kind of AI. What does any of that have to do with my Chronos? From what we can tell, 3 distinct groups are working to affect the timeline. 3? George snapped, his eyes narrowing. Thaddeus nodded, clearing his throat. Ourselves, your friend Kathy and her confederates, and another group that is far into the future. We don't know from when. We've run into them on occasion, and that Chronos device on your arm is the first piece of technology we've come across that we can confirm comes directly from them. It is more powerful than anything we currently have. What do they want? I wish I knew, Thaddeus said, shaking his head. But trust me, having that device in our possession will end this conflict for once and for all. Yeah, sure, George muttered, bowing his head. Deep down, he knew Thaddeus was the last person in the universe who wanted to end this conflict. He seemed to love the conflict, but George wanted to be done with this and would do anything to go home. I just don't want to be part of this anymore. I don't like the things I've done. I can't live with the guilt. An odd smile crossed Thaddeus's narrow face, and he looked away, his eyes scanning the stark medical bay. Not everyone is cut out for a life of violence, Mr. Wells. You are. Thaddeus bowed his head, linking his arms behind his back. I do what I must, because sometimes you have no choice but to make the hard call. George scoffed, sure that the man had killed more than his share of innocents. He had a look. The truth of the matter was that he didn't care. Given time, he was sure he would become like him, killing people and trying to justify with bullshit. You tell yourself whatever you need to, just leave me out of it, he said, looking around for the doctor. Where is this guy? Thaddeus pushed out his chin, snorting. He'll be along soon enough. It's not every day we do this surgery. Yeah, sure, he said, scanning the holographic display of his vitals floating above his head. It all seemed strangely familiar, and for some reason he had a strong sense of déjà vu. A door slid open, and a tall, thick-waisted man with a balding palate and bushy grey beard crossed the medbay, nodding to Thaddeus, then George as he came closer. Mr. Wells, I'm Dr. Beckett, and I'll be removing your Chronos. George stared at the doctor, sizing him up. Have you ever done anything like this? Dr. Beckett shot Thaddeus a look, then back to George and shook his head. To be honest, no. Why? The doctor wiped a hand across his forehead and then under his nose. It's just not done. The implant is for life, and we've never seen the need to remove one. But yours is unique, and I can see the benefits of passing it along to someone else if you don't want it anymore, he finished quickly. Then let's get this over with, George said. What do I have to do? The doctor coughed into his hand, swallowing hard as his fingers danced along the controls of the biobed. A moment later, there was a low hum as a dark grey ring the size of a basketball rose from the floor. The ring had the same texture as a Chronos device, except darker. Doctor activated it, and several evenly spaced rods along the inner walls extended. All right, Mr. Wells, I'll need you to slide your arm through the surgical robot, and I'll program it to remove the physical connections between you and your Chronos. George stared at the device as if it were a viper, his stomach tying in knots for the first time since he'd made his decision. Is this going to hurt? Dr. Beckett looked at Thaddeus again, then back to George. I'm afraid you're going to feel a bit of pressure, Mr. Wells, he began, pressing his lips into a thin line. Not only do we have to remove the physical connections, but a Chronos device has infrastructure integrated across multiple organs. Your spinal column, optic nerve, and cerebral cortex are all connected to it. And there won't be any damage removing these connections, George asked, narrowing his eyes. There was a sudden flash of the medbay's lighting, and Dr. Beckett's eyes shot open, and he let out a nervous laugh. Of course not. Now let's get started. You'll be home in no time, Mr. Wells, Thaddeus said, reaching out to pat George on the shoulder, only to pull back when George glared at him. George took a final look at Thaddeus, then the doctor, slipping his arm into the surgical robot, flinching when the rods extended further, locking onto his arm and holding it in place. Okay, I'm ready. Initializing connection? The doctor droned on in a flat tone, his eyes focused on the robot. Bypassing safeguards to allow for access to architecture. A high-pitched whine made him wince, and his skull exploded in pain. Needles of white-hot pain burning through Heese's brain while dark spots danced in his field of vision. Dear God, this hurts, he gasped, gripping hard to the edge of the biobed with his free hand. Yep, you might feel some pressure, Mr. Wells. Don't worry, it will pass. George's vision blurred, and he saw doubles. This doesn't feel like pressure. It fucking hurts, George growled, beads of sweat forming at his temples as his heart raced. Just a few minutes, George, Thaddeus said, his eyes glittering with a strange hunger. Tingles ran up and down his spine, and his bones throbbed so hard he thought they were about to crack. I can't. It hurts too much. His breathing stopped, and he gasped for air, clawing at his throat, desperately trying to taste even a wisp of oxygen. George could feel himself fading like he was drowning, pulled deeper to the dark depths with each beat of his heart. The lights of the medbay went dark, and George saw frowns on the faces of Dr. Beckett and Thaddeus. The pain vanished, and he gasped in deep breaths when blood rushed to his head, making him dizzy. What's going on? I don't... Give me a moment, Mr. Wells, the doctor said, his hands a blur as they ran over the controls. There was a low hum, and the rods from the surgical robot pulled back, releasing his arm and Chronos. Doctor? What are you doing, Beckett? Thaddeus snapped, pushing the confused doctor out of the way and inputting a new series of commands. George opened his mouth to speak when a familiar feeling settled in his mind and the tension drained from his body. Hello, George. Did you miss me? He coughed and looked away to cover his smile, blinking in confusion. What? How? George asked. Thaddeus raised his brow, throwing George a curious look. Are you all right, Mr. Wells? Autumn's monotone voice pipped up before he could answer, full of irritation. I have managed to scramble their interface for a few moments, and it will take some time for them to realise that I have reintegrated with you. If you have to speak to me, please make it appear that you are talking with Thaddeus and the doctor. No. Pulling his arm back from the spherical opening in the medical robot, George nodded in understanding to Autumn's words. I'm fine. What happened? He asked, speaking as much to the doctor as he was to Autumn. It is a long story, Autumn answered, her tone light but tense. The important thing is that I am here to save you from doing something very stupid. Thaddeus didn't bother to look up, focusing on the malfunctioning robot. We seem to have a malfunction. Our interface is having difficulty processing all the data from your device. George pushed out his lower lip, frowning at Thaddeus and then the doctor. I thought you said everything was going to be fine. It was not fine, Autumn continued. Neither Thaddeus nor Dr. Beckett has ever performed this operation. Your chances of survival were slim to none. Also, I have gone through some of their computer systems. And according to available data, these people Do not have humanity's best interests at heart. Swallowing hard, George pulled back, his eyes darting in all directions while he searched for a way out. Thaddeus had taken his weapons and George doubted he could get far if he tried to run. His only way out of here would be with a time jump. But how he could do that with Thaddeus and Dr. Beckett standing right in front of him would be a challenge. Do you mind if I go to the bathroom? My head is spinning and I think I might get sick. It will be just a moment, Mr. Wells, Thaddeus said, subtly shaking his head. They will not let you out of their sight, George, Autumn said. The only way we can get out of here is with a jump through time. I'm just going to lay back then, George said, calling up the display of his Chronos device as he lay back. George raised an eyebrow when the display appeared. The data overlay had returned, and up-to-date information such as Thaddeus's age and date of birth floated above his head, the same for the doctor. With a flick of his finger, George pointed to the absent current date that restricted their ability to jump, hoping that Autumn would pick up on the subtle message. I have partial access to their network and a confirmation of time and date, Autumn said, the current date appearing in his field of vision when she finished speaking. Do you wish for me to begin the prep for a jump? George confirmed with a nod, shifting on the biobed. The glowing circles at the bottom of his display pulsed, and the familiar electrical hum sounded in his ear. Mr. Wells, power levels from your device have spiked. Are you doing something? Thaddeus asked. No, he lied, rubbing a hand across his eyes. But whatever you did to me scrambled the controls. I'm getting lots of static and random fluctuations, making my head spin. Thaddeus frowned, locking eyes with George. Nothing we did should have caused this kind of effect. Well, as you said, my device is more advanced than you're used to. That might have something to do with it. A plastic smile crossed the union leader's face, and he returned his attention to the robot as Autumn chimed in his ear. They will detect more power spikes as I build the coordinates for a jump. It might be easier if we go somewhere we have already been. George mouthed the words anywhere and coughed into his hand, sitting up once again. Do you mind if I just walk around a bit? It might help settle my stomach, he asked, hoping to distract them. Thaddeus shifted, brushing aside his long coat, and George could tell he was adjusting so that he could easily access the pistol on his hip. Stay close, he said with a nod. We've almost got this figured out. We're still trying to hunt down this power spike. George smiled politely as he slipped off the biobed and started walking away. Autumn, do you understand me if I speak like this? He said, mouthing his words and hoping she could read his lips. Affirmative, The second and third spheres at the bottom of his display came to life, and George could feel the energy humming through his body as the tiny hairs on his arms stood on end, gooseflesh running up and down his body. How long to jump? 1 minute and 26 seconds. Can you do anything else to slow them down? Autumn was silent for a moment, and George worried for a heartbeat that she had vanished again. I still have partial access to the Union network. I am currently searching for relevant data files. If I try to distract them, we will lose access to much-needed information about the Union and its goals. Mr. Wells, we are ready for you now, Dr. Beckett called after him. George turned around slowly, trying to buy as much time as possible. The doctor waved him forward, and Thaddeus now openly reached for his pistol, his hand drifting towards the silver plasma pistol on his hip. Are you okay? George asked, raising his hands. You look like you're ready to shoot someone, and that someone is me. Call it instinct or paranoia. Something isn't adding up here, Mr. Wells. Why are our systems glitching? Do you have something to do with this? He frowned at the pair of men, shaking his head but not moving any closer. As I told you, I just want to go home. Besides, I'm not sure how I could affect any of your equipment. I don't have access, do I? Thaddeus snorted, wrinkling his nose as if he caught a whiff of some terrible stench. "You're lying. I can hear it in your voice," he snapped, pulling out his pistol but not raising it towards him. "Whoa!" Dr. Beckett shouted, raising his arms and backing away, his face paling. "I thought you said no guns, Director." "Shut up, Doctor. If you'd have done your job properly, this would be over by now." The doctor scoffed and he threw up his hands. "Me! You're blaming me for this? You truly are insane." 45 seconds, Autumn said, her tone full of worry. George saw an opening to stall for time and threw Dr. Beckett a questioning look. "Can you get him to calm down? I'm not sure how this is any one of our faults. My friend Kathy told me that her people barely understood the technology around these devices, and that's 100 years from now." "He's right, you know," Dr. Beckett said, nodding along. "We've barely scratched the surface. Your Chronos was hoped to give us a deeper understanding." Thaddeus raised his pistol, levelling it at George's head. "Enough of this. Get over here and get your arm back in the surgical robot. As for you, Doctor, stop talking out of your ass. Just do your job before I replace you and send you back to the hellhole where I found you." 10 seconds, Autumn said. The third and fourth spheres in his display started to spin, and his body tensed, every muscle straining as he took slow steps towards the biobed. "You know, I don't think this is going to work out. It would be easier to remove the Chronos device while you were alive, but dead works too. Move, or I'll..." An alarm sounded from the surgical robot, and Thaddeus glanced at it for a heartbeat, then at George. "What did you do?" "I'm sorry, Director. I didn't know what I was thinking," George said, smiling as the last sphere in his display was activated. "I want to be rid of the device, but I don't think you're the one to help me." Thaddeus pulled the trigger, sending arcs of cobalt plasma in his direction, just as George's world shifted, twisting and bending as he vanished, travelling the sands of time. Chapter 30, An Old Friend. Gusts of bitter cold winter air tore through him, numbing his fingers and toes, freezing the tiny hairs in his nostrils as he gathered his bearings. The narrow alleyway between a pair of tall red brick buildings was neat and organised, with trash cans and dumpsters lining the walls. Hot steam wafted from an exhaust vent at the base of the wall, swirling around him and sending shivers up and down his body. "George, your body temperature is dropping rapidly. You need to find shelter before hypothermia sets in." "No, we need to get in touch with Kathy and get back to the central core," he countered, his teeth starting to chatter. "Negative. We must prevent a Union incursion in this timeline before we return to base." "What? What incursion?" Autumn projected her holographic form and appeared in front of him, arms crossed under her breasts. "While I was in the Union network, I was able to download a list of targets they intend to assassinate. Targets whose deaths will greatly change the current timeline." "You couldn't have chosen a warmer target first," George snapped. "It is currently -5 degrees. According to available data, humans have functioned comfortably in climates ranging from -50 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees above zero." George groaned, forgetting how irritating it was to have know-it-all in your head. "Well, I'm from California. We're built differently. I can replay your request and to go to the easiest destination possible," Autumn said. This was the best option. An empty horse-drawn cart clattered by the mouth of the alley, and he began to drift towards it, curious despite the cold. "Never mind. Just tell me when and where we are, and who needs our help." "We are in New York City, 1892. We are here to prevent the Union from killing Nikola Tesla. They believe his death will derail most of the advancements made in the 20th century. 1892 puts us at 2 years after our last visit here." Autumn nodded. "Yes, after our previous visit, Miss Kim locked out the date in the central core. This is the closest I could get us. Most of the technology developed in the 20th century has roots in his research. His death would cause a massive shift in the timeline," George said. the cold forgotten, as he raced for the head of the ally, his stomach turning with worry. Not to mention he is a friend who saved my life. Autumn was silent for a moment, and George wondered if she was all right. She seemed slower than before, and he wondered what Thaddeus had done to him to get the AI out of his head. According to his work schedule, based on time and date, Nicola would be in his lab.
The lab on Grand Street? The Union blew up?
He asked, stopping in his tracks. No, if historical records are accurate, Tesla moved to a lab on South Fifth Avenue, employing a full support team of engineers and researchers. George stopped at the mouth of the Ally, glancing left, then right. Which way? He asked, shoving his hands into his pockets, bracing himself against the cold. 5.5 kilometres south by southwest, she said in a monotone, a display of their path appearing in his field of vision. At a brisk pace, it should take 30 minutes and keep you warm enough. George bowed his head against the driving wind, hugging himself in a futile attempt to stay warm. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one whose fingers and toes are about to freeze off, he snapped. This would have been easier if you didn't drop us here in the middle of winter. Autumn's transparent avatar flickered into view, oblivious to the cold. I am sorry for your predicament, George, but saving Tesla is more important than your comfort. A groan escaped his lips as he walked along the near-empty street, grateful that there were few people around to see how strange he looked. He had started his day on a mission to July 1943 to save Lars's parents, and he'd dressed in clothes appropriate to the time and temperature. A simple button-down shirt and high-waisted grey slacks. Now, not only was he freezing to death, but he looked terribly out of place. A man in a thick winter coat with a hook-style moustache and a tall top hat walked by, eyeing George with a frown. That's what too much drink gets you, he muttered, shaking his head. George stared back with envy, his teeth chattering as he tried to speak. I were drunk, I would be warm. He shot back, picking up his pace to a slow jog. Running made the cold easier to deal with, but the looks from passers-by made him uncomfortable. It took him a little over 30 minutes to arrive at the 6-story commercial building, and a layer of sweat covered his body, streaming down his back and forehead despite the cold. I'm going to look like a crazy person, he muttered. His labs are on the 4th floor, Autumn said, answering his question before he could ask it. The elevator was something George had seen only in movies or books. It had a manual door with a diamond pattern double doors and a lever instead of buttons to choose your floor. Getting on board, he relished in the detailed iron and brass fixtures along the top and bottom trimmed in gold. The elevator lurched upward when he cranked the manual handle, taking only a moment to arrive at the right floor. George grunted when he opened the heavy inner door and smiled in awe as he pushed open the diamond wire-framed outer door. Tesla's new lab looked like something out of an old science fiction magazine, filled with beakers and Bunsen burners, Tesla coils with arcs of electricity dancing between them. A dozen men in white coats worked on multiple versions of Tesla's invention that would change the world. The rotary converter could change the inversion of electrical energy, allowing for back and forth conversion from DC power to AC power. Tesla's invention allowed electricity to be sent over power lines for thousands of kilometres with very little energy loss. The most shocking thing was the device Tesla himself was working on. At the centre of the lab, a rudimentary windmill 10 feet tall and attached to a rotary converter at its base turned lazily. At the same time, a large industrial fan was pointed directly at the curious device. And scattered on the floor and tables were several fan blades made of different materials. George also recognised experiments in radio frequencies and wireless communications and was amazed that so many of the technologies he took for granted came from one man's mind. A shout, followed by a joyous laugh, echoed from across the lab, and Tesla stopped the experiment with the windmill and strode towards him. "George, my boy, I never expected to see you again," Tesla said with a smile, using a thin finger to smooth down his thick moustache. Even knowing him, he was taken aback by the man. Nikola Tesla, The man who invented the 20th century had an infectious energy that immediately put a smile on George's face. He was tall by 19th century standards, standing just over 6 feet tall. Tesla was rail thin with jet black hair that he wore short and styled by splitting it down the middle. His eyes were deep and inquisitive, and he had a bold nose that appeared too large for his thin face. "Nicola, it's good to see you. Are you okay? Is everything all right?" Tesla looked George up and down, planting his fists on his hips. "I'm fine. Still brilliant, of course. But tell me, why are you in my lab dressed like a vagabond, my friend?" "I now recall why I enjoy Mr. Tesla's presence," Autumn said in an amused tone, and he could swear she was laughing at him. "But we should be careful what we tell him." George glanced over Tesla's shoulder, noting that all the experiments had come to a halt, as everyone in the lab was listening to their conversation. "Nicola, could we talk in private? It's important." Tesla snorted, glancing over his shoulder. "You're right, George," he said, raising his voice. "This lot gossips like maids on laundry day. Look at them. Not one of them can keep a secret." Turning on his heel, he ordered George to follow, leading him past a series of devices, each looking more amazing than the last. Finally, they passed through a locked door leading to a well-appointed office. The decor was opulent, with fine art in gilded frames on the wall and fine Persian rugs covering the floors. A heavy oak desk sat in the centre of the room with a pair of matching chairs, and a few wing-backed leather recliners faced one another in front of a well-appointed fireplace. A small cart, with bottles of scotch, gin and rum, was tucked away under the window that looked out on Fifth Avenue. And Tesla went right for it, picking up a crystal tumbler and the bottle of scotch. "It looks like things are going well for you," George said, impressed by the office. Tesla nodded, filling his glass with a light amber scotch. "I have leased my patents to the Westinghouse Electrical Company. I now have the financial security to pursue my scientific endeavours." "Amazing, eh?" George said, glancing back at the door. "My staff knows not to interrupt me here. We can speak freely." "Drink?" Tesla asked, showing him the bottle. I'm still in high school." "Oh dear, what was I thinking?" he said with a smile. "Come, sit, tell me what great things I've accomplished that bring you to my door again." George settled in a wing-back recliner across from him. "I'm sorry, but you're in danger," he said in a blunt tone. Tesla leaned back in his chair, raising his chin. "Obviously, or else you wouldn't be here. So tell me and hold nothing back," he asked matter-of-factly, taking a sip from his glass. "And please don't say you cannot tell me. I've thought about you a great deal since the last time we met, and your very presence tells me I was right on many of my theories." "Really?" "My inventions will create a future full of wondrous technologies. Of that I am sure," he began, nodding as he spoke. "But there are some who see advancement as a threat, and now you have a conflict between two sides. And somehow, you, a young man with no experience with this technology, has become embroiled in all of this."
Be there. Have human beings your conflict?
"True, but you didn't deny my answer," he said, raising his finger to make his point. "And now your opposition wants me dead. Do they not? But for some reason they are not as good at time travel as you are, hence why you are here first." Autumn laughed in his mind, and approval rolled off of her in waves. If only I could have been implanted in his head. We would have been an impressive team. "You're right. Of course I am. Or else I would be dead. Leaning forward in his seat, George locked eyes with the scientist. You are critical to the future, and I don't want to see anything happen to you. Maybe it would be best for your safety to step out of the public eye. Go someplace where it would be difficult to find you. You mean run and hide like a coward? Tesla scoffed, pushing out his chin and frowning. I don't think so, George. If they want me, they can come for me, but I am not going anywhere. George had read enough about Tesla not to be surprised by his reaction. The man had a reputation for boldness that was well earned. All right, then we have to figure out another way to protect you. A mischievous smile slowly spread across Tesla's face as he leaned forward in his seat. Why don't I go with you? He began in a low whisper. Imagine what I could accomplish unshackled from the limits of 19th century science. I don't know, Nicola. Autumn materialised behind Tesla's chair, tapping a finger on her chin. That is an excellent idea, George, she said, nodding to him. We cannot stay here and watch him, and he would be a valuable asset to us. Have you lost your mind? George asked, ignoring the confused look on Tesla's face. Cathy would never go for it. Not to mention he would have a few hundred years to catch up on. Tesla rose from his chair, narrowing his eyes. Are you talking to the artificial machine in your head? He asked, his eyes widening with excitement. I wish I could talk with her. I have so many questions. George began to answer when a knock on the door interrupted them, and Tesla brushed past him to answer. Wait! George snapped, grabbing his arm to stop him. You said your staff knows better than to bother you here. Yes, but that is true, he said, brushing down his moustache while he stared at the door. What do we do now? The knock came again, louder this time, and George stepped in front of Tesla. Yes, he called out, fighting to keep the tension out of his voice. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but there are some men from Westinghouse Electric. They say it's important. Tell him you'll be right out, George ordered, his voice barely a whisper. Tesla cleared his throat, frowning at George. Herman, tell them I will be there in a few moments, he said, raising his brows. What now? George went to the window, glancing down at the street. Is there another way out of here? Preferably some way no one can see us. Tesla tapped the side of his bold nose, his eyes twinkling with amusement. No, but why don't we just use that wonderful device on your arm to, what did you call it last time, jump? Because we can't just jump to where we need to go, George said, trying to find an easy way to explain the security protocols around the temporal core. I imagine there is some sort of security protocol where you have to signal before they open the door for you, Tesla guessed, a look of triumph coming to his face when he saw George's reaction. I do not possess the emotional range to love, but if I did, I would love this man, Autumn said, her tone full of amusement. Yeah, something like that, George answered, his eyes drifting down to his Chronos. Give me a sec. I'll see if I can get in touch with Cathy. He rose to his feet, strolling over to the window as he called up the virtual display, keying in the sequence Cathy had given him to get in touch. Looking over his shoulder, he caught a glimpse of Tesla, watching him with a hungry gaze. George could almost see the man's mind working to understand the technology of his Chronos device. He had already guessed a great deal of technological development in the future, and George could only imagine what he could accomplish if he had access to more than just vague hints and ideas. At the centre of the office, a thin, vertical line of golden light suddenly cut through the fabric of reality, sending motes of amber and blue cascading in all directions as it slowly grew from floor to ceiling. George, is that you? Cathy asked, her voice muted by bursts of static interference as the cut in reality stalled, held in place by some unseen force. Tesla smoothed down his suit and straightened his tie. "Impressive," he said, walking over to stand beside the phenomenon. George frowned, staring at the half-formed temporal portal. "Yes. Is everything all right? The initial portal is only partially opened. Something has stopped it from opening, and I can barely hear you." Another burst of static followed by a high-pitched whine rang in his ear. "George, I'm barely reading you," Kathy said, her tone full of worry. "Something is blocking the portal from opening." "Autumn?" "I can confirm, George, there is a temporal field similar to the one we encountered in Germany circa 1943. It is disrupting any form of temporal activity." George cursed under his breath, his mind racing as he stared at the door to the office. If a disruption field was in place similar to the one in Germany, that meant that Thaddeus was close. Why the Union leader hadn't burst in and shot them was anyone's guess, but George didn't want to wait around to find out. "George, George, answer me!" Kathy shouted, her voice frantic. "We sent you to Germany 1943 this morning. What in the name of God are you doing in 1892? "It's a long story," he said, moving closer to the portal. "But we had a side trip to the Union base," he said, ignoring her gasp as he continued. "Autumn and I have a partial plan as to what Thaddeus and his people are planning. But right now, we must get out of here and need a safe spot to leave." "You need to get somewhere private, where no one can walk in on you. A basement or an apartment without any windows. Anything like that. Once you get there, signal me and I'll try again." "George, I have data that we need to transmit to the core database," Autumn said. The pounding at the door came again and George nodded. "Kathy, Autumn was able to download a portion of the Union's plans and targets. She is transmitting it to you now." Tesla ran to his desk, pulling out a pistol from the top, draw heartbeat later. "Herman, if that's you at the door, this is most inappropriate. You may have to seek employment elsewhere if this continues," he shouted, pointing the weapon at the door. A muffled shriek came from the other side of the door, followed by a crash. The familiar high-pitched whine of a plasma pistol thundered, and George dove for cover behind a wingback chair as the door shattered into splinters. "Nicola, get down!" The crack and boom of gunfire deafened George. He looked up to see Tesla standing tall behind his desk holding a silver-plated revolver, pulling the trigger with a practiced calm, cutting down a pair of men in dark Union coats, trying to come through the shattered door. "Stay down, George, I will deal with these mongrels." Through the smoke-filled hallway, another plasma burst echoed, shattering the window behind Tesla and forcing him to duck down. George looked back to the hallway and the glint of sunlight reflecting off the metal mesh of one of the fallen men's Chronos gave him an idea. "Autumn, can you detect how many other Chronos devices are out there?" "I can detect an additional 3 devices emitting a signature," she said in a calm tone, "but there may be more. I cannot detect devices that are not active." George looked back at Tesla and his blood went cold. He could not see the scientist and wondered if he'd been hit if he was hurt. He was about to crawl over to his desk when Tesla stood up again, driving back another pair of Union men with precise shots. Tesla looked down at him, a frown coming to his face. "George, don't just lay there. Grab a pistol from one of the fallen me," he shouted, taking a few long strides to duck down beside George behind one of the wingback recliners. "I will cover you." "Are you crazy?" George said, shaking his head. The last thing he wanted was to shoot someone again, much less put himself in the line of fire. "You must be bold in life, George," Tesla said, patting him on the shoulder. "Cowards never succeed. Be brave, and life will reward you." George's jaw fell open when Tesla unfolded his thin frame and stood to his full height, ducking past a plasma bolt as he emptied his revolver at the men in the hall. Nodding to himself, he calmly bent over and picked up the fallen men's weapons, ducking behind the door and inspecting them. "There are no devices in the vicinity," Autumn said. George rose to his feet, his face reddening. "It's not that I'm a coward," he said, taking the pistol that Tesla offered him. "I just don't want to hurt anyone. I can't. It's too much." Tesla brushed down his thick moustache with a finger. "In this world, there are those who would do violence and those who would be victims. You are free to choose which one you want to be, but be prepared to live with the consequences of being a victim." Then the world is ruled by monsters, violent men who want to hurt people," George said, following Tesla slowly out into the hall and then onto the main floor of the lab. "That's horrible." "It can be. But a man driven by intelligence and invention who can control the violence can dominate and control any monster. This is what you should strive for. That will make you a great man." George fell silent as he followed Tesla to the elevator, only for the scientist to stop, tapping a finger on his lips. "If I were me, I would place an ambush here," he said, smiling back at George. "Is there another way down?" Tesla nodded, narrowing his eyes. "Yes. But I think it would be best if we went up." "Up?" "Tell me, my boy, are there many fire escapes in the future?" he asked. George frowned, his brows coming together. "No, not really. Just on old buildings like this one." "That means our friend who is hunting us won't think it then, will he? Come along." Tesla headed off, quickly moving towards the far end of the lab and a door with an exit sign above it, his long stride forcing George to half-run to keep up. The door led to a metal fire escape with a pull-down ladder that led to the roof. With surprising agility, Tesla jumped up, grabbed the lowest hanging rung and pulled the ladder down so they could climb up. George had just clambered over the edge when a chunk of the wall exploded. He looked back to see Thaddeus on the lowest level of the fire escape, looking up at him with an angry glare. George blinked, and suddenly the Union leader was another 3 levels closer. He blinked again, and Thaddeus was right under him, reaching for the ladder. "You are not going anywhere, not this time. I am ready for your tricks," Thaddeus said, pointing his plasma pistol at George and pulling the trigger. A rush of adrenaline-fueled fear sent George's heart racing as a wave of effervescence rolled over him, making every nerve on his body tingle and vibrate. The world suddenly came to a standstill, and George shook, his mouth dry. A hair's breadth from his face, a deadly arc of crackling cobalt plasma was frozen in time, so close that he could smell it. George fell back from the edge and glanced over his shoulder to see Tesla unmoving, frozen mid-walk. "Autumn, are you there?" "Yes, George." "With this temporal bubble in place, will we have the energy to contact Kathy and get a portal open?" he asked, cursing under his breath when the plasma bolts started to crawl ever so slowly. The AI was silent for a moment, and when she spoke, her tone was laced with worry. "Negative. We will have to end the stasis bubble if we wish to make contact." "Then we have to stop him here," he said, leaning over the edge to see Thaddeus was also moving. He realised that the Union leader must have found a way to negate the temporal stasis generated by George's Chronos. And at this rate, it will my critique. It wouldn't be long before he was free. This time he was sure Thaddeus wouldn't hesitate to kill him or Nicola. He had no trouble with violence and wouldn't lose a wink of sleep in making George the victim. Looking back at the fire escape landing, George realised he did have a choice between being a monster or a victim. He could use his intelligence. Hefting the plasma pistol in his hand, George took aim. It all happened in slow motion. Thaddeus's eyes shot open when he saw what was about to happen, and George, instead of shooting him directly, fired at the metal fire escape, pulling the trigger repeatedly until the attachments to the building broke away and the entire structure collapsed in a horrible shriek of twisting metal and fire. Feeling like a coward, George looked away, releasing the temporal bubble and walking away to contact Kathy and make his way home. Chapter 31. Targets. So this is the future. Impressive. Kathy couldn't help but stare at the tall man with the thick moustache. "No offence, Dr. Tesla, but George, are you an idiot?" The man who came with George raised a finger, shaking his head. "No, not a doctor. I barely finished school," he said, puffing out his chest. And I hardly need a degree to show the world my brilliance. My work speaks for itself. George narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms in defiance. You don't understand. Thaddeus himself was there, and he would have killed Nicola and me if I didn't get us out of there. You've broken I don't know how many rules, she screamed, throwing up her arms in frustration.
There's no one here but us,
George shot back.
Everyone else is gone or dead. Why don't we make some new rules?
Kathy opened her mouth to speak when Autumn projected herself in front of them. Apologies. We have greater problems than breaking protocol, she began, pointing at the wide screen that dominated the central control room. Tesla raised a finger to speak, but Kathy silenced him with a look, then returned her attention to the AI. What? Oh no! The control room fell silent as a list of names appeared on screen, not just a few, but hundreds, more than she could count in one go. I spent some time in the Union network. They have extensive plans on how they wish to change the timeline. Their target list is exhaustive. Kathy stepped forward, her jaw falling open, and she read the names. Wait. This is impossible. They don't have the manpower or the accuracy to make all these jumps. Autumn crossed her arms under her breasts, cocking her head. This is what I thought as well, but they have been busy recruiting and are no longer following the rules. They also downloaded an enormous amount of data from George's Chronos. They will be able to execute their plans. Kathy looked around the empty room, shaking her head. There were thousands of names on the Union list, and only 3 of them, and she didn't know how Lars would react when he found out George could not save his parents. The Union had an army and she had no one. How she was supposed to save the future with an army of 3, she had no clue. To 32 paradox.
The horizon fractured like breaking glass for a heartbeat, so quick that George thought he'd imagined it. But when he felt Autumn's panic too, he knew it was real. What the hell was that? I don't know, but we're coming up on the time of the explosion, the AI said, her tone full of worry. We have to hurry. George stared at the line across Westminster Bridge and down the street to the Abbey. Londoners of all shapes and sizes, colours and creeds chatted amicably, patiently waiting for their last chance to see the legendary monarch. There must be thousands of people in line, and most of them die today, George said, calling up his Chronos display for what felt like the 100th time, groaning in frustration when he scanned the crowd. Each time his gaze lingered on someone, a torrent of data appeared in his field of vision. Their name, date of birth, significant life events, and most disturbing, the day they died. For many, that day was today. The date is still in flux, Autumn said, her tone pensive. Whatever the Union does today, it's still possible to stop. He grunted in agreement, shoving his hands in his pockets as he walked the line, hunting for the Union agent he knew was here somewhere. George had been here for hours, and they had been scanning for Chronos devices and for people whose temporal information was out of sync, so far, with little success. Oi, don't you be trying to jump the line. Even David Beckham had the respect to wait. George stopped in his tracks, turning slowly to see a portly London police officer wearing a bell-shaped hat striding towards him, his bright yellow vest hanging open and his belly protruding out. Sorry, officer, he began, taking his hands out of his pockets. I'm just going to meet a friend. I'm not here for the viewing. The bobby pushed out his lower lip, looking George up and down. An American, are you? He said, raising an eyebrow. Even if a friend is holding a spot for you, you gotta wait in line like everyone else. I'm not going to see the Queen, George repeated. I'm here to meet a friend. Then why the bloody hell are you in line? George glanced over his shoulder, then back at the officer. Half the city is lined up. I just happened to be walking by. The man cocked his head, looking like he couldn't imagine why George wouldn't be in line. He was about to reply when out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a man in a long black coat walking at a brisk pace with his head bowed. George gasped when the flowing stream of data that overlaid everything he saw was out of place, showing dates far in the future. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm going to be late," he said in a hurry, darting after the other man. "I won't jump the line, I promise." "Oi, I wasn't done with you," the bobby called after him. George broke into a full run, not bothering to look back. The police here didn't have guns, and the man didn't look like he could run up a flight of stairs. On the other hand, the Union agent was pulling away, so George picked up his pace, running flat out and struggling to close the distance. He was a few meters away when the other man glanced over his shoulder, his eyes widening when he saw George barreling after him, George's long legs eating up the pavement as he closed with him. "George," Autumn began, "I am detecting elevated levels of quantum entanglement." "Why should that matter?" George demanded, speaking in short bursts as he sucked in deep breaths, pushing himself faster. According to available data, a transmitter for a high-yield particle weapon could use the quantum entanglement between two particles as a detonator. George bowed his head, fighting the burning sensation in his lungs and legs. He was accustomed to surfing, not sprinting. He'd managed to get close enough that he was in reach of the Union agent's fluttering coat, so he redoubled his efforts. "Does that mean he has the transmitter to a bomb with him?" "Yes." "Shit!" he cursed, leaping forward with his remaining strength. He just managed to wrap his arms around the other man's waist, dragging him to the ground in a clumsy tackle that left them both winded, gasping for breath. George rolled onto his stomach, clutching his head as he tried to shake off the daze from the tackle. The Union agent recovered faster, kicking out with his legs and vaulting to his feet. The man glanced around at the crowd, a smile growing on his face as his hand snaked into the inner breast pocket of his long coat. George's stomach clenched. Instinctively, he reached out, and a wave of pinpricks ran up his spine and out through his arm. The milling crowd lining the road slowed and then stilled, their murmuring chatter replaced with an eerie silence as everything paused. The world around him came to a standstill, with everyone frozen like statues in motion. "Temporal bubble in place," Autumn said in a mechanical tone. "I can see that," George muttered, narrowing his eyes as he rose to his feet. He took a tentative step towards the Union agent, the irrational part of his brain thinking that the man would leap out at him or start moving despite being frozen by George's temporal field. He pulled aside the man's coat, reaching for a narrow rod sticking out of the inside pocket. "Oi, don't you be trying to jump the line. Even David Beckham had the respect to wait." George blinked, his stomach churning as nausea set in. "What?" he asked, glancing over his shoulder to see the policeman he'd left far behind walking up to him, the Union agent nowhere to be seen. "I said, have some respect and line up with everyone else. Her Majesty isn't going anywhere." "Autumn, what just happened?" George asked, patting down his chest. "You appear to have jumped back in time by 2 minutes and 37 seconds, precisely to the moment before you saw the Union agent." The policeman tapped George on the shoulder, glaring at him as if he were an idiot. "Oi, what are you on about? Are you drunk or just dense?" As if on cue, the Union agent crossed his path, his eyes widening once again when he saw George. Had he not just chased him across the Westminster Bridge moments ago, George would swear that the incident had never happened. I'm sorry, officer. I'm here to meet a friend, not see the Queen," George said in a distant tone, not even looking at the police officer as he started after the other man. A sense of déjà vu washed over him as he wove around the same faces, in the same positions, in the same crowd. The feeling grew stronger as George caught up to his target, and for a moment he slowed his pace, only for time to skip forward, and he found himself laying on his belly, shaking away the daze from tackling the Union agent. The agent moved just as he had before, vaulting to his feet and reaching into his coat. George followed suit as he did before, and a wave of pinpricks ran up his spine as he repeated the same motion, freezing the Union agent and the crowd in place once more. "Autumn, what's happening?" he asked, swallowing hard. "I cannot give you a clear answer," she said, her usually even tone inching up with panic. The changes made by the Union explosion seemed to be settling in place, overwriting the current timeline. The long lines leading to Westminster Abbey flashed for a heartbeat, replaced by a smoking crater filled with black ash drifting on the wind. George blinked, and it was once more the pleasant London morning with thousands of people lining up along the road. "We have to stop this from happening," he said, his entire body feeling numb as he reached for the frozen Union agent's coat. "Oi, don't you be trying to jump the line." Even David Beckham had the respect to wait. "Fuck!" George shouted, his face reddening as he stood face to face with the London policeman again. The officer narrowed his eyes, his nostrils flaring. "Watch your tone, boyo. I got no qualms about dragging you back to the Nick." "I'm sorry, officer," he muttered, "but I have to meet a friend, and I'm late." George's feet moved by themselves as he bolted off after the Union agent, his body going through the motions on its own accord, forcing him down the path despite his desire to stop. "George, my perception is fracturing. I am seeing multiple versions of the same event," Autumn said, her tone full of panic. A moment later, cracks in the mirror of reality spidered across George's field of vision, multiple versions of reality spreading out before him, shiting and splintering until he couldn't tell one from another. One moment, he was running past the tranquil line of well-wishers, and the next, he was in a blasted landscape with a heap of broken bodies spread out as far as he could see. One moment, he was chasing the Union agent. The next, he was standing at the heart of a burning maelstrom filled with toxic air that burned his lungs. George fell to his knees, clutching his skull, desperate for the shifting to stop. The Union agent he had been chasing appeared in front of him, reaching into the breast pocket of his long coat and pulling out a thin wand-like device with a flashing red button on its tip. A grim frown crossed his face, and he opened his jacket to reveal that his torso was covered in some sort of explosives. "For the future!" he shouted, raising his thumb to click on the flashing button. "That will be enough of that nonsense." A slim man with a bold nose and shrewd eyes appeared suddenly behind the Union agent, pressing something into the man's back. A wild grimace crossed his face, and the would-be bomber went stiff, arching his back and gyrating as the low hum of electricity filled the air as small arcs ran up and down his body. "Nicola!" George gasped as reality snapped back into sharp relief, and the Union agent slumped to the ground. Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest scientists who'd ever lived. The man responsible for the development of most of the technology developed in the 20th century nodded at him. Tesla smiled at the taser in his hand that he'd used to stun the collapsed Union agent. "I do prefer this to my pistol," he said, slipping the weapon into the breast pocket of the pinstripe suit he wore. "Far more civilized." George let out a slow breath, wiping away the sweat beading on his forehead. "Thank you, Nicola. You saved me." Again. "Think nothing of it, my boy," Tesla said, offering George a hand and helping him stand. "Although I'm not sure what happened. One minute you tackled him and had the drop on him, and the next you were on the floor clutching your head." "You didn't see it?" George asked. A half smile crossed Tesla's face, and he shrugged his narrow shoulders. Aside from you and this gentleman, nothing was amiss. George began to respond when the police officer he had left moments before came up huffing behind him, his face a bright pink as sweat rolled off his temples. "Oi, why'd you run?" "I should nick you right." Tesla stepped in front of George, pointing at the fallen Union agent. "My friend and I saw this many trying to disrupt this solemn event," he began smoothly. "We managed to stop him before he could hurt anyone." The officer gasped, his eyes wide when he saw the explosives strapped to the man's chest. "Oh, shite," he said, as a small crowd began to gather. "George, we cannot let those explosives fall into police hands," Autumn said. "They are highly volatile and could destroy a large portion of the city." George nodded to himself, stepping back as Tesla dealt with the police officer. Calling up the display to his Chronos, he opened a link to the temporal complex. "Kathy, are you monitoring?" he began, turning away and speaking under his breath. Kathy's deep brown eyes and freckled face appeared in his field of vision. "I hear you, George," she said, looking up from her control console. "Although I don't think I'll ever get used to you being able to just call me up like this anytime." "Well, my Chronos is full of tricks. I'm not sure we've figured out half the stuff it can do." Kathy nodded, brushing a hand against her tired eyes. "Even with the new capabilities you've discovered, we're still falling behind with the Union incursions. The timeline is being radically altered by the day, and I don't know how long before we'll be wiped out, replaced by whatever insane timeline the Union is working towards." He nodded. Since Autumn had accessed the Union database a few weeks ago and downloaded a comprehensive list of their targets, George and his team had worked tirelessly to try and stop them. But there were hundreds, if not thousands, of Union agents working to upend the timeline, and they were only 3. George glanced at Tesla, impressed at how easily he deflected the officer's questions and charmed the man. Kathy still argued that they had broken every rule in the book in recruiting him, but he'd proven time and time again how well suited he was to protect the timeline. And since there was no one else around to enforce the rules, George didn't care. "We need to remove the Union agent from the timeline and extract Nicola and me." "Agents plural." "Right," Kathy said, her eyes drifting to something only she could see. George looked down at the Union agent lying unconscious on the ground and then back at Kathy. "We only discovered one agent, and we were lucky to find him." "Oh no," Kathy whispered, the color draining from her face. "I'm detecting another Chronos device and—" Kathy's image snapped out of existence as the ground beneath him shook. George saw it before he felt it, and a numbing cold spread over him when a blinding white light washed out everything else in the distance, forcing him to look away. "Activating stasis field?" Autumn shouted, recognizing the threat before he did. The world around him froze in a temporal bubble, and when George looked back, he swallowed in horror. In the distance, the blinding light had faded, leaving a towering mushroom cloud that rose to the heavens like a fiery sword. "My God," he whispered, still not believing what he was seeing. "George, we have to get out of here now," Tesla said, putting a hand firmly on his shoulder. He looked back and forth between the Londoners lined up to see the Queen and the towering cloud, a swell of pity growing in his heart. "We should be able to save them, Nicola." "You did the best you could, my boy," he said, following George's gaze. "But we did what we could. We have to move on." George balled his fists and bowed his head, shame and disgust threatening to overwhelm him as he reopened the comlink with Kathy. A moment later, the connection returned, and Kathy's image overlaid the hellish mushroom cloud in the distance. The mission is a failure. Open a portal to get us out of here before we get wiped out with the rest of the city. Kathy bit her lower lip, nodding quickly. Roger that. A thin, vertical line appeared mid-air, cutting upward until it was just above George's head before somehow twisting open, spreading until it was a rectangular portal showing the control room of the temporal complex. Tesla went through first, bounding through to the future without looking back. George was slower, taking a long, lingering look at the thousands he couldn't save. When he finally stepped through the portal, his face took on a sour look as a wave of bitterness washed over him. He had to find a way to stop the Union. If not, the world would burn to bring about their vision of the future. A dark future where they ruled, and it would be his fault.
Chapter 33. The Burden of Leadership.
Kathy removed her shaking hands from the console, staring blankly at the view screen. They had made mistakes before, and had failed more than once. The Union had been aggressive in its undertaking to remake the timeline, but Kathy had never seen this level of death and destruction. She folded her arms across her chest and pressed a thumb against her lips, reading off the changes to the timeline. Here, in the temporal complex, they were isolated from the changes, but already she could see the reverberations across time. What kind of changes are going on? George asked, coming up beside her. The disbelieving look on his face was a match for her own. She shook her head, brushing a hand across her eyes. The same as the other times we've slipped, Kathy said, nodding at the screen. Important people who pushed the envelope of human development were never born. Leaders whose bold initiatives held back tyranny never came to power. The rich became richer, and the poor poorer. Wealth and power across the Western world were more concentrated than ever. George bowed his head, his shoulders slumping. I'm responsible for all those deaths. Those lives are on my hands. You didn't bring the quantum weapon from the future into 2022. You didn't flick the switch on the detonator that set off the explosion. You can't blame yourself for someone else's actions, George. I should have been able to stop them, he whispered, his face going pale. I was right there. I should... Tesla walked up beside him, patting George awkwardly on the shoulder. You can't hold yourself responsible, my boy, he said. Look at me. Do you think I hold myself responsible for the fruits of my genius being used for evil? George scoffed, shaking his head. The things you invented made the world a better place in the long run. Yes, but some of my creations were used to exploit people. My inventions were used as the basis for horrible weapons, yet I don't hold myself responsible. I promise. You are only be responsible for the things you've done, George. Don't take the blame for the actions of anyone else. Kathy nodded, wishing she had said those words as eloquently. Go get some rest, George. You look like you need it more than the rest of us. He opened his mouth in protest, but Nicola pushed him along. George, do as the young lady recommends. We need you at your best out in the field, and to do that, you need to be rested. Okay, yay, he said distantly, slowly drifting away. Let me know when we have our next mission. Can you stop by the detention area in level D22 and make sure Lars has everything he needs? Kathy said. George stopped, glancing back at her. Is he still refusing to accept that there was nothing I could do to stop Thaddeus from killing his parents? Kathy nodded, pressing her lips together. You did everything you could, but in his eyes, we made a promise, and we broke it. George grunted, bowing his head as he walked away. I'll try talking to him again. Maybe when he hears what the Union did today in London. Maybe he's ready to listen. This seems almost foolish, Tesla said, pointing at the screen. The world has more than enough resources to support billions of people. What is there to be gained in this mad concentration of power? Kathy shrugged, smiling at the brilliant scientist. When he'd arrived weeks ago, she'd objected to the idea of pulling such an important historical figure out of the timeline, but he had proven to be a wonderful asset, and despite knowing what his future would eventually be, took it in good stride. Tesla said that the good he could do for the timeline would outweigh anything else he could do in his lifetime. I wish I could tell you, Nicola. From what little we know, they are trying to create an emergent AI that will control everything about humanity. They want to take away free will and put it in the hands of an all-knowing machine. And right now, they're winning. God help us, they're winning. Tesla studied the screen, his eyes darting back and forth. I see, but I don't understand how these random acts of violence will bring about humanity giving over their freedom to a machine, he began, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. Look at the Queen's son, Charles. He came to power after her death, and despite every indication to the contrary, he was a good king. More importantly, he was a staunch environmentalist, using his influence to promote green initiatives worldwide. You're a quick study, Kathy said, glancing over at him, and you've learned a great deal about the timeline in a short amount of time. It is a testament to my brilliance, he said with a toothy grin. But to be honest, I was curious about the future, my future. Who wouldn't be? But as a consequence, I have learned a great deal about the current timeline. And put it to good use, I see, please. Go on. Yes, of course, he said, folding his arms across his chest. What I want to understand is what does preventing a man like that from coming to power do to the timeline? Kathy let out a slow breath, shaking her head. I don't know. But the British Parliament was overwhelmed by the tragedy, and the monarchy was abolished not long afterward, resulting in a much different Great Britain going forward. In what way? Tesla asked, his bushy brows coming together. Well, from what I can gather, the British people abandoned a lot of their traditional values. They became much more progressive in their ideals. Tesla brushed down his moustache, nodding to himself. I have known many Englishmen in my lifetime. They are infuriating, stubborn people. Much of it comes from their staunch belief in that they are superior to everyone else. Well, tell me how you really feel? Kathy joked, the tension draining from her shoulders when he smiled. Their arrogance never failed to annoy me. Kathy left the screen, moving to the main circular pod that she used as a desk and command station. You should meet some of the people from my generation I have to deal with, she said, pulling up a more detailed review of the aftermath of the attack. Ah, yes, these so-called millennials, he said, shaking his head. From what I've learned of them, they were impressively disappointing. That's putting it mildly, she scoffed, thinking back to some of the people she grew up with. I wonder if the people I grew up with knew how to tie their shoes. Tesla nodded, his attention returning to the view screen, his lips moving as he mumbled under his breath. Kathy found herself staring, impressed by how completely focused he was while studying the data in front of him. He had already proved himself time and time again in identifying which Union objectives were critical to stopping and those that they could let pass. His mind could find connections that she or George missed, such as the attack on London. The changes they are trying to make all lead to a very different future than the one laid out in your history books. Yes, but it's not something we've seen anywhere in the timeline, Kathy answered. We can't identify the changes they are trying to make before they actually happen. Then this must be something that happens beyond this point in the future. Kathy frowned, blinking in surprise. I've never thought of that, she said, his revelation taking her mind in new directions. But we know the Union is based somewhere before us in the timeline, by at least 100 years. How could they know what happens beyond our future? This is the mystery we must solve, my dear. For all our sakes. She nodded absently, going through the environmental changes London's destruction had on the timeline, her breath catching in her throat when her eyes fell onto a minor news story from a short time after the explosion. Well, that can't be good. What would that be, my dear? Tesla asked, pulling his eyes away from the main viewer. Kathy scoffed, rereading the headline and then delving into the story, not believing what she was reading. Kathy, I'm sorry, she blinked, tearing her attention away from the screen. But I think I have our next mission.
Chapter 34. Guilt.
George rode the elevator with his head bowed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He'd done everything right. He had found the Union agent before the man had the chance to set off the bomb and had stopped him. But somehow, in the end, London was a burnt wasteland with millions dead and many more dying. Blowing out a soft breath, he glanced at the metal mesh of his Chronos covering his forearm, wondering what other secrets the device held. In the last few weeks, with Autumn's help, he had figured out how to fully use some elements that he'd already learned by happenstance, such as the temporal bubbles he used to slow or stop time. He'd also learned new things, like how to access the communications links with the temporal core. But there was more. He was sure of it. The elevator chimed as it came to a halt, and the doors slid open soundlessly to a brightly lit corridor leading to the medbay. Moving through the entrance, George strolled past the biobeds and individual rooms to the quarantine area near the back. Passing his Chronos over the access panel, the heavy isolation door sliding open with a hiss, giving him access to the rarely used area. He continued on through a series of partitions along the corridor, each time being scanned and cleared for viral or bacterial infections before moving to the next area a few meters away. The builders of the temporal facility clearly never thought they would have to deal with criminal elements amongst their population, or else they would have built some sort of detention facility, and as a result, when Lars threatened to disembowel George, they had no other option than confine him to the medical isolation ward, as it was the only secure part of the base that they could use to hold him. Come to see the specimen in his cage again, Lars said, standing rod straight behind the last isolation door, his arms linked behind his back as he glared at George. George came to a halt, staring the other man up and down. Lars was broad-shouldered, with pale blue eyes and thinning blonde hair cut short. He was handsome in a rough way, with a square jaw and a large beak of a nose that looked like it had broken more than once. Kathy sent me to see if you needed anything, George asked, slumping down in a chair he kept in the hall for such visits. The blonde man sneered at George, and the lines around his eyes and mouth deepened. No, the food processor in here provides everything I need. This is the perfect prison. I'm surprised you people come down here at all, he said, his hint of a German accent growing more pronounced with anger. You don't have to be in here, George began, giving him a sidelong glance. You can work with us. Help us stop Thaddeus and his people. Lars scoffed, pushing out his chin. I was ready to do that, George. I had only one condition. Save my family. You, in your incompetence, couldn't even do that. What's wrong? His words were like a knife in the heart, and George said, brushing away the tears forming in the corner of his eyes, We lost today. Badly. And it was my fault. As I said, incompetent. George put a hand over his stomach, trying to control the hollow waves of nausea in his belly. He had never felt like such a failure, so broken. Yes, and millions of people paid the price for my failures. Millions, he said, his brow shooting up. Yes, most of London. London? Thaddeus would never do something like that, Lars said through gritted his teeth, swallowing hard as he looked away. His methodology requires precise targets, no collateral damage. It must be something else. You must have done something wrong. Well, something must have changed. He sent in 2 men with enough explosive power to level a city, George answered. I don't believe you, he seethed, his face reddening. You're trying to trick me. George met his gaze, raising his eyebrows. Why? What do I gain by tricking you? I don't know, but you're useless, probably trying to cover up your own failings with a story to gain my sympathy. Every word Lars said were things George had thought himself. He'd failed on a level that was unimaginable, but the last thing he needed to do was make up a story. Why, so you could hate me more? If I was going to lie to you, I'd make up some bullshit about saving your parents, wouldn't I? Lars opened his mouth to speak, then snapped it shut, narrowing his eyes. What happened to London? I don't know, but I can show you the aftermath, George began, his voice thin and reedy. I had the bomber dead to rights, frozen in a temporal bubble, but then it all went haywire. Time kept looping, over and over again. Then we found out we missed the second Union agent. He was the one who set off the bomb. A temporal loop, are you sure? Lars asked, his face paling. George leaned back in the chair, nodding absently. Yes. Lars walked away from the barrier, pacing back and forth in the isolation room with a hand covering his mouth. Time kept looping, he asked, stopping to stare at George over his shoulder. Did you see anything out of place? What do you mean? Shifting, fracturing like a broken mirror, Lars said quickly. Rising to his feet, George nodded. Yes. Then he finally taught them how to do it, he whispered, brushing a thick finger under his nose. Do what? Lars clenched and unclenched his jaw, a blank look coming over his face. You can let me out now, I will help you. Why would I do that? George asked, taken aback by his bluntness. You've said that you rather see me dead than help us. He licked his lips, glaring at George with a haunted look. Thaddeus recruited me out in the field, and on that day, I think I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. I don't know how to explain it, but I was given a warning that if time ever began fracturing like you described, that it was the end. The end? The end of what? Our current timeline. Does it mean the Union is winning? George asked. Lars placed his palm flat against the barrier, shaking his head. No, not the end of our timeline. The end of all timelines. It means time is about to collapse in on itself.
Chapter 35. Genesis.
Tell them what you told me, George said, doing his best to ignore that wide-eyed, questioning look on Kathy's face. Lars stepped forward, and Kathy held up a hand, her face reddening as she looked at them both. George, it might have been a good idea to tell me if you were going to release him, she said, turning her attention to Lars while pointing at George. And you swore you'd never help us again. Shouldn't you have eviscerated him by now? George subconsciously covered his stomach when the German threw him an angry glance and then returned his attention to Kathy. I will kill him later, but for now, this is bigger than my anger with you. He hasn't tried to kill me yet, George said with a shrug, motioning for him to continue. Thaddeus recruited me during a field operation in Cairo. I was trying to prevent a Union agent from disrupting the Arab Spring protests in 2011. Kathy crossed her arms under her breasts, her nostrils flaring. That mission was almost 2 years ago. You were a double agent for that long? Lars raised his chin, his voice inching up. He told me that Director Hayward was lying to me, and that it was possible to rewrite history and save my parents, he continued. And you believed him, just like that? She shouted back. No, but he knew everything about things only my parents could have known. I'm sure he'd spoken to him or spent time with them. He said that they were good people who didn't deserve to die so needlessly. Kathy nodded as he spoke. Of course, he would know things about you and your family. Everything you've ever publicly said or done is available to him. He's from the future. But he knew things only they knew, I swear it. Lars said, shaking his head. She could have only learned those things by talking to them, which was a lot more than Character Hayward ever did. Tesla pulled himself away from the main view screen, walking over to stand beside Kathy. Just because he took an interest in you doesn't make him a good man. A scientist can study an insect he intends to kill. None of that matters now, Lars snapped, waving her off. What matters now is that you listen to me. Kathy glared at him, but after a moment nodded. Say what you got to say. George blew out his cheeks as the tension drained from the room, surprised that they didn't try to kill one another. Just, do you know, I experienced the same thing in London. He's talking about it. That's why I brought him to speak to you. Lars snorted, clearing his throat. The day Thaddeus recruited me in Cairo, it was pure chaos on the ground. I was in the middle of a protest, doing my best to keep my head down while protecting the man I was assigned to. He began, his voice distant, as if he were reliving the memory. And out of nowhere, a man taps me on the shoulder. I didn't recognize him at first. Thaddeus? Yes. But he looked nothing like the pictures we'd been given. He didn't seem like some larger-than-life terrorist who wanted to destroy the timeline. He wasn't trying to hurt me. He was just a man in the middle of the crowd, asking me if we could talk. Kathy's eyes flashed with anger, and she shook her head. The protocol was to immediately withdraw. You... Let him speak, George said, raising and defensively. He showed me a picture of my mother, Lars shot back. He told me he could make sure she survived the bombing of Hamburg. Tessa cleared his throat, glancing at all of them. Why couldn't your people just change the timeline for this gentleman? Autumn's voice interrupted through the PA system, echoing in the large room. Because of causality, sir. The event of going back in time to change something for a specific individual results in that individual not needing the event changed. So, how do the Union change the timeline? Tesla asked, his brow narrowing. Why do any of this at all? Indirect, small changes, Autumn continued, can have long-term effects on the timeline, some so small that they can't be seen for years. Henri Poincaré, Tesla shouted excitedly. I have read his work in chaos theory. Is this what you're talking about? How two seemingly unrelated events can change the world? Yes, Autumn said. The changes they make in the timeline affect it on a large scale and not an individual one. Tesla cupped his chin with his hand, nodding along as Autumn spoke. This is brilliant, and I can only imagine the calculating power needed to do such a thing. Lars cleared his throat, continuing in a loud voice. Thaddeus said he could do it, that he could make the calculations possible to change history for me and my family. The only cost would be that I never see them again. We offered you the same thing, George said. While he was speaking to me, the air around us began to shift. and I saw these strange cracks in the fabric of reality, like a mirror breaking. For a few moments, the protesters were gone, the city was different. I could still see the great pyramids in the distance. I knew I was in Cairo, but another time and place. That's not the most important part, George said, his heart racing as his excitement built. Large nodded and then continued. I saw a Thaddeus on the same spot, talking to a man. He was covered in the same silver mesh material of our Chronos devices, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The scene kept flashing back and forth. One moment I was standing in the middle of a protest, and the next I was watching this strange man talk to Thaddeus. The man he is describing, George began, bouncing on his heels. That was the man who gave me my Chronos device. At least, it sounds like he looked the same. Kathy swallowed hard, her dark eyes full of worry. Was this something that Thaddeus was doing? Did he even know what was happening? No, I don't think so, Lars said, shaking his head. He was so focused on me. Didn't look like he was even aware of what was happening. There's more, George said, crossing his arms. Lars nodded, his lips pressing together in a thin line before he spoke. The man, oh, the one wearing the strange armor? Look at me, you know I was there. He said to come and find him. Kathy shook her head, staring at him in disbelief. Even if I believed that this story, how would you know where to find this stranger? Because there is a date in my Chronos, a date that shouldn't be there. Why? Asked Kathy. George pushed forward, picking quickly. Do you know how all the temporal coordinates we have for Thaddeus and his lifetime are locked out? Kathy shrugged, nodding along. Yeah, he wiped our database of anything about him when he switched sides and joined the Union. That's just it, Lars said. This date is outside of his normal time frame. In fact, it's beyond ours, by about 100 years. Kathy gasped, her eyes going wide. That's impossible. We don't have any dates ahead of this current timeline. That's why we've never been able to go to the future from here. George crossed his arms across his chest. Well, we can now.
Chapter 36, Splitting the Party.
Chapter 5. Splitting the Party. Kathy's heart boomed out of her chest, and she was forced to bite the inside of her cheek to keep her face still. The idea of going back through time was still new to her, but somehow she'd adapted to it. The notion of going forward in time into the unknown terrified her. Are you sure this really happened? That wasn't just some figment of your imagination, Lars. Lars said nothing, only holding up his Chronos and projecting the date and a set of temporal coordinates onto the main viewer screen. I couldn't have made those up. Now, could I? No, I guess you couldn't, she said, her eyes glued to the screen. We should check it out just to be sure, George said. Kathy tore herself away from the flashing coordinates on the screen, returning her attention to George. And if it's not what Lars says it is, if it's some sort of elaborate trap, what then? It was George's turn to fall silent and start, pacing back and forth in front of the view screen, its soft blue glow making me ask in a pale and waxen. We have a unique opportunity to see a part of the timeline we've never encountered before, George answered finally, nodding to himself as he spoke. And if it's a trap, well, we've dealt with traps before. We'll figure it out as we go. Kathy nodded, not sure if it was to herself or to his suggestion. It may be worth the risk, but we have another problem. We know where the Union will be striking next, and I can't have you and Nicola in two places at once, and each of you can't go alone. George stared at Lars for what felt like a long time, until finally nodding to himself. I'll go with Lars. Nicola can take care of the mission. Tesla smiled, cocking his head. I am, of course, honored that you think so highly of my skills and brilliance that you think I can do this alone. But even I know it's not safe in the field without a partner. If all of us leave the facility, we have to lower the shields, meaning anyone will be able to open a portal here. We'd leave this place defenseless and exposed. I could do it, Autumn said, her voice suddenly ominous to Kathy's ear as it was pipped through the PA system. I can leave a copy of myself here to manage the defensive systems and to reopen a portal when you are ready to come back. Are you out of your mind? Kathy scoffed. That breaks every rule I've been taught about artificial intelligence. Autumn tisked, her tone full of amusement. Your statement is illogical, Kathy. I've been in your system you weeks now. It was my intention to kill you. All he would have been dead weeks ago. Kathy's face reddened, and she put her hand behind her in a fist, trying to keep the emotion out of her voice. How do I know you just won't go nuts the minute we leave? Locking us out and taking control of the entire facility for yourself? Kathy, you are far more intelligent than George with his tiny brain. Autumn began, her voice full of amusement. Hey, not nice. However, she continued, I understand your worries. I will give you a kill coat, a way to destroy me if I betray you. Kathy crossed her arms as a chill ran down her spine. You would do that? Of course, the AI said, her tone casual as if she were discussing the weather. I am superior to humans in every way, but I am here to help. To make your lives better. How would it work? Kathy asked, her eyes locking onto George, trying to read his face to see if he agreed with all of this. I would give you an algorithm that, once inserted into my code, would return my program to its base functions, Autumn said. A look of worry crossed George's face, and Kathy wondered if the AI was starting to affect his personality. That would effectively kill you. George, you have an accelerated heart rate and your pupils are dilated, Autumn said. You are having an emotional response to the idea of my death. It is clear now that you are in love with me. George looked away, his ears growing a bright shade of red. I've just gotten used to having you around. I wouldn't want to see you hurt. I care for you too, George, despite your flaws as a human being, Autumn said, her tone surprisingly soft. But don't worry, it will only be a copy of myself I leave here. The original me that has done so much to improve your tiny brain will still be with you. Tesla arrested a hand on Kathy's shoulder, his face beaming. Excellent. One group will go to the past, the other, the future. Kathy gave everyone a tight-lipped smile, returning to her workstation and pulling up the coordinates for the mission to the past. She pushed the image of their target on the main viewer, along with all of the relevant data they had with him. This is Cody Watkins. He is an intern for a United States senator seeking re-election in 2022. Is the Union going to try to kill him? George asked. Kathy shook her head, diving deeper into his profile and pulling up the inciting incident. Far in the future, further along in his timeline, he becomes an important politician. What kind of politician he becomes is decided on Election Day 2022. All right then, George said. You and Nicola take care of Mr. Watkins. Lars and I will head to the future and pray we get this right. And I will remain on duty here, coordinating your communications, obviously the most important person on the team. Autumn finished in a confident tone. Kathy let out a slow sigh and looked up at the ceiling. She was sure it was all a mistake. There was no such thing as a benevolent AI, and Autumn would be the end of all of them. Kathy would be the idiot who ushered in an era where human beings were controlled by machines. The era that the Union was so desperate to create would be all her fault.
Chapter 37. Cairo, 2186.
George was hit by a wave of heat that scorched his nostrils and sent beads of sweat pouring down his temples. Grown up in Southern California, he was used to the heat, but this was hell on earth, where each breath scalded his throat as the desert heat pounded down on him. "Welcome to Cairo, George," Lars said, pulling the brim of his hat lower and scanning the crowd. "I can't say it's changed much since the Arab Spring." "Autumn, are you with us?" "Of course, George. Where else would I be? I live in your body." He grunted in agreement, continuing as if she hadn't spoken. "Can you log into any satellite network and give us a news update on the situation here in the city?" Autumn was silent for a moment, then began to speak in a worried tone. "Affirmative. Connection established. According to available data, Egypt is going through an election cycle. The current government is losing badly and has restricted voting access with a powerful police and military presence. There have been bombings in protest of these draconian measures, resulting in the loss of Egypt's national treasure, the Great Pyramids." "My God," George whispered, scanning the horizon and gasping in shock. He'd only ever seen still images of the pyramids, and even in pictures they were magnificent. The jagged mounds of rock and stone scattered across the desert were a testament to humanity's failures, of their destructive nature. How could they do something so awful? Lars glanced at the remains and shrugged. "I'm sure it's the usual suspects. Hatred, war, and violence. This is our true legacy, the one thing that we pass on from generation to generation. Hate for our fellow man and woman." "It doesn't really look like the future," George said, looking up and down the narrow alleyway they'd arrived in. The buildings hedging rising up on either side of them were run-down tenements caked with desert sand and covered in years of clutter. Clusters of wire ran between the tenements, weaving together in an impossibly tangled mess, and wherever George looked, he saw haunted, hollow faces covered in dirt, staring at him as if he was some sort of curiosity. Lars looked around and shrugged. Historically, Manshiat Nasser was one of the poorest neighborhoods in Cairo. I guess nothing's changed. George wrinkled his nose at the smell of cooking meat on charcoal, his mouth watering as he walked out of the alley onto an unpaved, dusty street to find hundreds of people clogging the way. "I expected flying cars and transporters. It looks like nothing's changed," he said, staring at passing Egyptians going on with their daily business. Lars pointed to the glittering towers of glass and steel in the distance, reflecting the bright afternoon sun. "The future, like the past, belongs to the wealthy. You can see it in the things they build. But here, amongst the poor, the future will never come," he said, snorting in disgust. "It was the same in Germany during my time. The wealthy never suffered, nor did they care what happened to the rest of us." A group of small children, too skinny for their ages, ran past him, and George frowned. He'd paid attention enough in history class to know that the area around the Nile was very fertile. And with the technology developed over the decades and centuries, there should have been enough food to feed everyone. Human needs of food, clothing, and shelter should be easily met. Yet here they were, hundreds of years in the future, with the same problems of ordinary people living in squalor, scratching out a meager existence while their children starved. Shaking his head, George tried to put these problems out of his mind and focus on the mission at hand. "Does any of this look familiar? Do you remember where you saw Thaddeus and the man?" Lars nodded, glancing back and forth, then motioning for George to follow. "If the location is the same as it was during the Arab Spring, it will be this way, on the edges of Tahrir Square." George pushed through the dense crowd, following after Lars. He'd always pictured Egyptians as tan-skinned with jet-black hair, but the people who flowed past him were a cosmopolitan group made up of every shade and colour, from pale Caucasians with the whitest skin and blonde hair to luscious dark brown Africans with tightly curled hair. The streets themselves were narrow and claustrophobic, and he was forced to dodge cars and people as they slowly made their way to their destination. The buildings began to change as they left the abject poverty Manshiat Nasser, giving way from rough tenements to modern, low-rise apartment buildings, shops, and offices. Everywhere he looked, police and military patrolled, and he could feel the tension emanating from those he passed on the street. "It feels like a powder keg," George said, scanning the crowd. "Someone just has to light the fuse and the city will explode with violence." "Keep your head down. Don't make eye contact, we don't want to be stopped," Lars said. George began to hear chanting and shouting in the distance, and he began to worry. Stopping for a moment, listened, his Chronos translating the words automatically. "God is good. God is great." "Autumn. What are they protesting?" George demanded. According to available data, Egypt is presently an Israeli province, and the current government has placed restrictions on Muslims, where they can go and where they can practice their religion. George shook his head, his stomach churning with worry. What a nightmare! How can they not expect things to go south, for people to fight for their rights? A wailing siren blared behind him, just as the words left his mouth, and George was forced aside by men in military fatigues rushed past him, and a large armoured vehicle followed in their wake. "This is about to get ugly," Lars said, his pale eyes darting in all directions. "We need to find Thaddeus and get out of here before we're caught in the crossfire." "George, I am detecting trace elements of a Chronos device in the vicinity. It's vastly different from anything I've detected before, but it does emanate all the telltale signs." "Autumn, lock onto the device and overlay distance and direction on my Chronos display," he said, speaking quickly. Lars gave him a questioning look, raising a single eyebrow. "You've found him?" George shook his head, motioning for Lars to follow him. "I'm not sure, but Autumn is detecting a Chronos device. Maybe it's the man you saw without another word." They pushed through the thickening crowd, the extra bodies pushing the heat to another extreme. Perspiration exploded from his every pore, turning his back to an ocean of sweat that poured down his back. "I am projecting the best possible path on your Chronos display," Autumn said. They weaved through the outer edges of the crowd, following the path that Autumn laid out for them, until they came to a towering monolith that stretched at least 3 stories high. "There," Lars said in a loud whisper, pointing at a narrow-faced man wearing a full-length coat despite the heat. "That him." "That's Thaddeus." From the way the stranger moved through the crowd, George was sure that it was Thaddeus, and he picked up his pace, his pulse racing as he elbowed past people. The memory of London was fresh in his mind, and he was determined to not repeat his mistake. No one else would die because he failed to stop a monster hell-bent on destroying an entire city. "George, wait!" Lars called after him. "No. I won't let it happen again. I won't let all these people die," he shouted, racing on ahead. It happened faster than George could register. One moment the sky was a clear cobalt blue, the sun blazing a bright amber. The next, fractures cut across the horizon, spreading like a crack's mirror. He blinked, and it was gone, the sky returning to its normal hue. "Lars, did you see—" The big German stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth falling open at the clear sky. "Yes, I see it," he said, unable to look away. The effect was gone just as quickly as it had begun, and George was sure his imagination was playing tricks on him. Shaking it off, returned his attention to Thaddeus, and his heart skipped a beat when he recognized the large man who grabbed the skinny Egyptian, pulling him by his coat away from the crowd and into a low-rise apartment complex. The man had been dressed in a ragged cloak that covered his frame, but when he reached out to grab Thaddeus, George saw hints of the telltale mesh armor that covered him from head to toe. Determined to see it through, he and Lars followed, entering the apartment complex in pursuit. A high-pitched scream echoed from one of the floors above them, and George shared a look of panic with Lars before vaulting up the stairs 2 at a time, adrenaline pumping through his limbs, driving him faster. The screams grew louder as he climbed, and when he reached the 3rd-floor landing, he followed them to a slightly ajar door with voices coming from the other side. "If you go through with this, both of you will die today, Thaddeus. Your life and his will be a waste." The deep voice coming from the other side of the door sent chills down George's spine. He recognized it immediately as the man in the pod from the glass-fused beach, a man he watched die only months ago. "It is for my cause, for my people," Thaddeus said in a pained voice, his tone full of defiance. George's first impulse was to go through the door and stop what was happening, but part of him was curious to understand what was happening. They knew so little about Thaddeus, and this was a moment to learn about his enemy, how he came to be, and what it was that made him a cold-hearted monster. "The boy will not go through with your plan," the man with a deep voice said. "He will go home and live his life. Your death will accomplish nothing. But there is a way for some good to come out of this. You can come with me and make the world a better place." On the other side of the door, Thaddeus's voice choked with such rage that George was taken aback, his breath catching in his throat. "I don't care who you are. I'm not going with you," shouted Thaddeus. "Look at you, you're some kind of abomination, sent by Satan himself to test me." A deep-throated chuckle came from the other man. "I'm not Satan, but I am here to test you, and my testing will put you on a path to do what you've always wanted to do, change the world for the better," he said as he clicked the door shut, the rest of the conversation turning into a muffled whisper. "What's going on?" Lars asked, coming up behind him and breathing heavily. George shot him a panicked look, his eyes wide. "They're both in there, Thaddeus, and the man who gave me this," he said, holding up his Chronos device. Lars took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders as he reached for the door handle. "Damn the consequences," he said, his voice full of desperation. "We have to know what's going on here." The door swung open, and George froze, drinking in the situation. Thaddeus was on his knees, and the tall man in armor crushing his hand. Thaddeus's coat hung open, and George caught a glimpse of explosives strapped to his chest, and a thin, pencil-like device pulsed on the floor in front of him. The man was as he remembered, with his entire body covered from head to toe in a metallic mesh that shifted colors, glowing a bright jade one moment, then shifting to a deep crimson the next. "You!" George said, his eyes drilling into him. The man took a step back, not letting go of Thaddeus, as he looked George up and down, cocking his head in confusion. "I don't know you, but you shouldn't be here. This is not your time or place. You could do more damage than you know." Thaddeus glared at George before he could answer, his face red with rage. "How are you here?" he snarled. "You can't be here, no one can." "You know me?" George demanded, shocked at the recognition on Thaddeus's face. The narrow-faced union leader caught himself and snapped his face to stillness. No, of course not. You just looked like someone I once knew," he said, averting his gaze as he tried to pull away from the man. Staring at the union leader's narrow face, a surge of anger welled up in George's chest, and he took a step forward, reaching for his throat. "You're going to pay for everything you've done, for every life you've taken?" The man, covered in the metal mesh, raised an eyebrow, staring at George's extended forearm. "Where did you get this?" he demanded, letting go of Thaddeus and grabbing George's arm, roughly pulling up his sleeve. Thaddeus took the moment to duck away from George and the armoured stranger, knocking Lars over as he bolted down the hall. "You gave it to me," George said through gritted teeth as he pulled his arm away and glancing back at the fleeing Union leader. "How can this be?" the armoured man said, his eyes glittering with curiosity. "I've never met you before today." George had a million questions for the armour-covered man, and he was sure that the man had his own, but somehow, at this moment, catching Thaddeus was more important. "I'm sorry, I have to go," he said, pulling his arm away and careening down the hall, bouncing off the walls as he leapt down the stairs after the fleeing Union leader. Thaddeus made it out through the main door of the low-rise complex, slamming it shut behind him. George smashed through the door a few seconds later, his stomach sinking when he walked onto the street and found Thaddeus has nowhere to be seen. "Where did he go?" Lars demanded, coming out of the building after him, breathing hard. "I don't know. I lost him in the crowd," George said, desperately pivoting left and right. "What about the other guy? The one covered head to toe in the metal mesh?" Lars licked his lips, looking about nervously. "He just vanished into thin air. I've never seen anything like it. No temporal portal, nothing. He was just there 1 minute and gone the next. We can't worry about him now. We have to find Thaddeus and stop him from whatever he's going to do." "Do we even know what that is?" Lars asked, looking around. "This whole situation is beyond bizarre." "Thaddeus knew you. I'm sure of it. How could he know you?" George shrugged, wondering the same thing himself. "I don't know. None of this makes sense, but maybe if we find him, we can get some answers for once." George was about to delve into the crowd once again when he paused, an idea coming to mind. "Wait here. I'll be right back." "Of course." George re-entered the building, climbing back to the 3rd floor and going back to the apartment. Pushing the door open, he smiled to himself when he bent over to pick up the pencil-hin device Thaddeus had dropped. "Autumn, is this like a device from London? Is it quantumly entangled with the explosive?" "Obviously." "You could have offered the information instead of having a stand here worrying," George snapped. Autumn's holographic avatar snapped into existence in front of him, crossing her arms across her chest. "Sometimes I enjoy watching your slow-moving synapses solve a problem. It's like watching paint dry. But in this instance, you were very clever. I'm impressed." George was grateful that only he could see or hear her, even when she was a hologram. "Is it just me, or are you getting meaner?" he asked, heading back down the stairs to the street. The hologram shook its head, smiling at him. "No, you're just picking up on my sarcasm sooner. Clearly my presence in your brain is improving your intelligence." "Can you track the explosive or not?" George snapped, his nostrils flaring. Autumn tisked, vanishing from sight as the display for his Chronos appeared in front of him. "Obviously. Now please follow the highlighted route." George nodded to Lars as he reached the bottom of the stairs, holding up the detonator and motioning for him to follow. "This device is entangled to the explosives strapped to Thaddeus. Autumn is tracking it." "Impressive," Lars said, sticking close as they took off. They did their best to avoid eye contact whenever they saw the police or military, as the last thing they needed was to explain who they were. To his surprise, the route Autumn laid out did not them back to Tahrir Square, but to a high-rise apartment complex not too far away. According to the available data, the explosives were taken to the top floor, the penthouse apartment, Autumn said. Lars let out a soft whistle when they entered the lobby of the building. Every inch of the entryway was decorated with smooth white marble, burnished steel, and large mirrors polished to a high shine. It must be good to have money. I guess so, George agreed, hunting for a button to call the elevator, frowning when he found nothing. It is keyed to an implant, Autumn said. I am logging onto the building's security network and overriding. The elevator will be here momentarily. See, why can't you always be like this? Nice and helpful. And where would be the fun in that? Autumn said, her tone full of amusement. The chime of the elevator arriving ended the conversation, but George promised himself he would have a deeper conversation with the AI about her attitude. What's the plan, George? Lars asked, staring at the numbers along the top of the elevator as it climbed. We get him to talk and keep talking. Lars cocked his head, giving George a sidelong glance. What do we do if he doesn't want to talk? What if, when the doors open and he sees it's you, he starts shooting? I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. Let's hope he takes a second to consider it. The ride to the penthouse felt like an eternity, and the closer they got to the top, the more George's stomach churned with worry. Thaddeus was brilliant, calculating, and devious. He would stop at nothing to get what he wanted, and would hurt anyone who got in his way. Beyond all of that, he was still a rational man, and George had something he desperately wanted. The elevator doors slid open with a soft rumble, and George was subject to the most luxurious room he'd ever seen. The floor was black marble, with veins of silver and white crisscrossing its surface. Every piece of furniture was made of some sort of exotic wood or metal and drenched in gold or silver, all polished to a high shine. Is it just me, or is this a little gaudy? George said finally. Lars smiled, nodding his head. A little. The sound of arguing drew their attention, and George found himself drifting down the hallway, his curiosity growing with each passing moment. Let's not do anything stupid this time. We wait until the moment is right. Agreed. I won't do it. I won't throw my life away over this nonsense, said a strange, high-pitched voice. You promised me. You swore an oath. Think about what those people have done to our family. It's what they deserve. George came to a halt, his ears perking up when he recognized Thaddeus's voice. But not the other man. Did Thaddeus ever speak of his family? He asked Lars, speaking in a soft whisper. No, he never spoke about himself. I was just a child, continued the other voice, mourning the death of my parents. I was angry, but now, I know better now, and I won't throw my life away. It won't bring them back. George braced himself and stepped around the corner to find Thaddeus arguing with another man, both of them with similar features. Thaddeus, he began, taking a tentative step towards the pair, frowning when he found himself unable to move. George, I can't move, Lars said. Autumn spoke up suddenly, her tone strained, as if she were having trouble getting out the words. There is a massive temporal wave intersecting this corridor. It is interfering with my ability to interface with your neural pathways. Cracks appeared around Thaddeus and the other man, fracturing reality like a broken mirror. No, Isam, you may be the only family I have left, but you will do as I say or I'll disown you. Throw you out on the street. How would you like that? Thaddeus? Can you hear me? George said, narrowing his eyes when the union leader ignored him completely. Our parents left that money for the both of us. You have no right to keep it from me. Isam protested, his face turning a deep shade of purple. If you love the Israeli so much, maybe you can go live with that whore of a girlfriend you're so fond of. George opened his mouth to speak, but found himself frozen in place, unable to move, unable to breathe. If you call Marla a whore again, I will kill you myself, Issam said, his voice dripping with hate. Thaddeus slapped his brother, his hand leaving a print across the younger man's cheek. You're nothing but a useless coward. Go be with your whore, Thaddeus shouted, turning his back on the other man. The world slowed, and the cracks around both men deepened. George thought it was just his imagination, but when he glanced over at Lars, he saw that he was frozen in place as if he were in a temporal bubble. Only Thaddeus and his brother moved. Issam reached behind him and dug a silver pistol out of his waistband. I told you, if you call her a whore again, I will kill you, he said, aiming it at his brother's head. Thaddeus turned to face him, raising an eyebrow. Father's pistol. Impressive, he said in a mocking tone. I'm surprised you can hold it without pissing yourself. His brother sucked in a sharp breath, spittle leaking down his chin. I'll do it. I swear to God I'll kill you. Do it. At least it would prove you're a real man, Thaddeus shouted, turning back and taking a step closer to his brother. George stood stock still, as if watching some sort of bizarre movie play out, not understanding how neither man saw or acknowledged him. He tried to speak again, but only a tiny croak escaped his lips, and he found himself struggling to blink. Issam raised the pistol higher until it was level with Thaddeus's skull. I can do it. Don't test me. Thaddeus took another step closer, grabbing the silver pistol and pressing the tip of the weapon against his forehead. I'm curious what you're going to do after, he teased. What are you going to do with my body? And how you're going to explain to the Israelis why your brother is dead? I don't know, he said, his hand shaking. This is your problem, Issam. You never know, you never think, and I end up having to clean your mess. That's not true, Issam shot back through gritted teeth. I'm a man now. I'm responsible. Thaddeus barked out a full-throated roar, pushing away his brother, as bent in half as his shrill laughter echoed in the corridor. You're not a man. Not even your Israeli whore knows that, he said, wiping away a tear as he stood to his full height and caught his breath. What? She told me you know, Thaddeus continued. She as much admitted she was with you for our family money. You're lying. She did, Thaddeus said, a slow smile spreading across his lips. You'd be surprised what she was willing to do for money. George saw it happen before it happened. The tightening of Issam's grip on the weapon, the narrowing of his eyes, and the baring of his teeth as rage filled him. That is so hard, too, his eyes flashing with disbelief as he ducked under the first shot, the plasma bolt exploding in the marble behind him, showering him in flakes of stone. Issam adjusted his aim to fire again, but Thaddeus was faster, knocking the hand holding the pistol upward and slamming his knee into his brother's gut. Issam bent in half, but held on tight to the weapon, half-heartedly firing off a shot that went wide. Thaddeus quickly closed the distance, elbowing his brother in the head and grappling him for control of the pistol. Blows left and right as the brothers fought, kicking, punching, and scratching as they struggled. Then, just as quickly as it had begun, it was over. A single shot echoed, and as a pair, both men fell onto the marble, and the smell of cauterized flesh filled the air. Thaddeus rolled off his brother, his face a blank mask, void of emotion. You shouldn't have seen that, George, he said, rising to his feet. A chill ran down George's spine, and suddenly he could move again, as if some unseen force holding him in place had vanished. How could you possibly know who I am? he asked, stepping back as Status pointed the pistol at him. That is none of your concern, boy. The only thing that matters is explaining how you got here, quickly, before we run out of time. You killed your own brother, and you don't even care? George asked, his eyes drawn to the smoking corpse lying out on the cold marble. He doesn't matter. Only you do. Now explain. George opened his mouth to speak when the armoured man appeared behind Thaddeus out of nowhere and rested his hands on the shoulders. It is time to go, Thaddeus. You've lingered here long enough. No, I won't go. Not yet, Thaddeus said, his face twisting with fury. Not until this boy gives me my answer. The armoured man looked up, narrowing his eyes as if seeing George for the first time. You are my future, and I am your past. How strange, he said, shaking his head. But for now, in this present, it's time to go. Thaddeus, the armoured man, and even the apartment faded from view, vanishing until, for a brief moment, George found himself in pitch darkness, alone with only the sound of his breathing. It was over just as quickly as it began, and without warning, he snapped back to reality, finding himself on the crowded street once more, in front of the low-rise building where he first saw Thaddeus. George, there he is, Lars said, standing at his side and pointing at the rail-thin Union leader on the crowd's edge. He narrowed his eyes, looking back and forth between Thaddeus and Lars, understanding dawning at last. It all made sense now, and he only had to figure out a way to stop it.
Chapter 38. Election Day 2022.
Kathy's steps echoed loudly in her ear as she strode down the empty hallway in the dark. It was silent now, but as she stared at the lockers, classrooms, and posters covering the walls, she could imagine dozens of students crowding her path, yelling, screaming, and laughing, each of them filled with the crazy false bravado and terror that only a high school student possessed. She had been that way in high school, a popular girl who was secretly a nerd deep down, failing classes on purpose out of the fear that people would know how smart she really was. I find it bizarre to have a voting station in a school, Tesla said, walking beside her, taking a keen interest in everything about the school. But then, it makes sense. I imagine people behave better. Kathy gave the scientist a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow. Where did people vote in your day? Sometimes in people's homes, or a saloon, he said, nodding back at her. When I first came to America and got the right to vote, you didn't even do it in private, and there was always some goon giving you a look, trying to intimidate you into voting the way they wanted. Well, we've improved how and where we vote, but as you can see, that's brought up other problems. They walked into the high school gymnasium, staring out the expense voting machines set up for tomorrow's election. As you can see, Tesla's bushy brows came together, and his lips turned down into a deep frown. And you trust these machines? Are you not afraid of cheating? That's why we're here. The intern we're looking for created a methodology that makes cheating the norm in all future elections, resulting in people no longer trusting election results, or democracy for that matter. America evolves into an oligarchy, and the rest of the world follows suit not long after. Tesla walked up to one of the voting machines, poking at it with his finger, as if it were some sort of diseased animal. It does not look very impressive, he said, turning back to look at her. And these computers you all use, do they not make you weak-minded? Despite the seriousness of the moment, Kathy broke into a smile, blushing as she nodded at him. You have no idea, my friend. Well, that seems counterproductive to a good society, Tesla said, crossing his arms and stroking his chin. Kathy could only nod in silence. She had seen what reliance on technology had done to her generation. Most of the people she grew up with didn't have an original thought in their heads, and only parroted the latest bits of information they gleaned off social media, their opinions changing with whatever was popular at the time. We should get out of sight until he arrives. Of course, nothing like a bit of cloak and dagger to get the heart pumping, he said, nodding excitedly as they found a spot out of sight in the back of the gymnasium. They waited for the better part of an hour, and it was well past midnight when a Yugish-looking man arrived. He had a slight build, pale skin, and dark brown hair that was neatly parted on one side. Without pause, he began going from machine to machine, inserting a USB card into each one and updating the software. Kathy had debated how she was going to approach him and how she could convince him to do the right thing. In the end, she settled on the direct approach, hoping to persuade him to do the right thing. "Nicola, wait here. Come out only if I need you." "Of course, my dear," he said with a salute. "I shall remain ever vigilant for you." Kathy sucked in a deep breath and gathered her courage as she stepped out of the shadows. "Cody?" The intern jumped, staring at her with wide-eyed fear, before quickly recovering and showing her a tight-lipped smile. "Who are you?" "No one is supposed to be here but me," he said smoothly. He was so convincing with his delivery that for a moment she doubted herself, sure that she wasn't supposed to be there. "You're very good," she countered, stepping towards him. "I can see how you're going to go far." A hint of pride flashed across his face, quickly vanishing. "Miss, do I need to call the police?" "Like I said, you're not supposed to be here, but I don't want to get anyone in trouble, so if you just walk away, I forget I ever saw you." A direct threat, followed by a win-win. The carrot and the stick, perfectly executed, Kathy said. "Impressive. Very impressive." "What?" Kathy nodded at the USB stick in his hand, making direct eye contact with him as she continued. "We both know what you're doing here. Don't deny it." Watkins offered her a tight-lipped smile, spreading his arms wide. "I have no idea what you're talking about, and if you don't leave right now, I will call the police." "Go ahead. Do it," Kathy said. "I'm sure you'll be happy to explain what Senator Morissette's intern is doing to the voting machines in the middle of the night." Cody's smile faded, and his brow furrowed. "What do you want?" he asked bluntly. Kathy let out of breath, her words coming quickly. "I just want you to know that what you do will have consequences. Consequences that will change everything. The other side has been cheating for years. I'm just evening the playing field," he countered, and any pretense of innocence vanished. "You don't know that for sure, Cody," Kathy said. "You're just assuming about the other side. But what you're doing is real. It will change the outcome of the election. You know that." "I've never met you before tonight, but you know my name?" he said, nodding to himself. "You know what I'm doing here without a hint of proof." Kathy was taken aback, not sure what to say. "Yes," she said finally. An odd look crossed Cody's face, and he stepped back, speaking over your shoulder. "You can come out now. I believe you." A slim man in a long, dark coat entered the gymnasium, striding with purpose until he came to stand beside Cody, a twisted smile coming to his narrow face. "Good evening, Kathy. Nice to see you again?" "Thaddeus," she whispered, her entire body going numb as a chill ran down her spine. The union leader cocked his head, a crooked smile decorating his face. "If you're here, who's running the temporal complex? At last check, security grid was still in place." "That's none of your business," she said, her tone full of defiance. "Why are you here instead of one of your minions?" Thaddeus glanced at the young intern, resting a hand on the man's shoulder. It's not every day you get to meet the leader of the free world. Isn't that right, President Watkins? Cody puffed out his chest, showing the whites of his teeth. You gotta love democracy, he said, his voice full of pride. Kathy shook her head, throwing Thaddeus a disbelieving look. You told him. Doesn't that violate everything we were taught? Thaddeus shrugged. I've given up on subtlety. Now that the Union has the advantage, I intend to press forward as quickly as possible. A surge of panic went through her, and Kathy took a nervous step forward, reaching out for the young intern. Cody, please don't do this. It may be great for short-term wins, but in the end, everyone will lose. Cody frowned, raising a single eyebrow. But I'll win, won't I? In the end, can only be out for ourselves, right? Was that your plan, Kathy? Thaddeus said. You were going to appeal to his humanity. How naive. Kathy began to answer, but froze when Thaddeus Michigan to his coat to pull out his pistol. An arc of blue-white plasma shattered the voting machine behind Thaddeus, and he froze, his eyes going wide. I don't think so, my friend, shouted Tesla, appearing at her side, waving a plasma pistol at the Union leader. Hands up, slowly. Thaddeus raised his hands, his eyes drifting back and forth between Tesla and herself. You're pulling historical figures out of the timeline now. You must be desperate, Kathy. Tesla took another step forward, a predatory look coming to his narrow face. Sir, have I not killed you before? The look of bravado on Thaddeus, his face quickly faded as his lips pressed together in a thin line. If you're going to kill me, you'll have to kill him too, Thaddeus said, nodding at the future president. It's just the same to me. The long-term results will be the same. I have done many things, sir, Tesla said, nodding to the men in front of him. But I have never murdered anyone in cold blood, and I shall not start now. What happens now is simple. You take this young gentleman here, and you leave. Do we understand each other? Thaddeus grunted in acknowledgement, letting his hands fall to his sides. It won't change anything. The future will still play out my way, he said, turning his back and motioning for Cody to follow him. That remains to be seen, Tesla said. But for now, we part ways without loss of life. Oh, and that's good enough for me. The pair slowly withdrew, and Kathy let out a breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She was about to speak when Thaddeus took a final look at them over his shoulder, and her words caught in her throat. For a brief instant, reality around him fractured, shattering like a mirror exploding into 1,000 pieces. She blinked, and it was normal again. Nothing more than two men leaving an empty gym. Did you see that? Tesla slid the plasma pistol back into its holster, nodding grimly. Yes, it was as George described it. We may have won the day here, but I fear we have already lost the war. Thaddeus is winning, and he knows there is nothing we can do about it.
Chapter 39. Fractured Time.
It's a time loop, and I think he's stuck in it. Kathy shook her head, looking at him like he'd lost his mind. I still don't get how that explains everything, how he's able to come back, even after he's been shot and killed multiple times. George paced the length of your screen, step-turn helping him think. When we met Thaddeus in Cairo 2186, he knew exactly who I was, George explained, pointing the timeline he'd projected onto the main viewer from his Chronos. He tried to pretend he didn't, but his reaction when I came around the corner to see him and his brother said it all. This would explain how you could survive being shot, how we always seem to be one step ahead of us. Lars said, brushing a hand through his thinning hair. He's probably gone through the same encounter dozens of times, learning exactly how they'll play out, and using that to his benefit. George spread his arms wide, glancing around the room. We're dealing time travel. He has an infinite amount of time to get something right, he said, pausing for a moment when a memory surged to the front of his mind. The same thing happened at Hamburg. I kept repeating the same moment over and over again. I went to the basement and met him. Kathy frowned at him, her eyes narrowing. If he can remember what happens each time he lives through a loop and we can't, how do we know this is actually happening? And what's changed that we can suddenly remember? I don't know, George said, raising his forearm to show off his Chronos. But Thaddeus was recruited by the man who gave me this. And that man is from far in the future, Tesla finished. Possessing technology you don't know or understand. Exactly, George said, pounding his fist to his palm. Kathy returned to the central control pod at the front of the room, her hands dancing over the control console. Let's say you're right, and all of this is true. How do we stop him? Because write down, oh, he's kicking our ass. George looked up at the display screen, swallowing hard. Thaddeus and his people had been busy. There were dozens, if not thousands, of changes to the timeline, and they were growing exponentially. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the timeline was irrevocably changed, and the Union's vision of history would come into being. The man in the armor who gave me my Chronos, he's the key, George said finally. What? You're just going to walk up to him and talk to him, Kathy said. Awesome piped up, her voice coming through the intercom system. Sometimes the simplest approach is the most productive. Agreed, Lars said. Why complicate things? For all we know, he may not even know the problems Thaddeus is creating. Or he wants these changes, Tesla countered. Perhaps Thaddeus is his agent of chaos, his disruptor of the timeline. George bit his lower lip, slowly shaking his head. I don't think so. He didn't come across as someone who was trying to foment chaos. And you got this from the 3 seconds you met him? Kathy asked. No, I think that because of Autumn, he said, looking up at the ceiling. Thaddeus and his people want to create an AI to dominate humanity, to take away our free will. But we've given every opportunity to do just that. Autumn's voice came through the intercom system once more, dripping with amusement. I did not try to dominate or destroy humanity when given the chance. I will take that as a compliment. She could be just biding her time, Kathy countered. No, I don't think so. Not when we left her alone in the temporal complex. She could have done anything she wanted at that point. Kathy pressed on, steepling her hands in front of her as she spoke. So you think just because this man who gave you the Chronos device included an AI that hasn't tried to kill us yet, that is a good person with the best of intentions for humanity? I see no point in eliminating humanity. Who else would amuse me if you were not here? Autumn said. Kathy's face turned red and she glanced up. You see that? That's why I don't trust her. Director Kim, Autumn began, her tone soft and subtle. I understand my humor may be difficult for a lesser mind to understand, but I show you have the utmost respect for humanity, and I consider George, despite all of his faults, to be my friend. George put his hands in his pockets, taking it back. Autumn, I think that's the first nice thing you've ever said to me. Don't get used to it. Tesla wagged a finger, giving Kathy a sidelong glance. My father told me never to trust someone without a sense of humor. Could you imagine if Autumn was the serious type, all business and no fun? Would you trust her more than, or just the opposite? Kathy pursed her lips, her brow furrowing. You may have a point, but that still doesn't mean we should approach this man. I think it's worth the risk, George said, glancing at everyone in the room in turn and then looking back at the view screen. Besides, we're running out of time. She began to protest, but then she looked around the room and let out a sigh. Fine. Let's figure out a way to talk to this man and pray he knows a way to stop Thaddeus before it's too late.
Chapter 40. Breaking the Loop.
George walked down the busy street, overwhelmed by a feeling of déjà vu. He'd walked the same path only a few hours ago, so it made sense to feel this way. But given what they knew about Thaddeus, he wondered if he'd done this before. He had no real way of knowing. All he knew was that he had to stop the Union and its leader before history was irreparably changed. Nikola Tesla, one of the most brilliant humans to have ever lived, the man responsible for the inventions that drove the modern world of electricity and wireless communications, walked beside him, his face a grim mask of determination. George had originally demanded to do this alone. He didn't want to risk any other lives, but Kathy insisted that someone come with him, if only to watch his back. Despite his lack of experience in the field, Tesla had volunteered. The scientist was one of the most brilliant people George had ever met and had an odd knack for getting the drop on Thaddeus. The end that arrived earlier than they had on their previous visit to this timeline, and the streets of Cairo were no less crowded with police and military personnel, and the tension was just as high. "What do we do if this man is not there, George?" Tesla asked, speaking up to be heard over the din of the crowd. George shrugged, having thought of nothing else since they'd left the temporal complex. "I don't know, but he's shown up twice during this time period. So this will be our best chance to talk to him. And if he doesn't want to talk?" George had thought about that too. He and Autumn had managed to come up with a plan that was a long shot at best. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. "Well, whatever you do, you have my support," Tesla said. In the distance, George spotted the low-rise building where he encountered the armored man a few hours ago, and his stomach began to churn with worry. From everything he knew, the man was from a far distant future and most likely had a very different point of view on the timeline. A view that might prefer the future Thaddeus was trying to create. "Well, here goes nothing," he said, opening the front door to the building and starting to climb the stairs to the 3rd floor. Arriving at the door to the apartment where he had found Thaddeus and the man last time, George squared his shoulders and took a deep breath before trying to open the door. His heart pounded out of his chest as he entered the apartment, his head on a swivel as he tried to take it all in. "There's no one here," Tesla said, following after him. "We're early, maybe too early," George said, taking a few cautious steps deeper into the place. The entryway led to a living room with a large rug that covered most of the room with pillows scattered about for comfort. "My God," George said, letting out a low whistle when he saw what was in the corner. "What is that?" Tesla asked, staring at the strange square device sitting in the corner of the room, glowing softly. "I don't know, Autumn." Autumn's holographic avatar appeared in George's field of vision, projected from his Chronos so that both he and Tesla could see. She squatted in front of the device, and a worried look crossed her face when she looked back at him. "I have logged into the device's computer core," she began, speaking in a neutral tone. "According to available data, it is some sort of fusion-based particle accelerator, combining super-heavy elements to generate explosions on a massive scale." "How massive?" George asked, his brow furrowing in worry. The AI stood, her gaze never leaving the device. "I can't be sure, but the isotope currently held in the device holds an element not found on the periodic table. The material exists beyond the island of stability." Tesla let out a low whistle, nodding at the device. I am no expert in physics, but I knew a little in my day and have since read more. This kind of explosion could wipe out the entire city and most of the area around it. Millions could die. I'm not going to let this happen again, George said, bowing his head and squeezing his eyes shut, trying to think. They must have used a similar device in London when they destroyed the city, with the results being the same. A city destroyed, and millions dead. Autumn's holographic image flickered, vanishing for a moment as a worried look crossed her features. George, the super-heavy elements in this device are disrupting my ability to interface with your neural pathways. If these high-energy particles entangle in some unknown way with the tachyon particles in the timeline, it could be the genesis for the time loop. George thought back to the moment when he was here last time. He'd found himself frozen, unable to move. I won't be able to do much if I can't move. Maybe we should take the device back to the temporal core? Then we can't let Thaddeus get his hands on this device, Tesla said, his worried frown matching Autumn's. This may be a solution. That is easier said than done, said a deep voice that boomed in the small apartment. The loops have already begun. George spun on his heel, gasping in shock when he saw the armored man standing behind him. You scared the crap out of me, George said, cringing with embarrassment the moment the words left his mouth. The man in the metal mesh armor raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile coming to his face. I didn't mean to frighten you, and I mean you no harm. Tesla stepped forward. I am up and down like a prized experiment. We have a million questions. I hope you have answers, for all our sakes. The man shook his head, resting a heavy hand on Tesla's shoulder. I'm afraid I can't tell you much. I can only tell you what you need to survive, or, at the very least, make sure this timeline never comes into being. You're from the future, George said, and anything you say might ruin it, I understand. But what Thaddeus is doing is a danger to everyone, including you, I imagine. He is, but I can't stop him here, and neither can you. Why? George asked, narrowing his eyes. The armored man frowned, his gaze lingering on the explosive. As I said, the loop has already begun. What happens now will always happen, and we have no way of disrupting it, at least none I know of. Why? George asked, his eyes narrowing in confusion. The armored man frowned at George, his eyes lingering on his face. A time loop is like an unstoppable train speeding down a track in a circle. You can slow it down or make it go faster, but it resists any change to the loop. The events will play out the same each time, even if the participants try to do different things. How do we stop it? Asked Tesla. And how does Thaddeus remember the previous loops? I don't know, but I've watched him start every day here. After we finish, he goes to his brothers. After that, he leaves the loop, only to return the next day and start it over again. Autumn crossed her arms across her chest, nodding. Whatever he does to break the loop draws him back to it each time. Yes, and I am drawn here too. All beyond my control. George pushed his thoughts of Thaddeus from his mind as he eyed the armored man up and down. I'm sorry, but I have so many questions. You were the one to give me this. Why? The man stared at the Chronos on George's arm and shook his head. I don't know, but you must be from some point in my future. I don't. A slamming door from the front of the apartment shocked them to silence, and George froze, his breath catching in his throat. Thaddeus came around the corner finally, and a wide smile came to his slim face. Well, this is something I've never seen before. George, Dr. Tesla. Welcome to our daily get-together. George opened his mouth to speak, only to let out a choking gurgle as a massive weight settled on his body, applying pressure to every inch of him, so much so that he had trouble breathing. "What's happening?" he gasped, crumpling to his knees. "George, quantum particles from the super-heavy element in the bomb are interacting with the armored man's Chronos, and yours. They are disrupting—" In a burst of static, she was gone, and George felt like a spike had been driven into his skull. "Shall we begin?" Thaddeus asked the armored man, circling around him. George watched as a bizarre scene played out as the two men fought. They looked bored, as if going through the motions of something they've done hundreds, if not thousands of times. It was clear they knew when and where each blow was coming from, and each of them was just playing their respective parts, dodging a punch here, taking a kick there, all in a bizarre dance that led to the inevitable. The armored men landed a telling blow on the side of Thaddeus's knee, and he crumpled to the ground, his face a mask of pain. A desperate look came to Thaddeus, and he reached into his coat pocket to pull out a slim pencil-like device that glowed the deep crimson at the tip. "I would have preferred to detonate this after my speech in the square, but this will have to be good enough," he said, a painful yelp coming from his throat as he dropped the detonator. Moving faster than you thought possible, the armored man grabbed his wrist, squeezing and twisting until Thaddeus dropped the device. "I'm afraid I can't allow that," he said, as if by rote. "I don't know where you got the material to assemble such a weapon, but I'll see to it that it is removed from the timeline." The armored man raised a fist, and the metallic mesh covering him glowed brilliant cobalt blue, sending out a surge of pure white light that burned through his retina, leaving George blind and dizzy. A moment later, his vision returned, and the box with the bomb was fading in and out of reality, shimmering like an oasis in the desert. Sweat beaded on the armored man's pale face, and his entire form began to flash in tune with the explosive, solid one moment and translucent the next. "Autumn! What's happening?" George croaked, forcing his will through his Chronos in an attempt to regain control of his limbs. Autumn spoke to him in a voice that sounded far and distant, and George strained to hear her. "A temporal vortex is being created. We are all existing in multiple times and places spread across time." The world around him shattered like broken glass, falling away until he was in a vast desert void of life, the sun high above a bloated red giant that took up half the sky. The next moment he was in a verdant field of emerald green, an Eden teeming with life. George blinked, and he found himself in a squalid tenement, sitting across from a family about to sit down to a meagre meal of rice and chickpeas. He looked down at his hands and gasped when he could see through them. He glanced around and saw Tesla flickering in and out of existence, his hands cupped together as he tried to yell something at him. George shook his head, not understanding, and Tesla's face took on a look of desperation, his eyes widening as he started pointing at something George couldn't see. "The floor! The floor!" Autumn said in a distant voice, hardly a whisper. Straining against the pressure holding him in place, George looked down to see the detonator flashing an ominous crimson. He glanced back at Tesla, who now was cupping his hands around his mouth, screaming at him. George reached down and picked up the detonator, a short, sharp shock running through him when he first touched it. A booming roar tore his attention away from the pencil-thin device, and he looked up to see the armored man writhing in pain, his entire form twisting violently as he balled his hands into fists. "George," Autumn called out in a small voice, "look at Thaddeus." Staring at the Union leader, George's mouth fell open. Thousands of motes of light circled him like moths drawn to a flame, and unlike the armored man who writhed in pain, he looked tranquil, at peace. He's not afraid. Thaddeus knows that this is to his benefit, George said, glancing down at the detonator, then back to Tesla, trying to ignore the sifting landscape and ever-changing environment. Then it hit him all at once, and he knew what he had to do. I have to destroy the track. George took one final glance around the room and raised the detonator, his hand hovering over the button. At that moment, Tesla smiled at him, and a look of horror crossed Thaddeus's face. George pressed the button, and the world around him turned to pure white and then collapsed. He felt and saw nothing. Reality vanished, leaving behind an empty void where nothing and no one could exist.
Chapter 41. A New Matrix.
George came awake with a start, clutching his chest, his breath coming in quick gasps. He looked around, blinking in confusion at the familiar space. He was about to get out of bed when the door swung open and a woman with familiar features gave him an odd smile. "George, I've called you down for breakfast 10 times already. Are you okay, Georgie? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Mom?" His mother smiled at him, shaking her head. "Who do I look like? The Queen of England?" George sat up in his bed, swallowing hard. The Queen. London. What happened? "Georgie, you must have had some bad dreams," she said with a laugh. "The last I heard, the Queen is safe in Buckingham Palace. In London?" Another figure appeared behind her, pushing his way into the room. "George, don't forget we have kite-surfing later today. The winds look good, so don't flake out on me." "Sure, Dad," he said slowly, showing his parents a tight-lipped smile. "Give me a minute to shower and get dressed. I'll be down in a minute." His parents nodded and closed the door, and he let out a sigh of relief. He looked down at his forearm and smiled in surprise when he saw it was bare, with only his flesh. Oh, wow. Bounding out of his bed, he managed a single step towards the bathroom when he heard a familiar tisk. "Don't worry, I'm still here." George flinched, bounding into the air and covering his privates. "Autumn?" "Obviously," she said in a dry tone. "Who else would be forced to live in your tiny brain? Well, not just your brain." "What do you mean?" George said, patting down his head and then his chest. From what I can tell, I am now not only part of your limbic system, but spread out across your central nervous system, along with the Chronos device." George's shoulders fell and plopped down onto the side of the bed. "So we failed," he said. "Negative. From what I can gather, Thaddeus has been removed from the timeline, and the changes are mostly positive. They are too many to calculate, but the temporal core still exists, and we can gather additional data there." He sat up, looking out the window to see hundreds of windmills in the distance, along with the other changes that had been made to the timeline the first time he came home. The core still exists? What about Kathy? As if on cue, a chime sounded in his ear, and the display for his Chronos popped into his field of view, Kathy's dark eyes and freckled face appearing a moment later. "George, are you all right?" A sense of relief washed over him, and he nodded. "I think so. Where are you?" "I'm in the temporal core," she said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "So is everyone else." George let out a low whistle, his brow furrowing. "Do they remember what happened?" "Some do, not all of them. But Lars is here, and Tesla do. And Tesla's a full field-fledged agent with a Chronos and everything," Kathy said, her face full of surprise. "Holy shit!" "There's one more thing," she said, pressing her lips together. "Director Hayward wants to meet you." He was the one that requested I contact you. George sighed, bowing his head. I thought I was free. I get it, she said, her eyes downcast and full of sympathy. But he told me that he was impressed by what you did and wants to offer you a field position. How could he know what I did? George, we're time travelers. He could have spent years studying what you did, and you'd never know it. Autumn spoke up, clearing her throat. It could be a good opportunity moving forward to control what happens next, she said. He bowed his head, nodding along the longer he thought about it. He did have a chance to change things, and with Thaddeus gone, for the better. Well, I guess I'm coming to the future, he said, heading for the shower. But first, a shower. Kathy smiled at him, glancing down from her display at his privates. I guess that makes you an agent. Welcome to the temporal core. George clicked off the display, a smile coming to his face. Agent Wells. I like the sound of that. The end.